Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we living in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you can never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need her. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk, bitch. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about shit going crazy. People going crazy in these motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing about a woman all day. Man made the car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to keep us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7-no-meter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world. But
I'm talking about shit going crazy. People going crazy in these motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing about a woman all day. Man made the car. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl, and I'm baby boy. And man makes them happy, because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world. But
Greetings, Black family. Greetings. Thank y'all for tuning into another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Thomas, and we're joined with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Join us tomorrow for a brand new episode. And on this season 4, episode 49, part 3, part tray of the Frontline Black News, we will be discussing several topics. The first topic is, let me pull it up. We got, do other groups actually need Black support? Then we got Yvette Carnell of A-Dunce, otherwise known as A-Dose, but it's A-Dunce, says that she appreciates Assemblyman out of California's work who sabotaged reparations bills in California. Shame on you, Yvette Carnell, Breaking Bad and all of that. We're going to discuss that. Then we got Senate Democrats' Blocc bill that would ban trans women from competing in biological women's sports. Then we got Super Mayor defeated in a landslide. We did cover that yesterday. Representative Jasmine Crockett gets poking the bear, or keeps poking the bear, and them folks shaking my head. Then Officer Eric Adams attacks Negroes and is Joy Taylor fired. Then Malcolm X, the uncomfortable truth about blacks in America. Then the Black Indians America tried to hide from you. Then The Wealth of Man is in His Mind by Dr. Amos Wilson. Then we got Angie Stone's son reveals her final 24 hours, exposing the truth. And then we got Denver Mayor Johnston got to testify in a House committee hearing on Wednesday, this coming Wednesday, along with the mayors of New York City, Boston, and Chicago. And then last but certainly not least, we got our Unhoused neighbor news and our illegal migrant news. So those are the topics for tonight, Shabaka. So I'm going to hop right into it. Greetings from the mile high income and cold and windy and rainy mile high income and illegal migrant flooded city.
Okay. Now, what was the topic after Angie Stone, Brother Che?
The topic after Angie Stone is Dr. The mayor, Denver Mayor Johnston, having to testify in front of the House committee on Wednesday. Okay. In our unhoused neighbors, our unhoused neighbor news, and our unhoused or illegal migrant news.
Okay.
And we got Mac 285 in the building, Shabaka. We got Twin Pyramid. We got the Jab Jamboree, salute.
Hey, Jab Jamboree. Hey, man, you doing your road work, Jab, man, or you up there giving up the energy on that piece of real estate, man, with grass on top?
And we should be joined with some other people in the chat. So I'm going to hop right into it, Shabaki. So the first topic is...
Get the road work in, Jab. Get the road work in.
Yes, sir. I'm sure he's taking your advice, Shabaki. So the first topic is, do these other groups need us, basically, is what Professor Black Truth wants to know.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now.
This is it.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the Professor, and this is the moment of truth. Say, did you hear about that big immigration march in Birmingham? Me neither. You see, there have been a lot of people who've been trying to rewrite the history of the United States, particularly the huge chapter that foundational Black Americans contributed to it. Everything good, everything progressive, everything moral and decent about this country has been the sole result of our effort and no one else's. There's not a brag, it's just a simple fact. Everything, and I mean every single little thing that the rest of the world thinks of as being decent and moral and right about the United States was the result of our efforts. There was no freedom of speech in this country until we were the ones who stepped forward to speak the unspoken. And when it comes to moral movements in this country, there's not a single one of them that has not been the result of our effort, not even one. And yet you've had everybody who's tried to claim that they've been involved with, or in many cases, they've tried to even claim that they inspired us. There was nobody to inspire us. Everybody's been fighting against us. In the 20th century with the civil rights movement, that was us out there. We were the ones taking the slings, arrows, and often bullets and bombs. They came along with challenging white supremacy. Everybody else was trying to find a comfortable place under it. A lot of them thought that they already had. So they were not involved. That's just a fact. And we can tell the proof of that because now when it comes time for them to actually decide that they're going to be trying to stop all of this mass deportation, they just can't do it. You want to know why? Because they don't have a tradition of fighting white supremacy. They don't have a tradition of standing up to established power in this country. They do, however, have a very strong, long-standing tradition of going along with white supremacy. They have a tradition of going along with the established order, not of actually fighting it. And that's the reason why whenever they do try, it usually turns out to be dysfunctional. And the white supremacists know this. After decades of repeating all of the anti-Black rhetoric and tropes and freely repeating and engaging in all of those anti-Black talking points, the same folks who now are saying that they got a problem with what it is that these white supremacists in power are doing, those bigots are looking and saying, do you actually expect us to take you seriously after you spent so long carrying water for our agenda and doing everything that you could to back it up? Now all of a sudden you want us to take you seriously when you're saying, oh, these white supremacists, you guys are doing something wrong now. No, that's not the way the game works. This is the reason why I and others have said there is simply no substitute for the moral legitimacy that we represent. You're not going to be able to get out there and decide to do an imitation civil rights movement because Black people have already shown the world the real thing. And besides, any attempt to call themselves copying what we did, it will never be seen as legitimate unless we say it is. That's the reason why every single movement in this country has always had people demanding that Black people lend their voices to it, even though the majority of these causes had nothing to do with us, and all of them told us to kiss their behinds afterwards. And yet everybody wants for us to lend our voice to theirs because there's no substitute for moral legitimacy. And that's what we're seeing today. You have a number of individuals.
Man, that bobblehead motherfucker up there, Al Sharpton, man. Come on, man.
Are trying to tell us that we have some sort of obligation to lend our voices to causes and other groups who have never lent their voices to us. People talking about how, well, Trump's mass migration, these policies, they're going to be affecting Black Americans. This is an argument presented in bad faith. To take Black Americans and conflate that as being the same as illegal immigrants, that is a real danger to us, more than any alleged mass migration threat. Is Trump a danger to the legal Africans and the legal Caribbean immigrants? If so, I'd like to be the first to point out where Candace Owens is and have her on the first thing smoking out of the United States. But that's not the case at all. And let's be honest, even under the best of circumstances, Trump's mass deportations will turn out to be more sizzle than steak. Yes, reportedly, illegal crossings at the border are at historic lows, but given how many were allowed in during the Biden years, that may well be a meaningless fact. And for people to try to bring up racial profiling as some sort of specter for us to be scared of, as if we didn't already have that before now, apparently some people who would call themselves informing our sensibilities, they apparently think that racial profiling didn't exist until this year. And a number of these African immigrants, by the way, wind up working at these prisons and other incarcerated facilities. Now, that's part of the story that doesn't get told. Many of these immigrants, by the way, have been happy cogs in the machine of anti-Black racism because as far as they were concerned, they classify themselves as immigrants, so that gives them a pass. And now the white power is going to begin targeting them to be fed into that very machine. Apparently, we're supposed to be sad or scared for a situation that has been allowed to go on all this time with the eager participation of the individuals who are now being targeted by the very machine that they fueled and built and maintained and promoted. This is why just because someone's not on a white media cable station or they're not on the payroll at some white-owned website, that doesn't mean that they're speaking for the Black grassroots. A lot of the Black publications of the 20th century were, in many cases, Black people who were looking for some broad-based, well-funded movement to counter white supremacy in the U.S. And a lot of these Black journalists in the 20th century and even Black intellectuals, they found themselves susceptible to Marxist organizations' talking points as a result of this. Even the Black Panthers were embracing that to a large degree, but Marxism was a Trojan horse because the white left embraces the same anti-Black racism as the white right. The only problem that the left has is that they're not part of the establishment. That's the issue they've got. And you're not going to talk your way around white supremacy by trying to pretend that it's a class issue. That only applies with white society because class is the dividing line among them. It has nothing to do with us. Don't believe it? Ask Bill Cosby, R. Kelly, Puff Daddy, Michael Jackson. Ask them if their income and their status and class happen to protect them against the legal system. Now look at all of these individuals who are white males who have been accused of God knows what, and yet nothing's being done about them at all. It's not about class, it's about race. The system doesn't care about your class, it cares about your color. Because you can have some poor white man who has all sorts of legal immunity from law. Meanwhile, you have a Black man who's wealthy as the day is long, and yet he can be jammed up 5 ways from Sunday, simply on a mere accusation. Doesn't have to prove it, just an accusation is all it takes. Trying to cast the Black struggle as part of some global fight, that was always going to be a losing proposition because nobody, and I mean absolutely nobody on this planet, is fighting white supremacy except for us. Even countries and radical groups who you see fighting the U.S. or the West in general, be it China or some sort of Middle Eastern organization, they're not fighting white supremacy. In fact, it's been these exact same countries and organizations and religious sects who have been as racist towards Black people as anything you'll find in the U.S. This is why all that talk that we've had the last 80 plus years about allies and such was sheer stupidity. We have a vested interest in toppling white supremacy, but the reality is everyone else believes that they found a comfortable place under it, and so they want to maintain it. For most of them, they've rationalized and justified attacking us as a way to prove to the powers that be that they're on the team. To them, that's how they jockey for a better position under white supremacy. They know what the rules are, that there's a designated underclass, and they have to show that they're dedicated to that racial hierarchy. This is how you have a whole bunch of people who are not classified as white, and yet they turn around and fight for white supremacy. You have Black people from Africa and the Caribbean, not all, but enough, who have told us to our faces for 3 generations now, I'm not Black. And don't be stupid and let anyone tell you that they were only saying it because in their countries, they're the majority, and so to them, Black means nothing, blah, blah, blah. That's a lie. These are countries that were colonized for generations by Europeans, and they were constantly reminded that they're Black. What they mean is that they understand the rules of racism, and they fully recognize white supremacy would offer them a few crumbs if they played along. The white supremacy looked at them as being a political counterpoint to what we were saying. They could push them out in front of the cameras and say, hey, why, look at this Black person over here that just showed up from Tobago or whatever. Why, there can't be any racism in America because, look, we gave them some token job. We gave them some little old make-work university position. Why, we went ahead and put this person on a staff somewhere. So that proves that there is no anti-Black racism. And a lot of them said publicly they wanted to establish a visible reputation for distancing themselves from us. They wanted to make it clear they weren't like us. And for a while, they thought it had worked. They thought they had escaped blackness. They thought white supremacy was going to give them a pass. But now the white supremacy's on the march. They're singing a different tune. When I told you 8+ years ago that a Trump presidency, while not being a help to the Black empowerment movement, wouldn't be that hurtful to us either, because everything that you could claim to be scared of was already happening under the Democrats, so many people were terrified. Oh, the orange man this, the orange man that. Yeah. He's going to get us. He's too dangerous.
Remember that?
Well, he was president for 4 years.
Yep.
And what happened? Other than his words that may be offensive, but what did he actually do? Nothing that the Democrats hadn't already been doing. See, the differences between the two major parties are rhetorical. That's something that those of us who are the thought leaders for Black empowerment understood, even if a lot of other people, well-meaning though they may be, did not understand it.
Right.
When it comes to the major parties, their rhetoric is different, but their actions are the same. Now the orange man is back in the White House, and we see that the immigrants who had tried to make common cause with white supremacy and who had spent decades saying that they wanted nothing to do with us, now they're telling Black Americans that we need to speak up for them. We need to be part of whatever organization or whatever protesting and marching that they're doing. This after decades of nonstop respectability politics and claiming that there was no racism. Now all of a sudden they suddenly realize that there is, at least for the moment. But that's the game that always gets played. Racism doesn't exist until white supremacy decides it's going to kick them in the keister. Then all of a sudden they say it exists for 5 minutes because they're trying to get white supremacy to let up on them.
But any other time.
Now they need someone to speak up for them, and they're all looking around expecting us to do it because we're the only people who have ever actually taken a moral stand in this country. Everyone else is used to us doing all the heavy lifting and taking all the blows, and then they come in after and claim that they had everything to do with whatever it was that we'd accomplished. Oh, the civil rights movement? Don't you know that that wasn't just Black people? Why? All these other groups, they were just as important. They were just as involved. In fact, they were more involved. It's just that Black people just simply hogged the camera time, don't you know? That's what people were saying. Well, a few of them are trying to get something going on their own now, but we see how that's working out. They get out there, but there's only a few of them, and it's not making a difference. You have immigrants marching in Birmingham, but none of them Black. You look at those pictures, that's what you see.
Yep.
During the Biden years, you had people like Cedric Richmond who were cheerleading for immigrants and ignoring his own Black constituents in Louisiana. People like Karen Bass and Stephen Reed and all of these other bootlick politicians. Richmond was hoping to put together a political support base of non-Black donors and voters so that he could seek higher office without having to be vulnerable to Black voters' demands. That's the only freedom he wanted. He wanted freedom from having to listen to what Black people are demanding. To Cedric Richmond and the rest of these Black sellout politicians, Black voters are the real opponents that he's running against, not the GOP. Well, those immigrants who thought that Cedric Richmond would be representing them, they're getting a wake-up call because Cedric is MIA. They thought that he was some sort of ally to them. And they're finding out what Black people realized a long time ago. There are no allies under white supremacy. And these protests that they're trying to do, they're not going to accomplish anything. FBAs are what makes movements work in America. But the movements and organizations we've put together have been undermined from within by tethers. Look at the CBC as a prime example, but not the only one. Black student organizations that in the past have been generating real leaders for the future, they've basically been utterly destroyed by tethers now. The universities have been overrun by tethers who came in there, and first thing on their mind was, we're going to undermine all of these groups and get rid of them, or at the very least, we're going to turn them into social clubs for our own personal benefit. And they had no problem dismissing our interests and concerns, and in many cases, even openly advocating against us. All the time telling everyone that they had nothing in common with us. That's white supremacy in the raw for you, having it both ways, taking both sides of the conversation. And these were the main people who were trying to terrify you about Trump, by the way, because they saw him as a temporary inconvenience to whatever goals they were trying to pursue in the Democratic Party. They wanted you to be scared because the truth is they were scared. There's nothing that they want you to be scared of that hasn't been happening for 150 years. And if these immigrants were allied with us, then that would affect us. But as it stands, they've insulted us and in many cases taken part in attacking us. Propaganda like this tries to make us all out to be one and the same, but these immigrant groups have done everything they can to separate themselves from us. While it is true that many Africans, perhaps a majority, have not been with the BS, it's undoubtedly true that a majority of those who have come to the U.S. in the last 50 years have been. There's been a lot of people, including from African and Caribbean countries, who have been on the wrong team for the last 3 generations. They knew that white power recognized them as immigrants, and they were only too happy to play the game of, we are hardworking immigrants. We are not like those lazy akatas, quote unquote. Just give me a university job or a token corporate job. And then they can turn around and say that their so-called success, quote unquote, proves that there's no racism. These akatas are all just lazy. And this is what white supremacy has seen for 3+ generations.
Okay,
Again, this is not all Africans or Caribbeans. We got some rock-ribbed soldiers right here among us. In fact, it's not even all Africans or Caribbeans who immigrate to the U.S., but it's been a numerical.
I was saying that's why there can't be no Pan-Africanism, because we got all this type of shit going on.
Right. Okay. All the infighting. I would like to read something here out the Panthers of Black Cat.
Hold on, hold your horses. We got like 6 more minutes of this video, and then I'll let you play it.
Okay. No, it's not none to play. It's just something I want to read.
I'll let you read it. I'll let you read it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Go on with the video.
Majority. The Congressional Black Caucus is essentially immigrants now. Something on the order of half their membership are 1st or 2nd generation immigrants, and they were selected by the DNC to be put in those positions. And it's been the white donors for the Democratic Party who have been the ones funding these CBC members. And they're also the same people who give contributions to these sock puppet organizations like Blacc, PAC, She the People, et cetera, et cetera. Every time you look up and see some clown that you never heard of, you never seen before, and yet they seem to have millions of dollars that are coming from white dark money organizations. That's what they've been doing for the longest time. And to think, we wonder why black politicians in DC haven't produced for black people since the civil rights movement. It's because prior to the 60s, we defined for ourselves what constituted proper black representation. But once we got the Voting Rights Act passed, white power flooded the zone with people from outside the US and then selected them to be cherry-picked and elevated into these positions. And they used their white media to say, well, these are your representatives now. This is what constitutes black representation now. Before I go any farther, this is not to say that Trump is a virtuous man. He's not. He isn't honest, he's not virtuous, and he ain't moral either. And neither are the Democrats, which is why we're not supporting either one of them. What we are doing, however, is recognizing that anti-black racism is a continuity of policy in this country, and Trump's not going to do anything towards us that we haven't seen before. However, since he's expanding the scope of his mendacity, that means a whole lot of folks who thought that they have found a comfortable, safe place under white supremacy are now going to find themselves under pressure. And that is different. All of those folks who have been spending decades claiming that they were the real muscle behind the civil rights movement, that they were just as involved as we were, and why, if it wasn't for us just hogging all the camera time, they would have been able to tell people how much they had contributed to the struggle. Well, now it's time for them to prove it. People are trying to get the results that we achieve, but they're trying to do it without us, and it's not working. This won't lead to them doing an about face, by the way, but I hope people realize that our silence is deafening. These tethers who've insinuated themselves into organizations we created and who white power funded and promoted them in the white media and tried to give them phony credibility, they're not able to stop what's happening because without us, they have no legitimacy. This is why it's important to clarify for people what lineage these individuals come from. Without us, they would wither on the vine. And without us, white power would start throwing a lot of them out of work. You would be surprised how many Africans, especially those from Nigeria, work in the white media. And I'm not talking about in front of the camera. I'm talking about behind the camera in these executive positions. Do you think the white media made them into executives because they love Nollywood? No, the white media didn't. They did it because they recognized that these people could be tools, black faces to push an anti-black agenda. Candace Owens is from the Caribbean, but her white supremacist supporters never mentioned that. It's not because they don't know, it's because they fully understand the real reason they keep her around, precisely because she's their sock puppet. She doesn't really praise her home country, and if she started doing that, they wouldn't like it. Given the white powers on the march, she's been real closed-mouthed about her Caribbean pride, you notice. She's not keeping on reminding people that she's an immigrant. She ain't doing that anymore. She's not beating that drum anymore. See, white power believes in taking both sides of the argument. When it suits them, they'll play the hard-working immigrant line. But when white power goes in on immigrants, suddenly they stop saying that and they start saying, hey, I may have been here only a few years, but I'm as American as you. That's what's going to be said now. And dumping on black people as a way to gain some quickie credibility with the white power structure, well, that's going to be a lot less attractive these days, not because they don't want to do it. Most of these immigrants come from countries that practice rabid anti-black racism. But the reason that there's going to be a momentary lapse in all of this furious anti-black rhetoric from some of these groups is because they know that it's not going to help them in this situation. They're not going to be sitting there doing I am the hardworking immigrant. I work harder than these foundational black Americans. That ain't going to mean nothing to ICE. Trump just got through signing an executive order saying that English is the official language of the United States now. So as far as he's concerned, if you're so hardworking good, you can brush up on your English skills. That's what's going to be going on. So all of this, well, dumping on black people is the way to get quickie credibility and a pat on the head. That's not going to be seen as anything other than a waste of time. Again, not because they don't want to, but simply because they know that under these circumstances with these white supremacists, it's not going to mean anything. So for the folks who are out there marching and demonstrating and saying that the mass deportations need to stop, hey, keep on marching, keep on demonstrating. But I got to tell you, it sounds real strange when you got people pointing out, well, these black Americans, where the world are they at? They're not here. The same people who have spent 60 to 70 years saying that the black community is this, the black community is that. They don't want anything to do with black people. Stay away from those black people. We have seen this across the board, not just with immigrants who come from Asia or from Latin America, but also the ones, not all, but also most of the ones that come from Africa and the Caribbean. Everyone doing the same thing. Dumping on us is a way to say we're better than those people. And then when it comes time to fight against white supremacy, they all lay back while we do all the heavy lifting. Well, now it's time for them to start lifting. What we see is their arms and legs are pretty weak, but that's okay. All they got to do is keep demonstrating, keep marching. That'll build up those leg muscles. And if they want to know where the foundational black Americans are at, why the world is we're not out there with them, well, it's because we heard what they said. They said that we were a problem for them and they wanted to stay away from us, and we're going to oblige them. We're going to make it very easy for them to do so. We're going to be staying away and letting them handle it because they were the real muscle behind the civil rights movement. They were the reason that the civil rights movement made any progress at all. And black people were just hogging the limelight. And black people weren't doing anything for anyone other than themselves. Okay, fair enough, fine then. Well, now the stage is all theirs. And that being the case, they need to stop asking where are the black Americans at? Right. How come there's no black Americans who come out to these demonstrations? Because whenever they ask where we're at, the only thing they're demonstrating is that they can't do without us.
That's right.
Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. G. Mars, Keith Baker, Andrew Lewis, Richard Allen Lavelle, and Zachary Jenkins. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right, be sure to like and subscribe to Frontline Black News.
Yes, sir. Okay. All right, Sabotaged, what were you going to read for us?
Okay, this here is from the book of Panthers of Black Cat. The author is Mr. Reginald Major, first published 1971.
Okay.
Who will civilize the jungle? Okay, it's 2 paragraphs. Democracy, functional, vibrant, participatory democracy is revolutionary, but it requires well-informed, concerned citizens who know their rights and who have a capacity to become angry when those rights are violated. The dilemma which Black folks find themselves involved with is the choice between violent assertion of their rights to be human and a nonviolent acceptance of a majority silently submitting to the ruination of their own lives. No one, regardless of ethnic background, is going to escape the political upheaval that is revolution. All that could be done is to determine the style of a revolution that is already in progress. The Black Panthers can only be controlled by Black people. They can be maligned, killed, misrepresented, ignored, hated, offered bribes by whites, but they can only be controlled by Blacks. Issues raised by Panthers do get to Blacks, and the attempts to control the party by force of arms only serves to illustrate to Blacks the necessity of resisting the oppressive social inertia of the people who have, by failing to oppose injustices in their own lives, opted to deny their own humanity. This here supports your premise, Brother Che, on these goddamn tethers.
Yeah, the damn tethers, brother, they stand in the
Yeah,
way
and
of our
say that
progress.
there supports
So,
your premise on these goddamn tethers. You see what I'm saying? These
yeah,
motherfuckers is dangerous. You see what
they
I
are,
mean?
brother. They are dangerous, and they have to be dealt with. And those riders in the diaspora, y'all need to be checking these tethers.
Oh no,
We check.
I'll check the motherfuckers in a heartbeat, and you know that
Well,
I
they
will.
don't want us to check them because we're not going to be nice about it.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
y'all in the
Oh, I'm here just
diaspora,
to take. And that same bitch who got up there and said that shit, her black ass would not be able to sit at the goddamn lunch counter in 1963 in Wilmington.
nope, she
Just
wouldn't
like
have.
that sister who went off on that Nigerian motherfucker and told him the same goddamn thing, which she
Yeah.
was right about. Oh, this motherfucker, oh, I don't know why black will make you blah, blah, blah. And she says, you stupid motherfucker, your black ass will be subjugated to them same goddamn fire hoses, them same motherfucking dogs, and you sitting out there at a goddamn lunch counter begging for a goddamn cup of coffee from a motherfucker that hates you because of who and what you are. They'll put piss in it, shit, and then even some of the motherfuckers that sat there had said that, well, you know, man, the quality of the food wasn't that good. Dumbass nigga, what in the fuck did you expect? That's mine.
All right, let me give y'all a quick update on Lady Chase. So I'm at the hospital, if you couldn't tell. And Lady
Okay.
Chase just had her third surgery. She's going to have another one in like a couple days. So
Another surgery?
yeah, Sabotaged, they still ain't close her up, so they gonna have to do another surgery on her.
Oh.
But she's looking it's looking a lot better. But she did lose like half of her intestine, so that's gonna be a
Oh, man.
yeah.
Okay, now let me ask you this question if you wish to discuss it, and if it's too personal, man, just tell me to shut the fuck up.
Okay.
If
Hey, we got
we,
Russian blah blah blah.
huh?
We got Russian
Oh,
bots.
Russian bots revenge. Damn.
Yeah,
Hey, how you doing, Russian
that's what
bots?
Mr. Reed was calling us Russian bots, Shabaka.
Calling us Russian bots.
Remember? You don't remember when she was doing that? When she
Shit,
was
ain't
calling
no goddamn Russian bot shit. Them damn Russians is more bigoted toward us than these goddamn Caucasians in the United States.
I mean, they right up there with them, but the only difference is they didn't participate in the slave trade.
Well, wait a minute, brother Che. If they did, it was very, very minimal.
Yeah.
If
As far as
they
I
did,
know, there was no Russian colonies or
yeah,
any
yeah,
Russian settlements like that.
okay.
And their first, they have black Russians too.
Because
Thank
I'm
you.
thinking about Leadersdorf.
He said, "Get well soon, Lady Che." Yeah, she's hanging in there, y'all. They got her on her BiPAP right now, so she can't talk to y'all. But I'll let
How
her
is
know
her
that y'all
vital
send you
signs?
well wishes. Huh?
How are her vital signs?
Oh, they're good.
Okay,
They're good.
okay.
They're monitoring her 100%.
Oh yeah, I spoke with Sister Akshita today.
Oh yeah,
So
how's she doing?
she's doing all right. You know, she's doing swell. But she checked me on a statement that I made in regard to the Academy Awards, and I tore down the post. First place, do let me say, fuck Hollywood, fuck the Motion Picture Academy of Arts and Sciences, and
Okay.
fuck the whole goddamn city of Los Angeles. And I want to make that perfectly clear, by the way.
What about the Screenwriters Guild? Or Screen
Fuck
Actors?
them too, because they the ones that's up here being told to write this bullshit, man, that they putting out there about us. Men wearing a goddamn dress. And I told them to go take the Academy Awards and shove it up their ass and go menstruate out the crack of their ass.
Oh
But
my
I
God.
tore that comment down, man, because yeah, you violate community standards. And then, not getting off topic, I want to read this story here, Brother Che.
Well, getting back on topic before we get to this next story. Do these other groups really need our support?
Yeah, but I want to remind these other groups of where we needed our support. San Francisco, California, Sunday, December 13th, 2015.
Okay.
Video puts new light on shooting. Images seem to differ from the San Francisco Police Department's version of a killing. New video of the fatal shooting of Mario Woods shows San Francisco police officers fired a barrage of shots at him while he held his arms at his sides, in apparent contradiction to the police department. Repeat, an apparent contradiction to the police department's account that he prompted his killing by threatening an officer with a kitchen knife.
Yeah, that was Sabaka, give the people, before you finish, give the people a context of what went down, because the brother, what I understand was the brother was sleeping in his car in a Walmart parking lot, and they rolled up on him and shot and killed him. So
where was this at? Because that's not the Mario Woods case.
Where was that? Was Ezell Ford?
No, Ezell Ford was the brother, man, that they pulled out of a vehicle. They handcuffed him. He was special needs, and they shot him in the back while he was handcuffed. That's special circumstance.
Yeah.
And then that goddamn bitch, who was the fucking Attorney General of California at that time, didn't do shit, nothing about it. The former vice president.
The one that said, "No, I'm not gonna do nothing to black people."
So I'm not gonna sit here and say I'm gonna do something that's only gonna benefit black people. No, because
bitch, fuck you.
All right, so give us a.
And I hate to have to talk about the woman like that, man. But that man was handcuffed. He was bound. That's
he was.
Circumstance. He was executed. Just like how they murdered Mario Woods in San Francisco, where they said he had to find out that he didn't have a goddamn knife.
Yeah, so they stopped him on the street, or they stopped him at the house. Like, where did they stop him at?
Who? Ezell Ford or Mario Woods?
Mario Woods.
Okay, they stopped him on the corner in San Francisco, and I'm trying to pull up this because I was going through some old files. You see what I'm saying? And I think he was on the corner, and this is a lengthy article, and I'm not going to go into it. So Greg Sir, who was fired,
said, "Be on the lookout, Shabaki, for Shabaki's
new Black action hero movie called Bottoms and Brass Knuckles coming soon to a theater near you."
Well, we
what does that mean?
Sorry, majority of you niggas coming soon, so I guess it would go right along with it.
Hell, Bottoms, that was in 1970, sweetie.
Yeah.
I don't think you were around at that time.
1970s.
Yeah,
and about the era that she was raised in.
Lucy in the Sky, Diamonds, and all that old shit. And then you had a sick ass motherfucker by the name of Timothy Leary, who was a goddamn psychologist, talking about everybody needs to trip out on lysergic diethylamine acid. Sick ass motherfucker.
LSD.
Yeah, Lucy in the Sky, Diamonds, you know. But getting back right here is pretty much that Greg Sir had lied. About Greg the killing, as we know, okay.
Of the San Francisco Police Department, right? Greg Sir, okay.
And then, of course, our girl, Kat Brooks, who I met, you know what I'm saying?
Yes, salute to Kat Brooks.
Salute to Kat Brooks, because she has shut down the Bay Bridge, okay, and she went there and told the San Francisco Police Commission that if you don't fire this motherfucker right now, not only will I shut down the Bay Bridge, I will shut down the Bay Bridge and the goddamn Golden Gate Bridge. And guess what happens to San Francisco people with both those bridges shut down? It's
everybody starves.
And so, Greg Sir, he runs in there to the police commission. Hey, people, I got this here. And the San Francisco Police Commission, they say, Greg Sir, check this out, man. You're through. You the fuck up out of here. Retire, motherfucker. Vamoose. Adios. Good.
Take the goddamn spot.
Yeah, shake the spot. And they got his ass the fuck up out of there. So I will always have the utmost of respect for Miss Cat Brooks.
Yes, he is. He is dropping game.
Okay, so I heard about this one before. Okay, but Russian Bots Revenge. Okay, you got to read the story. You got to pull it up. Your girl Black Exploitation Studios presents. No, I'm not gonna be exploited, sister. Not with no black exploitation. I'm gonna sit up here and tell the goddamn truth, and I will crumble on
No.
that.
He or she is talking about the production company. That's what they say it should be called. The
Black Exploitation Studio present. Well, drop some money on it. We'll make the motherfucker happen.
For the movie, the action hero movie, Bell Bottoms and Brass Knuckles. They just making fun, Shabaka. Continue.
Making fun? Do I look like a clown to you?
Not
Do I
you.
amuse you? So tell me, so what the fuck is so funny about me?
Shabaka, not you. Not making fun of you. They're making fun of this action movie. They're saying that they're just clowning around. Don't take it serious, Shabaka.
Oh, my bad. Apologies.
Stall them out, Debo. Stall them out.
Yeah. Okay. Now, and what it is, people, we is all we got. Okay, we got to get rid of these goddamn tethers here in America, which is the coons, and on the goddamn continent, which is neo-colonialist.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
Okay, so let me break this down. So the tethers are the foreign coons.
Right. Okay, so, like Candace Owens,
Roly Poly Martin.
Yeah, Roly Poly Martin. Let's see some other ass scratching the
CBC. The damn near the whole CBC is a bunch of damn tethers.
Right. Yeah, the Congressional Black Caucus. And fuckers need to be disbanded. Also, too, I want to give a shout out there to the Outlaws. I was on their show earlier.
Oh, you were? Yeah, I seen it was live, but I wasn't able to get on.
Yeah, I got on there, and I had told them, about Kamala, and then of course, they were talking about, our sister who got killed down there in Alabama recently.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Yeah, and then also too, as you do know, ladies and gentlemen, that the one and only Ms. Roberta Flack was laid to rest today. Okay, may she rest in power, because she was part of the Black Liberation Movement, and also too, Miss Flack made a hit song called "The First Time Ever I Saw Your Face," which was in a movie called "Play Misty for Me," and Jessica Walter, who played the co-main character in that movie, "Play Misty for Me," deserved the Oscar for that role right there, because I was convinced that Jessica Walter was really fucking nuts. You know what I'm saying? So she deserved the Oscar for that. And then I saw that movie Training Day with Denzel Washington, and I hated his ass in that movie in Training Day. But, ladies and gentlemen, this is why they are called actors. So if you hate the character, they did their job. If you love the character, they did their job, and shout out there to Mr. Denzel Washington, is because he's getting up in age, and also too, not getting off topic. Okay, I got an unconfirmed report that Miss Gladys Knight is 80 years old now, and they're saying that she is doing very, very bad, but that's unconfirmed.
No.
Yeah, I can't see Gladys doing bad because she made too many hits. So, we're going to research that story there.
Okay, we'll probably discuss it tomorrow on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced.
Yes, sir.
One of the topics.
And also, too, and please donate to us, people, because we need some money. Okay, straight out. We really do need some money, because we're going to expand this goddamn platform by hook or crook. You see what I mean?
Yep. And I got to move too. Me and Lady Che both got to move. So every little bit helps.
Yeah, me too. You know what I'm saying? Me too. Yep, and I'm going to be on that quest, man, real next week, because I went and looked at another spot, man. And that motherfucker was worse than this raggedy motherfucker that I'm
Yeah,
staying in now.
you did tell me that off air. All right,
Yeah.
Shabaka, so what are your final thoughts on do these other groups need our support?
Yeah, they need our support, okay, but we cannot afford to give it to them for the next 50 goddamn years is because we have to take care of ourselves. Now, how
Right.
the hell that we gonna help these other groups when we can't help ourselves? You see what
Right.
I'm
That's
saying?
counterproductive. That's
Yeah, it
counter.
is.
Yeah.
And
So they
this
can
ain't
hold their own
hatred.
chalupas. They can hold their own Joe Love rice. They can hold
Yeah.
their own Lucy soup. We're not doing it no more. We're not caping for you other groups no more.
We can't do it. It's because
That's
you other groups, when you got our support, when we needed you badly, you turned your backs on us.
exactly. You use us for an America value to push your little movement or whatever, and
Right.
then you abandon us in our time of need. So
Exactly.
we're done. The Cape's been off. The Cape been off for 6 years. The Cape gonna continue to be off. So I don't care about you damn Palestinians. We don't care about you Israelis. We don't care about the Ukrainians. We don't care about none of that stuff. If you're not going to support reparations for foundational Black Americans, descendants of American child slavery freedmen, we don't want to hear it. We're not jumping in. We're not marching and protesting with you. None of that.
Yeah,
Them
we
days
can't
are
do it no
over.
more. And we can't do it no more. But however, we appreciate you all there in the Sleepy Lagoon murder case of what you did to them white boys. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And that was great. That was beautiful. More power to you, but it's got to be more power to us now.
Right.
You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And
All right,
this
so I'm
ain't
gonna move us
hatred.
along. Okay, I'm gonna move us along, Shabaki, because we got that damn A-Dunce chick, and she wants to. She's proven that she's a Democratic shield. You know which one
Okay.
I'm talking about? The one that came up with the ADOS, the American Descendants of Slavery, back in like 2017, 2018, and she's proven to be a Democratic shield, especially by
Okay.
this. She's backing the same California Assemblyman who worked to sabotage reparation bills in California.
Oh hell no. Okay. All right. Let's hear it. Let's see it.
So Sister Demetria K, who was supposed to join us,
Unleash the power of knowledge.
give us an update on that.
Okay. And I still haven't heard from Lisa Cabrera.
Okay, just keep emailing her, Shabaki. She's probably busy, but I'm sure she'll answer back.
Okay.
And next time she goes live, I'll try to remind her to check her email.
Yeah, that's why I was so pissed off when we tried to patch into her. My damn phone fucked up with a bunch of static and shit.
Yeah, you gonna go over to Boost. They running a new special.
Oh yeah, but see, they got me put on T-Mobile, so I'm gonna try to go back over to Boost. So I'll probably do that after I move, you see, because my main priority is to get the fuck about this cracker box apartment, you know?
Yeah, I feel you, Shabaka. I feel you. I feel the same way about mine. All right,
Yeah.
so this is Demetria K gonna give us an update on Yvette Carnell, otherwise known as the founder of ADUNCE, the organization and foundation and Democratic Shield organization.
And
Says she
said she
appreciates.
appreciates the Assemblyman's work who sabotaged reparations.
Mm-hmm.
Woo! To quote the words of Mad Dr. D many years ago, we got to focus on what we do to each other, and that he was right about.
So her and Tone Tits, otherwise known as Antonio Moore. That's the one. Remember the one I used to say, we got the data, we got the data, we got the data? Him, Shabaka.
Right.
Him and Yvette Strappy are backing this damn sellout raccoon that went out his way to sabotage reparations. Isaac, the hell is his damn last name? Isaac, what's this dude's name? Isaac Bryan. To hell with him. And shout out to the crews. Shout out to the FBA family that ran him off the block when he tried to show up at a function.
Okay, that sounds like Los Angeles.
The ADOS Advocacy Foundation's mission is to pursue reparations for American descendants of slavery. Well, their president, Yvette Carnell, she said that she appreciates the work that Isaac Bryan, who is an assemblyman from Los Angeles, California, is doing. And she basically said, keep up the good work in the tweet, right? Now, she was responding to a tweet that he made that said this. For clarity, I supported just sending all the bills to the governor last year and was outvoted in the caucus. And as incoming vice chair, supported the will of the caucus with an eye toward the future. Never even had time to process amends because Steve kept them to himself, violating caucus agreements. So he's basically talking about Stephen Bradford, who was one of the main authors of the reparations bill, one that addressed the Freedmen's Bureau and the other one that addressed the money. Now, of course, we saw Assembly Member Isaac Bryan with his arms crossed trying to block Assembly Member Bill Esseley from catching them not putting the bills on the floor. So basically, they blocked the bills. They had a whole lot of black people out in the lobby waiting, hopeful that they would put the bills before Gavin Newsom, and they did not do that. Right now, he was on Twitter arguing with people in regards to reparations, and he's trying to defend himself. He was like fighting for his life. But again, Yvette Carnell, you know, she says, we appreciate what you're doing. Keep up the, you know, keep it up. I don't know. So what do you appreciate that he's doing?
Exactly.
Are you not listening to black people out there who are mad that he, along with the California Legislative Black Caucus, decided to block the reparations bill?
He's under somebody's
Are you not following what's going on, that they had this bogus study? Now we know it's to be bogus, right? Since 2020, they're trying to see what, you know, needs to happen with the reparations and all that, and they didn't even bother.
Yeah, they didn't even bother.
But they bothered for everybody else, immigrants and people that did not like us. You're not following what's going on. So what job do you appreciate that he's doing? Because a lot of us are lost. Because I thought the mission of your foundation was to pursue reparations.
Yeah, but he turned out to be a Democratic scale organization.
Now, he might tell you he's pursuing that, but his actions speak louder than words. So what do you appreciate? I don't follow Yvette. Now, some of y'all who might follow her, maybe y'all can put it in the comment section. What do y'all like that Isaac Bryan is doing? Especially when he went against the will of black Californians who could have got a reparations check.
Because the motherfucker got Bryan, honey.
Probably not. But that is not them doing their job. And now some people are asking, well, what's in it for Yvette and her foundation to say that they like the work that he is doing? I don't know. I don't want to speculate, but it sure does make you raise an eyebrow as to what you like about what he's doing, especially when black people in California say, no, we don't like what he did. So anyway, y'all tell me what you think of that. And for more insightful commentary, please
we're going to definitely tell you. And subscribe to Frontline Black News. To hell with you, Yvette Carnell. Like Professor Black Truth says, only time will tell. Time will reveal all, right? So the truth has come out about this damn organization, ADOS. And we've been telling y'all for at least 5 years now that it's a Democratic shell organization, and the proof is in the pudding.
ADOS is American descendants of slavery.
Yep.
Okay, so they full of shit. Okay.
Yep.
All righty. Keeping it simple.
They claim to be a reparations advocacy organization. And they're not.
I wouldn't give them motherfuckers a cup of piss.
They're a Democratic shield organization. You're gonna back the same dude that sabotaged reparations in California, along with the rest of those bootlicking sellout politicians? To hell with ADOS. Anybody talking that ADOS? I'm looking at them with the side eye. I'm side-eyeing.
Okay, and Cruz says ADOS is an
LGBTQ-led Democratic shield organization.
Yep, that's a safe bet, Crew. That's a safe bet, Crew. And like I said, Crew, you know, Los Angeles will fuck you up, man. And this is just a small tip of the iceberg of it right there. And they ain't passed now one goddamn bill in that raggedy ass California state legislature to control them goddamn murderous ass cops in California.
They just keep giving them more money, Shabaka, more money. So the hell with you, Yvette Carnell and Tone Tits. We knew the gig was up about 5 years ago when you kept telling us, oh, the only way that we're going to get reparations is voting blue no matter who. And we need to vote down ballot blue because the Republicans aren't going to do nothing, but the Democrats, they're going to do something and all of that shit. And we seen right through all that bullshit. And then when they pulled that shit last year after the Republicans tried to introduce the bill and they just stood in his way of passing the bill, we already knew the fix was in. And same like you, Gavin Newsom, you did that whole commission for 2.5 years. Me and Lady Che followed it diligently. Shout out to Amend the Mass Media. And y'all, Gavin Newsom, you purposely went out your way to sabotage AB 3121, which is a commission to a proposal to study the effects and the harms that slavery had on Black Californians, and also create a Freedmen's Bureau and an Office of Genealogy. And y'all sabotage that. So you Democrats, you are no friends of ours. And I hope our people are really starting to get the memo that Democrats are not your friend, especially if you're FBA. They definitely not your friend.
Right. And then in the last election,
worse, because at least the Republicans, they tell you how they honestly feel. The Democrats, they lie, they sneaky and conniving. And the legend on your screen, he let us know that back in the 1960s.
Yeah, and I believe this is when he spoke at Berkeley in 1962.
Yep. The same year you heard him speak, Shabaka.
When he was in Los Angeles. Yep. So he might have made this trip either before LA or after LA.
Yeah, so what are your thoughts on Yvette Carnell backing Isaac Bryant, the sellout bootlicking politician that's single-handedly went on his way to sabotage reparations in California last year?
I wouldn't give her a cup of piss if she was dying of thirst in this fucking desert. And I hate to be so cruel on that, but goddamn it, lady, you gonna do right by us. You see? And then, you know, your goddamn price of gas is overcharged over there, your fucking cigarettes, your goddamn weed and all that old shit. And you sons of bitches are sitting up there in Sacramento going to your freak offs down there in Los Angeles. They kiss my ass.
Yeah, that's the California Assembly. Yeah, the hell with them. The California Black Legislative.
Man, fuck them, man. Fuck them. And if I was in that goddamn California State Assembly, the state police would be placing my ass under arrest. Because I would tell them sons of bitches what they are. You ain't shit.
Yep. All right, moving along, Shabaka.
Yes, sir.
The X-Men.
Oh, yeah.
Not to be confused with the TV show.
Exactly.
Or the cartoon. The X-Men on your screen, Malcolm X.
Yep. Formerly known as Detroit Red.
Oh, wait, too soon. This is too soon. This is going to be later in the broadcast, later in the program.
There will come a time when black people.
The next topic is actually Democrats block bill that would ban trans women from competing in biological women's sports.
Wait a minute, say that again.
The Democrats,
right?
They how do I read it? Senate Democrats blocked the bill. So they blocked this bill that would ban trans women. So that's the ones that think that they women, but they really men.
Yeah.
That will ban them from competing in women's sports. So
as well as they should.
No, Shabaka. They shouldn't have banned it. They need to pass that shit. So they're not able to compete in women's sports.
Okay, now that's what I'm for. So I'm for them where they cannot compete in women's sports. My bad. All right.
So again, the Democrats, they pushing that alphabetized agenda. And
right, so they need to get bobblehead up there to wave his rainbow flag and put a banana in his mouth.
Oh my God, not Al Sharpton. Okay, so Uncle Phil's gonna give us an update on this.
All right.
Gentlemen, you know, the Democrats, they just don't want to win any elections. They don't. Most Americans right now are pretty, you know, unified on they don't want, you know, biological males in women's sports. I'm a father of daughters, and I would not want a biological male in any sport with my child. I'm sorry.
Right.
No, because men's sports for a reason. We have, you know, women's sports for a reason. Now they want to create a category, I guess, for trans athletes, and they all compete against each other. Okay, fine.
Yeah, well, I've been saying that for years.
That could be the happy median, but no, they don't want to create that happy median.
Oh, snap!
They want to put them in the women's category.
I didn't even know.
Well, they've been trying to pass actual laws about this, and guess who in the Senate blocked a bill that most Americans support? The Democrats. And you wonder why they're going to continue to lose elections. So you got what, 2026 coming up? You have some Senate seats, and you have some House of Representative seats coming up. Is this the people that you really want to go out and vote for to represent you when you're completely against this for the sake of your children? Well, let's go ahead on and look at this. Senate Democrats blocked the GOP-led bill to ban transgender athletes in women's sports.
Shame.
Let's say Senate Democrats. They say on Monday blocked a GOP-led bill that would ban transgender athletes, women's and girls sports at federally funded schools and education institutions. Bill's failure to advance highlights the limits of Republicans' narrow margins in Congress despite control of both chambers. The party still needs support from 60 Democrats in the Senate for most legislation to clear a 60-vote threshold. The party line was 51 to 45. Now, this 60-vote threshold, this that they need, that's not in the Constitution. That's just a rule.
That's just a
and
rule.
I'm gonna say, if you really want to get some work done, stop following that dumb rule.
Right.
Like just like Congress in the House, right? Whoever got the numbers, that's how it passed. But the Senate, they want to have the 60-vote threshold. That's why things don't get done.
Right.
That's why. Let's say the Senate vote comes as GOP-led states across the country continue to put forward anti-trans measures. It's including bills intended to keep transgender students from playing on sports teams consistent with their gender identity. Now they're saying the Republicans put attacks over transgender issues front and center in competitive races during the last election cycle. No, it wasn't a tax, CNN. It was people saying, okay, enough is enough. Like, come on. I mean, we going a little bit far with this stuff, right? That's basically what, so really Republicans came out kind of piggybacking off of how some people are feeling, or a lot of people actually feel it. They said that, you know, after Trump's White House wins, some Democrats have said their party must do more to address potential voter concerns. The GOP-led House passed their own version of legislation in January with 218 and 206, with 2 Democrats voting in favor. They're saying 1 Democrat voting present. Now, see, the bill seeks to amend federal law to require that sex shall be recognized based solely on a person's reproductive biology and genetics at birth, as if for the purpose of determining compliance with Title IX in athletics. Now, Title IX prohibits discrimination on the basis of sex in education programs or activities that receive funding from a federal government and applies to schools and other educational institutions. The Republicans have argued that transgender women hold a physical advantage over cisgender women in sports. They're saying thus their participation could consequently limit opportunities for others, and also not only limit opportunities for others, but also can get women hurt in certain aspects. Now, say Democrats have said that the policies to restrict transgender athletes' participation in team sport adds to discrimination that trans people face, particularly trans youth, and they argue that Republicans are seeking to undermine the rights of LGBTQ students by advancing the bill. Senate Republicans, they have 53 seats. Typically, that would mean that at least 7 Democrats will have to vote if they were Republicans to hit the 60-vote threshold to advance a bill subject to a filibuster. Once again, the filibuster is an old relic. They really need to go, just like a lot of those people in the Senate need to go, right? And I definitely saw Senator Also Brooks, the new one, right, the new black woman. She voted for that to block that bill. Of course, Cory Bussey, better known as Cory Booker, you know, of course, he voted to block the bill, right?
The hell with him too.
You know, Big Mouth Fetterman. Yeah. He voted to block the bill. It's quite interesting. It is quite interesting. But the Democrats are just not, they just don't want to win elections. That's what it's saying like to me. They just don't want to win elections. That's fine. That's why people, you know, it's 2025. Get registered to vote and make sure to remember these Democrats in the Congress and remember this Democrat in the Senate. Remember that. And don't sit it out. Say, hey, we need to get these Democrats out.
No, man,
we got to come out there and vote and get them out because these Democrats are not for progress.
And not like with Yvette.
They still on the same old thing. No matter like you would have thought that okay, we lost bad to Trump, so we need to go on to the drawing board and amend what we're doing. No, it seems like they're doubling and tripling down on it. That's weird to me. If I get that's like me running my playbook and I get beat so bad in a football game. I'm getting beat 50-7. That was the score. And that means okay, that'll be like me going right back out with that team. We play that team maybe a couple of weeks again. And I run the exact same plays. And then now they blow me out to 12.
Oh my God.
I'm like, more people will say, well, why would you run the same plays when they had your number the last time?
Right.
Exactly.
Why would you go do that? Most people in sports would say, why would you go run the same plays when that team already knew your playbook? Wouldn't you go say, hey, I need to change up everything I'm doing because I can't beat this team on what I got going on? But the Democrats, they are going out there with the same, as Kamala would say, the same old tired playbook. And it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't. It's insanity.
That's why they don't really want you to find out everything they got going on because call what it is. A lot of these Democrats are perverted.
Yes, they are.
Let's call that what it is too.
Expecting a different result.
You're talking about some of these people in Congress and the Senate. Some of them are perverted too.
Not only is it same, it's fucking stupid.
Yeah.
But let them keep doing what they're doing, ladies and gentlemen. Let them keep doing it. They can keep on doing that, keep supporting these issues. And I'm going to keep encouraging y'all to register to vote. I'm going to keep encouraging y'all to go out there and vote these Democrats out. Get them out. If you want some normalcy in America, get them out. Because that party is not a party of the traditional family. It's not a party of protecting women. It's not a party of protecting children. It's not a party of protecting and prioritizing Americans. It's not for that.
Nope.
Clearly, they showing it's not. They're more in allegiance with foreign nationals and not American citizens. And that's what they preach constantly. They preach against America first and for American citizens. And they constantly promoting foreign nationals.
That's us, Shabaka. We're American citizens. We built the country. Of course, we're citizens. We built the country.
You know how I feel about that.
Yeah,
you know
but we're still citizens, Shabaka. We're not immigrants. We're not immigrants.
And when do we petition the government to be citizens, sir?
Shabaka, we didn't. That was the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, which was
okay. And what black politicians voted on that, Brother Che? And we can make this. We can make that a stepping stone of itself.
Yeah, we could do that on Sabotaged Experience Enhanced tomorrow. I don't know who off the top of my head did, but whoever voted for the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments.
15th Amendments, yeah.
During Reconstruction.
Okay. And then also, too, please continue, Brother Che, because what I'm doing is here, too, man, I just want to bring this here to our people's attention right here. And we thank all our supporters and listeners. This is an excerpt by the one and only Dr. Carter G. Woodson, The Miseducation of the Negro, and this is entitled History is a Weapon. And so we'll talk about that, you know, sometime.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look at the last administration when they was in control. They brought in millions of foreign nationals and made sure to take care of them over the American people. They're against the traditional family. They don't believe in freedom of speech. They want to censor you.
Yep.
They don't want you to have a stimulus check.
Nope.
Because they say that they're not in the business are giving out money when they're giving billions of dollars out to foreign countries.
That part.
These are the Democrats.
That's the Democrats.
I'm not saying nothing about them. They haven't said themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And especially you people that's supposed to be Christian or loving God or Muslim or Hebrew Israelite or whatever. How could you go to Democrats when you know the Quran don't teach what the Democrats are promoting?
Right.
How could you be the Democrats if you are a Christian that know the Bible, read the Bible? How could you be with the Democrats?
Y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Black News.
Well, you know what the scriptures teach. I don't have to go into it.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely people who's Hebrew Israelite, you know the Bible. A lot of y'all know the Bible way better than a lot of Christians. You know that the Lord don't teach the stuff that the Democrats are promoting.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, voting for the Democrats and talking about you are a Muslim or you are with the Bible and all of that, Christ.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't no way Christ would go show me in the Bible that Christ was promoting what the Democrats are teaching.
You can't find it.
Ain't no way that Christ taught any of that. So make sure you get registered to vote. And when it's time to vote next year in 2026, vote the Democrats out. That's the only way you can get our country back to some normalcy. Because these Democrats today,
I'm from Chicago, man. My vote's
I don't know
for
what
sale.
happened to the Democrat Party. I don't know. It's not.
Flip all these blue cities red. Is basically what he's saying.
Yeah.
Shout out to Sister Prosperity. Shout out to Chicago Flips Red. Shout out to all these groups, black organizations or groups that are getting into the Democrats. Enough.
And I just want to read something briefly here, Brother Che, and I'm staying on topic. Okay, in 1935, W.B. Du Bois wrote, "Race prejudice in the United States today is such that most Negroes cannot receive proper education in white institutions. Many public school systems in the North where Negroes are admitted and tolerated, but they are not educated. They are crucified." And I'm just putting that out there. And that there.
Yeah, the boys is a goddamn feather too, Shabaka.
Okay. All right. Okay. I have no reason to doubt you, brother. You know, you're an educated man and you do know what you're talking about.
Remember,
see, this is what happens, people.
Remember, he went on his way to berate and sabotage Garvey's movement.
Yeah, that he did do.
Until he came to the United States. They wasn't rocking with Garvey in the Caribbean.
Yep. Yeah, buddy, boy, I tell you. Boy, it's a good thing I saved these notes right here, Brother Che. You know what I'm saying?
Scriptures speak. Sister Prosperity said the scriptures speak of the right over the left. Yep.
Oh, yeah, that's what you do with a right cross. And this is why Muhammad Ali would have kicked the shit out of Rocky Marciano, because as soon as he would have dropped the left, Ali would have been over with that right cross, knocking that motherfucker out.
Yep. So would. All right, Shabaka, what's your thoughts on the Democrats blocking a bill that would have banned Transformers from performing in women's sports?
Okay, well, the Democrats are demonic. They've been bumping our heads for the last 60 years that I know of. They are full of shit, okay? Third-party candidates have, been systematically marginalized, of launching their campaigns is because it's time for something new. Now, one thing about these reptilians, they telling you how they honestly feel. But these Democrats are coming to you with prepackaged bullshit, such as saying that a man could shove ketchup up his ass and have a menstrual cycle, and that there's an insult to womanhood, and we still got that same $50 goddamn on the line now for any of you motherfucking $100 now we got on the line now of you motherfucking men.
200.
Yeah, 200. Yeah, to prove your last menstrual cycle, and it has to be your menstrual cycle. And guess what? We know you can't do it. You know what I'm saying? So before you start,
it can't be your mother's. It can't be your mother's.
It can't be your sister's. It can't be your mother's. It can't be any other female relative. You know what I'm saying? You can't do it. You motherfuckers were abused as children. Okay, come out and say that.
When you talk to
we
a lot
won't
of
hate you
them,
for
find
it.
out a lot of them was abused.
Yeah. We won't hate you for it.
Mm-hmm.
Say, but I'm not gonna sit up here and call a goddamn 5 o'clock shadow dog-faced Joe a woman with an Adam's apple and he got to stand up to piss.
Right, that
like
part.
Joshua.
Oh
Joshua up there on the south side of Chicago, and I'm going into the woman's restroom, and the mama in there with her little baby to take her to the restroom. And the thugs went up there and stepped to Joshua. Hey, homie, you ain't going in there, man, because you're going to get stretched the fuck out.
Yep.
And this isn't hatred. This isn't xenophobia. And for the record, that Shabaka likes pussy. No disrespect to the ladies. I'm just being real. Okay, what man don't? You know what I'm saying? And the sad part about these transgenders is that a lot of them were victims of sexual abuse in their childhood and their youth. This is why it is very, very important to have the Black family unit intact. That's why you need daddy in the home to protect his children from this shit.
Facts. Yep. So the hell with you goddamn Democrats. I agree with Uncle Phil. If you're not registered, get registered so you can vote these clowns out of office. They got to go.
Exactly. Yeah, really. And the thing about the dump, he's telling you how he honestly feels.
Mm-hmm.
And I respect a motherfucker like that, telling me how he honestly feels, that he hates my black ass, that he wants to kill me because he can't beat me.
No, Shabaka. The dump said he loves the Black community. He said he's done more for Black people than since any president since Abraham Lincoln.
You want to know something? We're going to research that. And then on top of it, I have to respect the dump of where he did say, hey, you all built it. And from what I understand, that the dump is supposed to be getting ready to kick out some revenue on the reparations.
Yep. Like I said, Shabak, I've been saying this since 2019, 2020. The dump, I think he will cut the check for reparations just to shut us up. And just to shut us up and to spite the Democrats. Say, hey, you Democrats, y'all been in office all this time and y'all could have did this. Just like when he pardoned Jack Johnston, and he said that
exactly.
The previous
you would figure that the previous administration would have done this.
Yeah.
Jack Johnson a posthumous pardon for violation of the Mann Act. Now, the thing is about Donald Duck. Okay, Donald Duck, you state how you honestly feel. Okay, and I ain't mad at you, man. I ain't mad at you at all. I'd much rather that you and your people come up to my face and say, Shabaka, you are arrogant, black ass goddamn nigga. And then turn, said insult and say, bring your ass out here to this desert with me in 3 months, which will be June. And let's sit out here in the desert dump, right at your dump tower. You know what I'm saying? And we go sit out there. You know what I'm saying? But dump. You got to leave your sunscreen at home. And I'll sit out there in the sun and get even more enriched on my melanin.
Yep, you're right, Shabaka.
I ain't never had sunburn before in my goddamn life.
Like I said, I did one time and my whole face peeled from here all the way down to my nose.
Damn, where was you at, man?
I was in your state.
What time of the year?
July.
What time of the year?
July.
Oh, man. We got a wind chill of 120 degrees above zero at nighttime.
There's excessive heat warnings everywhere. That's all I see.
Oh,
and every
yes,
time I stepped outside, it was like stepping out into a blow dryer.
Okay, then you would need that shea butter, Brother Che.
Yeah, that's what.
And by the way, gentlemen's out there, have you ever seen a sister, man, rub herself in shea butter and bake out in the sun? Oh, my.
It's a beautiful sight. All right, moving along. We got Jasmine Crockett, Jasmine Ratchet.
Oh, God.
Let me find the cue.
So Dalton, Illinois got rid of the crooked ass mayor. Damn, I'm sorry to hear that. Damn, Madam Mayor, you should have came out here and gave me some of that damn money.
Oh yeah, Tiffany Henry. Yeah, she's gone. No more super mayor.
Damn.
Yeah, the voters got tired of her bullcrap. Shabaka, she's sitting up here embezzling money. She ran away with $10 million of the taxpayers' dollars.
That sounds right about Chicago land area. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, they got certain histories there.
Doing that type of shit.
Yeah, after all, it was the home of Al Capone for many years. You know what I mean?
It sure
That's
was.
what man told Dr. King when he decided to march in Marquette Park. He got hit upside the head with a rock, and Dr. King himself said, and this is an exact quote, "Out of all my years of living in the South, this is the most tragic, racist place that I've ever been."
Okay, so I'm gonna play the clip. Uncle Phil gonna give us the update again. Super Mayor defeated in a landslide. Representative Jasmine Crockett keeps poking the bear, and the folks shaking my head.
Twin Pyramids says no tether zone. Game over. Tethers.
No tether zones.
Like History Month promo. I'm so glad a lot of you joined in and took
baby, I'm
advantage.
right here.
Mario Cuomo, he's going to be the new mayor in New York. Fuck Eric
always be on
Adams.
the lookout for that. But hey, you don't have to just join with a sale. You know, you can do monthly, quarterly, or annual, or lifetime, whatever you choose to do, and it really goes to supporting the show.
Well,
and
Uncle
helping us
Phil,
create
we
new
need you to
shows
break some bread this way, man, because we sure have been promoting you a lot.
The app.
Well, he gave me 1 month free membership, Shabaka. He gave me a 1 month. Yeah, like a, yes, baby, they're right here. All right, hold on, Shabaka. I'm gonna play this clip. I gotta get these ice chips for Lady Che.
Okay.
About what? I guess two streams. I was trying. So originally, my little girl had a competition. Her first competition, state competition, and it was my first time, there where we was at, and they didn't have our rooms ready by the time we got there, because they said they'd be there at 5:00. So we were there at 5:00, then had the rooms ready, whatever. So I was like, man, I'm gonna miss that. Then the following day, when all the competition was going on, the time was just, I couldn't do it. So I said, you know what? But I got back in time, of course, do the Friday live stream. I got back early for that. So, everybody on the app, saw that. And my little girl placed second, in her division for the first time, second in the whole state. She'll be able to go to nationals, which I'm very happy about. With my little girl, I was very proud to see, some things that she's doing. And all of that. Boy, time go fast. I remember when she was first born. God, that time's passing by fast. And you look up some years later, she get grown. That time go like this with those children.
60,
and like you look
Uncle
up like,
Phil.
where has the time gone? So
yeah.
Shout out to all the kids.
Like
shout out to all the kids. Tonight we're gonna talk about the super mayor. Super mayor has been ousted from her position, which I knew it was going to happen. Super Mayor got ousted. And we're going to talk about your girl, Jasmine Crockett. She keep poking the bear. And, tonight, Jasmine, if you're listening, I'm going to give you some advice, because I just don't want you to let the Democrats get you caught up in something.
The advice I got to her,
the Democrats, prosperity. I know they're putting you up to a lot of things you're saying.
She need to come to Las Vegas and give me some of that goddamn.
They're putting you out there.
Investigation, Shabaka. She about to go.
Then we're gonna talk about the folks a little bit tonight. You know, them losing their jobs and all that. I think it's quite interesting. They losing their jobs.
Man, he's a crook too. Shit.
It's been an interesting thing to see. So we will get
Federal
into
investigation.
all of that tonight.
Then I mean, she just got to come up with more
few
bribe
more
money.
things that's going on. Like, I think if you look on the Instagram,
you ain't gonna come up with nothing.
Effie worked on a new commercial for the app. We had shot about 4 episodes of Slay Queen was shot the other day. So a lot of things are being produced. So that's a good thing. With your help, we're going to produce a whole lot more coming down the pipe. All right. I'm proud of it. So let's go on and get to your super mayor. Let's go ahead and get to her story first, because normally we start off with her on Monday, but we really gonna start off with her now. So let's go ahead and check your girl out. Hold on.
Mayor Tiffany Henyard yesterday predicted a landslide, but it went the other way. She has been under investigation by the FBI. The Board of Trustees hired Lori Lightfoot to look into the village's finances. Yet Henyard kept her confidence when she visited the polls. Jason House promised more transparency in Dalton and said that the results represent a new future for the village. But Henyard said, don't count her out.
If you don't win, what are you going to do?
I might run for something bigger. You never know. We're not going to talk about that till we get the results, but I am confident that I will have a landslide this evening. My residents do love me despite fake news not showing the good that I do in the community, because I do a ton of good, but y'all just painted me as bad news for 4 years.
All right. So Tiffany lost. Let me show you how bad Tiffany lost.
Lady, just say you're a crook.
Do this screen up. Now, this was the official tally. They had 17 precincts reporting, and Tiffany only got 12.1% of that vote. Jason House, he got 87.9%. But I want y'all to see something on that screen. Not the percentages, but I want you to look at the total number. Now, that's only 4,432 people that voted in that election. Now, let me check something out real quick as we stare at that screen. Hold on. There we go. Okay, so the city of Dalton has 20,410 people in it. Now, I don't know how many. Let me see. Hold on. I'm going to put registered. Hold on. Give me a second so I can tell y'all. Okay. Are they telling me about that? I'm trying to find out something real quick. Just give me a second. I think it helped me hit a point. Let me see something.
Why are you thinking, Uncle Phil? The woman is a goddamn crook. All the politicians in Illinois is a goddamn crook. You had 8 goddamn governors.
It's a city of a little bit more than 20,000 people.
Why is this woman any different?
And only 4,400 people or so came out to vote. Now, you know what? To say all that chaos that Tiffany was causing, that's kind of sad. That's sad in a way, because Dalton is, you could almost say, is a black city. And black folks don't want to come out and take care of their black city. Now, we know Tiffany was causing chaos. We all know. We know. So I didn't expect Tiffany to win. That's not what I expected. But man, like, y'all have to, it's time to sit it out. Trust me, it's a time to sit it out. Oh, yes, it is.
Oakland, California,
and then it's a time that we got to get our behinds up and go vote and participate in the process. It's a time for everything. And if we have a city, if we were controlling something, Dalton is a black city for the most part, right? Then black folks need to be participating in the elections. Black folks need to be participating in every aspect of that city. How many people that came up there screaming, yelling at Tiffany?
Why the fuck would I waste my goddamn time going out voting for one of these motherfucking crooks? They got to pay me. Don't make no sense. Fuck the bullshit.
It really don't make no sense. It should have been way more people came out to vote than that. I'm not talking about voting for Tiffany, but I'm just saying in general. Because this the way it works. If you don't go out there and vote in certain type of elections, other people will. And then you can't get mad if somebody has, something in place and advocating for them because they came out and vote, right? We don't know who all voted for Jason House. We don't know. There's some people voted for Tiffany, right? But still, I just think that number is sad. It really is sad. Once again, I understand why some Black people are apathetic to voting. I also get that too. But our local elections are more important than the national elections, right? Because at least our local elections and our Congress elections and our Senate elections is, one vote too. Versus that electoral college with the president. More Black folks are so involved in the presidential elections, but you're not involved in your local elections, which affects you a lot more. See, like Tiffany Henyard would affect you a lot more than Donald Trump or Kamala or whoever else that you wanted, right? She will affect you a lot more. Her administration with permits when you have a business or schools to the kids, property taxes, like all these different things, how businesses either stay in your community or leave your community. Your mayor, your city council trustees, whatever they want to call them, some cities like Chicago, aldermen, all these local people are going to affect you a lot more. So you need to be more involved locally. So Black people, we need to stop being politically lazy.
Motherfuckers ain't talking
especially
about
in our local
reparations, man.
And get our behinds out there and go
like spit on my ass and watch TV.
Out. I'm just saying. Because that's politically laziness to me. And I don't agree with political laziness.
Bro, I'm calling
Once
political
again,
bullshit.
it's
Motherfucker, you got to pay me.
Like with this Kamala situation.
Some
people set it out. And I get why. The Democrats haven't done anything for it on the national stage. They haven't. The Democrats have taken over the Congressional Black Caucus. Well, it's not even FBA. It's an immigrant caucus now. I mean, shoot, just look at all who threw that. Even the woman who running it, first generation immigrant. She's not even FBA. Yvette Clark. The last guy who was over it. Immigrant, first generation. So you don't even have a Congressional Black Caucus anymore. If you really want to call it that.
You ain't never heard.
So let's not be politically lazy. Locally, for sure. Especially well, it don't matter what city you live in, but especially a Black city. Don't be politically lazy. Let's maintain a Black city for what it is. If we got a Black city, let's maintain it and keep it Black. Because what happens is others are coming in that community and show up and vote, and you're wondering why the city changing all of a sudden. Because your behind sat at home and you didn't want and protect your local community
and I'll be sitting on my ass in the next goddamn election. Give me some motherfucking money.
We got to get out of that. Now let's move on here past Tiffany. Of course, we laughed at Tiffany. I want to see what Tiffany's next steps are. Tiffany's still being investigated by the feds, so they haven't went anywhere, right? They just subpoenaed her to saw her boyfriend. So they still digging into Tiffany. So just because she lost, don't mean it's over with. So that's that. I mean, that story just came down the wire with Tiffany. Now, let's get to your girl, Jasmine Crockett. Jasmine Crockett, like I said, it's all funny. And when she's trying to clap back at Marjorie Taylor Greene or Nancy Mace, okay, that's funny. But I was at the Democrats and put Jasmine Crockett up. They said, hey, Clyburn, you're done. Sit down. Hey, Maxine Waters. Hey, all y'all, people that know y'all, it's time for y'all to chill your nerves. We want Jasmine Crockett speaking. Okay, fine. So Jasmine Crockett is doing the sister girl thing and all of that. War, she gonna get you told. You understand what I'm saying? But I never hear her get anybody told about FBAs. Every time I listen to Jasmine Crockett, she's talking about everything else but FBAs. In her district in Texas, district number 30, there's a lot of Black folks in that district too. And I never hear her speaking about Black folks or Black issues. See, you can out and not say nothing. And Jasmine Crockett, from what I'm seeing, she's loud but don't say anything. And then when she is talking, she's talking nonsense, stupidity, and she's continuing to poke the bear. And we talk, who I'm talking about. She keep on doing that with Trump. Now, this dude came into the White House on some revenge and retribution. Okay? Revenge and retribution. If you know this dude is on that, why are you gonna keep messing with it?
Right.
I mean, like, do you really think that Trump won't try to get some charges on you? Waiting on you to say something so he can get some charges on you? Your girl AOC worried right now that she gonna be investigated for what she said to the migrants about how to evade ICE. She worried about it.
I have African blood, but I'm not black.
Well, maybe you should keep your mouth shut, right? But let's play your girl Jasmine Crockett real quick. I got 2 videos of Jasmine Crockett. Let's listen to this together. Jasmine, she's losing her mind. I'm gonna tell you. Let me show you why.
So, unfortunately, we have someone that is occupying the White House, and as far as I'm concerned, he is an enemy to the United States. He swore an oath just like the rest of us. But right now, when you are literally putting us at risk, all because of what? Because you want to convince your followers that you should be a dictator too, that you should never leave the White House because you don't believe that elections should take place. I don't really understand what is going on, and I don't know what it's going to take to get people to wake up.
All right, Jasmine. Jasmine says that Trump is the enemy of America. Now, in most countries, the parliament, you know,
this is why they got something called the goddamn impeachment. Introduce the articles of impeachment, bitch.
Or your prime minister or something like that, right? Usually, you know, you can disagree with them, but you don't say they are, president or prime minister, whoever. It's the enemy of the country. Jasmine Crockett has been propping up foreign nations over Americans. And that's about right for Democrats, because Democrats have prioritized foreign nationals over Americans, and for sure over FBAs in the last administration. They would give foreign nationals free place to stay, foreign nationals free food, EBT cards, secret job fairs. So that's about on point with the Democrat Party. They are a party that prioritized foreign nationals over the American citizens. But the question I have for Jasmine Crockett is this: why are you a congresswoman? Right. If you feel that way, why are you? Let me play something else she recently said on the Breakfast Club. Won't be long, but why should our congresswoman speak in this manner? Let me play this real quick. Won't take long.
You've been the one to call it out. The fact that I'm rooting for Canada and I'm rooting for Mexico a lot is really wild, but they are really the ones that are speaking truth to power right now.
Wake up and see
what exactly prosperity.
Okay. So I'm gonna play this again. So she said, you heard what she said. Let's play
You've
this again.
Been the one to call it out. The fact that I'm rooting for Canada and I'm rooting for Mexico a lot is really wild, but they are really the ones that are speaking truth to power right now.
Okay, Jasmine. So you're a sitting congresswoman. You're rooting for Ukraine. You're Zelensky. You had a problem with Trump said about to Zelensky's face. This dude, listen, I was ecstatic when I seen JD Vance and Trump go in on him. You know why I was ecstatic by seeing that? I'm so sick of that dude coming in this country with his hand out all the time.
Right.
He always coming in on my country. Oh, they doing this to me. And I'm like, so what?
Fuck
they gave it to Ukraine.
Go there and deal with Putin yourself, bro. Go talk to Europe about that.
Cut the goddamn checks.
We got people in our own country is suffering. It's dying in our own country every day. And they need help.
They gave the check.
Every time he come over here, he got his hand out and they giving him money and all that. But yeah, let an American, especially FBAs, talk about reparations.
And Gandhi
we can't get that.
Poverty is the worst form.
But he can come over here with his hand out, talking about my people and all. Look what's happening to them. Well, sir, you talking about your people? You got a lot of money. A lot of money. Your wife just got a Bugatti. It's been reported as of recently. Where that money come from, sir? You got all kind of houses all over Europe, and from what I heard in Florida too. Where all that money coming from, sir?
Right.
You always crying that you got your hand out, talking about your country and your people and all this other stuff, but you look like even what he was wearing.
You don't even have an
because I know men's clothes. Even what he was wearing was expensive. You see, why he looked like he dressed like he going to the gym or he going doing what? No, that dude's in expensive clothes. You just couldn't see it. I was looking at the threads. Oh yeah, I know. That dude is very rich.
That's quite an expensive suit.
He runs around with this pity party, victim mentality, crying about this. Oh, nice well, we need weapons. We need this. And oh, Putin is doing that. I don't care what Putin is doing.
Right.
Don't care. So when he came over here thinking he was going to talk any kind of way to Trump and them, I'm glad they let him do it. Oh, some people say like Jasmine. That was so embarrassing. Why was that embarrassing? Why? Because we don't have a bumbling idiot anymore as the president that actually could articulate themselves, and a vice president that actually could say something without laughing every 5 minutes and cackling like a hyena.
Yeah,
it's a total difference now. And people not liking. No, Zelensky didn't need to be told about himself. I enjoyed every bit of that.
Yeah, I got a kick out of it too.
He don't need to come his behind back over here. And he is ungrateful. All that money has been sent to him. All them weapons that have been sent to him. And he gonna come over here talking crazy?
So did.
That's like you helping somebody out constantly, giving them a bag, and then they gonna come in your house talking crazy. Like, man, what the hell what are you talking about, bro?
That's a nice watch you got on, Uncle Phil. How much you pay for that motherfucker? About $2,000.
You come over here talking crazy?
Yeah, he probably did. Nice I don't know.
But people like Jasmine Crockett, they're on his side. A foreign president, they're on this side. Jasmine Crockett is on the side of Canada and Mexico. Well, ma'am, why don't you take your happy behind, announce your citizenship?
We started that. We come a long way too.
Join Canada and Mexico and go be part of their parliament in Canada.
We've been on combined,
you can go to Mexico and be part of their government.
Yeah, combined. Yep.
Like, what kind of crap is that? Now you got Congress people speaking against. Listen, you may not even like your president, but you don't do that. That's especially as a congresswoman.
Right. Man, I didn't vote for that.
And you really think, Jasmine, people are going to support you by what you're doing? See, what's going to happen, Jasmine? You're going to keep poking the bear, keep poking the bear, keep poking the bear, keep poking the bear.
As opposed to this,
and then that dude will come after you. And then you're going to say, oh, you see, look, he coming after the black woman. You see? And that's not going to work. But you know why it's not going to work, Jasmine? You're not speaking for black people.
Right.
You're speaking for every other group but FBA.
That part, Uncle Phil.
So if Trump come after you, I ain't got nothing to sorry. I don't feel no sorry for you.
Yep, no pity. No.
Now, if you were fighting for black people and stood on business for black people, Jasmine, and Trump came after you for doing that, I'm gonna be right behind you. I'm gonna support you. But Jasmine Crockett does not support black folk. Nope. She is a corporate Democrat. That's what she is. She's just playing this sassy girl role.
Yeah.
For these Democrats. Because black people like, black people love that. So go out there, Jasmine, and you just go be a sister girl. You start cussing. Right. You start telling Elon Musk to F off and all these like black people love that.
Fuck Elon Musk.
We are not idiots. We're not idiots.
Those motherfuckers are goddamn bored. He ain't no motherfucking African.
They don't impress us. I'm so sick and tired of seeing some of these politicians thinking that you could just cuss and that just impress us. Like, what I don't understand, a lot of y'all have Ivy League degrees, or a lot of y'all got degrees. Yeah. You spend all that money for a degree, and you're using language like you're an idiot that you didn't go to no school.
Yeah.
You should be knowing how to tell a person F off in a eloquent way that make people think like, did they really kind of talk crazy to me? What did she just say? Yeah. That is the flex you're supposed to use with an education.
Well, that's like a motherfucker getting screwed without the benefit.
What's the point of getting educated and all you're doing is cussing?
Yeah.
You know, y'all, I never understood that.
I could talk very
people with PhDs cussing every 5 minutes. Like, what did you go to school for? What'd you go to college English for? If all you doing is cussing. Listen, I want y'all to know this. Y'all educated people, and I'm not talking about all, but y'all educated people is the reason why people don't respect college no more, don't respect any kind of higher learning, because what you try to do, instead of using your higher learning and speaking in a manner that is higher because you learn more, no, you want to be down at the bottom, I guess, to prove you're real, I guess. I don't know what it is. And so you want to cuss like everybody else. You want to go smoke the same weed like everybody else. You want to dress like everybody else. You want to get drunk like everybody else. You won't be at your level that you work hard to get to. No, you just want to be where everybody else is at. Feel that elitist? No. If you work to get a certain area, then you do that. Don't mean you got to treat people bad. But if you get to a certain level, then you help people at the bottom. You help them come up where you're at. Bring our people up. Why are you trying to come down? Bring them up with you.
Right.
So all of us can get to that level.
Now,
but we got people with PhDs cussing every 5 minutes. I'm like, bro, what's your degree at? Oh, well, shoot, I went to Harvard.
One cuss word.
Why every time I look up, you saying mother effer somewhere? Why? You don't know how to talk in a way that you're saying the same thing, but you're using it in a very eloquent way and make people think like, did they just really tell me off? Y'all, that's always been a pet peeve of mine.
Or they screw
like Bernetta say, educated fools. And Jasmine has a JD. She has it. But she just sounds like she don't have no education. That just annoys me. You spending all this money going into debt to come out there sounding like an idiot.
Well, look at your former vice president.
Yeah, them Ukrainians, Keisha.
I'm not going
you
to
remember
when
them Ukrainians, when them Africans, the Nigerians in particular, were students, excuse me, over there, and they was kicking the Nigerians off them trains. Y'all remember that?
Yep. I remember.
Oh, yeah, and in China.
Y'all remember
in China,
that the Nigerians
in Ukraine
was calling for FBAs. Y'all remember that? They put the Nigerians off the train, letting the Nigerians on the train. They were letting the dog on the train to get out of there when Putin started attacking they behind, and left the Nigerians to fend for themselves. Those same Ukrainians that Jasmine Crockett is defending. Them anti-black people. And the Nigerians were left out there to fend for themselves, young Nigerians. But this is the woman that sit up here defending Ukrainians. Man.
Yep, commie. Yep.
That's why I say that's why nobody take Democrats seriously.
Right.
They don't.
Shit, now we're going
like
back to the Joseph McCarthy era.
Make it worse. Like the more they talk, the more they make it worse for themselves.
They try to run a Manchurian candidate, and they
make it too easy for the Republicans to defeat them. To be honest with you, they're making it too easy.
Yeah, they are.
Now, there's a brother. Let me just make sure I get his name. Sheldon Daniels. He had a response to Jasmine Crockett. He's actually running against her in the election. He's a Republican. And we'll look into him here in a second. But let's play what his response was to Jasmine Crockett.
So Crash Out just called the president of the United States an enemy to this country. Why? Because he did what any strong leader would do. He demanded respect for the office and for the American people. So let's get one thing
Lord
straight.
have mercy.
President Trump didn't kick out Zelensky just to make a scene. He set a precedent. If you come to our house, our White House, you don't show up with demands. You show up with diplomacy.
Remember,
no more
White House.
No more begging. No more business as usual where American taxpayers foot the bill while foreign leaders call all the shots.
What?
The fact that Jasmine
What's those credentials not
is more offended by this than she is by billions of our tax dollars disappearing overseas tells you everything that you need to know about her priorities. She's not standing up for TX30. She's standing up for that same corrupt globalist agenda that's been draining this country and these people dry. If I were in Congress today, here's what I'd be focused on. Getting answers on where our money is going, demanding accountability, and making sure that American interests come first every single time. This is the time for nationalism. Jasmine would rather virtue signal on Twitter than actually do her job. She'd rather go on TV and talk than do her job. So no, our president is not an enemy to the country. The real threat is weak leadership, reckless spending. Politicians that put foreign governments like Mexico, Canada, Ukraine ahead of the interest of the American people. TX30 deserves better. America deserves better. Let's bring some common sense to Washington in 2026. I'm Sheldon Daniels. I'm the candidate who's going to take Jasmine Crockett out of Congress and send her back to the beauty salon where she belongs. Jasmine Crockett is for they, them. Sheldon Daniels is for you.
Shut him down.
All right, so that's the brother Sheldon Daniels. I just found out about that brother today. Actually, I said, let me go to his website. So let me check out. I wanted to see part of his website just so I can see. Let me see. Boom. All right, Sheldon Daniels right here, and they said that, he's a native North Texan. He said that he has, challenges and triumphs of everyday families, growing up in a single-parent household with his mom and younger sister. He learned the importance of perseverance in the community. His mother had him at 19. She worked tirelessly to provide for her children. They lived in government housing projects until they moved to their first home through HUD program. Talking about the early experiences. Now, he went to the University of Texas at Dallas. Then he got his law degree at TSU, HBCU, right here, the Thurgood Marshall School of Law. So he is an HBCU graduate. It says Sheldon. It says carries North Texas roots and values. It says with him in every step of the way. Then they say he's a husband and father. Say he, now Jasmine. The interesting part about Jasmine, she said that she's never been married and never got a proposal. I can see why with that mouth. Right. It says, as a proud husband and father, Sheldon understands the hopes and challenges faced by parents striving for a better future for their children. Yet as a Black father, Sheldon sees the unique challenges in combating the harmful narratives often perpetuated by the mainstream media entertainment industry. So he's tired of seeing Black youth encouraged to idolize a culture of drugs, violence, and criminality. It's a narrative that glorifies degeneracy instead of celebrating dignity, achievement, and empowerment. He believes Black communities must reclaim their stories and push back against harmful portrayals in music and film. He's right there, just as communities have done. So he committed to pressuring the entertainment industry to change these narratives for the sake of future generations. I wouldn't even care about pressuring the entertainment industry. I would say fund our own entertainment industry. We change the narrative. They say Sheldon also firmly is against attacks on the Black heterosexual nuclear family. Okay. And the degradation of traditional masculinity under the terms toxic masculinity.
Oh, thank you, sister.
Who's that? We froze. The screen froze up, people. Okay. All right, so we're waiting for our Denver office to come back on. And who knows, maybe they sabotaged this motherfucker tonight. I don't know shit. I'm just pissed off. Okay, all righty. I'm still in the studio. Okay, we're losing telemetry. And they're probably throwing a monkey wrench off into work or whatever because they don't like this truth. And we ain't saying it for nobody to like. Shit, that's the least of our concern. But we're going to get this truth out here, So we're going to, okay, I see Brother Che is back. You back with us, Brother Che?
Yeah, I'm back. Streamer was just acting stupid in the internet.
Okay, they probably throwing a monkey wrench in the goddamn works, man. I wouldn't be surprised in the least.
Make sure y'all check out the Champions Brew.
Yeah, check it out. Black-owned business. Black-owned business.
Support
I know the
Black
owner
businesses.
of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Support Black-owned businesses. Yeah. All right, let me finish the clip, Shabaka. Thanks for holding it down while we were having technical difficulties.
Yeah, Prosperity, they constantly shadow ban the truth, particularly when we speak the truth. You see? And with Trump, okay, while Brother Che,
and supporting masculinity, which we need in our community. And he's mentioning fathers. So that's his wife right there. As you can see, that's his kids he got on the website. That's him and his wife right there. As y'all can see, say he's an Army veteran. Say he was since 18 years old as a communication specialist. He says in that role, say he honed his technical expertise, discipline, and commitment to teamwork. His service gave him profound respect for the sacrifice required to defend freedom and shaped his understanding of leadership as service to others. These principles continue to guide him today, whether in his legal practice or his commitment to serving the people of North Texas.
Down there with
the brother right there. A family man, veteran. He's a lawyer as well, just as much as Jasmine is, right? They said that he became a criminal defense attorney.
Okay.
And so he also works as a small business consultant, helping entrepreneurs navigate challenges and achieving success. That's good. His career reflects on deep commitment to justice, accountability, empowerment individuals to overcome obstacles and thrive. Okay. So I guess he coaching with the kids down there, so this is the thing here. If I was in his district, in Jasmine's district, based off of some of the things I'm seeing, him and Mama right there, I would vote for him.
Yeah,
I would vote for him for the simple fact of he's promoting the traditional family, men to be men.
Good Marshall School of Law. Okay,
he got a good background, great family. Yeah, I'll vote for that. I am not for voting for people like Jasmine Crockett. Lord, no. So maybe it's our first time seeing this brother. But yeah. If you live in District 30, I would come out and vote for Sheldon Daniels. I would get Jasmine Crockett behind out of it. I don't like her mouth. I just don't like her mouth. Sorry, I don't. She talk a lot but say nothing.
No, Texas, Shabaki.
She talks a lot but say nothing, and she don't say nothing that I can even rock with.
I saw it one time.
Jasmine. Now let's talk about Jasmine. Jasmine sabotaged the campaign of Sean Theory here in Houston.
In rush hour traffic.
She was trying to rerun here in Houston as a state rep, and Jasmine Crockett came down and helped to sabotage her campaign with another candidate because Sean Theory has sided with the Republicans against allowing minors to go through gender reassignment treatment and surgeries. And because she did that as a Democrat, Jasmine Crockett came and used her bully pulpit, the little bit that she has, to sabotage another black woman's campaign because that black woman said that I am not for underage children doing life-altering surgeries or medication to themselves. Now, they get 18, they can do what they want. They're grown, but not children. And that's why Sean Theory lost her seat, and she left the Democrat Party and she joined the Republican Party because of that reason. Jasmine Crockett was a part of that, screwing over a black woman. So Jasmine Crockett is nothing but a tool for the Democrat Party. She's not for supporting black women. She's not for supporting FBA. Nope. She's about supporting foreign nationals. She's about supporting every other lifestyle except the traditional family. This is what you got with Jasmine Crockett. Y'all thought Kamala was the only one?
Nope.
No, she wasn't the only one. Jasmine too. And Jasmine, you're on my radar now, Jasmine. Now I'm about to watch everything you do and say. Just like I was on Kamala, just think I'm about to get back on you. Think I'm gonna probably be on you now. Watching every word you say, just to dissect it. Because it seems like you're the new Democrat spokeswoman. So y'all already know how I feel about the Democrats on a good day.
Right.
The Democrats don't promote nothing good to my community. So it's my job to stand against them. Every bit of it, and you know good and well I will do that day in and day out against the Democrats. I know I'll do it. I have fun doing it.
That is a nice cut.
I have a lot of fun doing that. Keisha say you'll vote for him if you was in that district. Yeah, I know I would vote for him. So if anybody in District 30, get like brother say, send her back to the beauty salon. That's a good place for her.
Yellow.
Shoot. Now,
you stupid crazy.
Oh, you say you were done when she said we didn't need no $5,000? Yeah. That woman crazy. That woman is a
Crack
fool.
Netter says Uncle Felito,
like
the Republican
I did the part of Eric Mays to say, "What a fool." That's now. Let me show y'all something else. The folks here. Now the folks.
You right about that.
You know, they be losing their job. You know what I've been noticing about Trump? Trump been on the warpath with white people.
On the warpath.
Have y'all noticed that?
Boom, boom.
He been getting at the Europeans. He been getting at Canada.
Mm-hmm.
He's been on a warpath. And I'm like, hey, Trump will do that. Hey, he ain't messing with FBAs. That's how I feel about it. I'm like, man, let Trump do what he do.
She said,
you know, now they talking about them tariffs going in.
Man, the motherfuckers are goddamn 33 count convicted.
We have a premier by the name of Doug Ford over there in Ontario talking about, well, if he put in the tariffs on us, we're going to cut the power on the states that we provide power to. I think like it's New York. I think it's Michigan. I think Minnesota. Well, first and foremost, that was the dumbest thing ever for the United States to do. You don't depend on a foreign country to provide no power anywhere. Listen, you can say what you want to say about the power grid in Texas, but no foreign country can cut us off. Here in Texas, we have our own grid. We're not connected to nobody. That's first and foremost.
That's very true.
But I say, if he let him cut the power, go ahead. I want to see how Trump responds to it. I want to see. Now, from what I'm hearing, you Sister Emma saying this, she said that Doug Ford is a lot of mouth. She said, but she don't think he's going to do anything. You know, Emma's out there in Canada. But let's see what happens. Let's see what happens.
Hey, we got Twin in the building. Shout out to Twin. Twin's back.
But the folks been losing their jobs left and right with Trump. All the folks have been crying. And I'm like, now y'all black people have felt for a very long time. You see what happens when you lose a job and it wasn't because you were being lazy?
You're right about that, Crack Netter.
You see how it happens. So you see how it feels when you walk into your job on Monday and you just get fired out the blue and you know you didn't do nothing wrong. And now you got to scramble so you can pay your bills. Do you see how that feels now? It don't feel good, dude.
Texas is
it don't feel good at all. I know it don't feel good.
Yeah, it was when
and black people
because it used to be the
about that for a long time, and y'all didn't care.
Revolution.
And
I get it because you
don't care about yourself.
David Crockett,
so
who got wiped
sometimes
out.
life have a way of teaching you a lesson about how other people feel.
Yeah,
and this is kind of like what y'all going through right now. And Lord, let me show y'all some video.
And Texas was still
a lot of people from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration has been getting their jobs cut too. Now they try to call themselves protesting. Y'all brace yourself.
Yeah, he's off the road. Okay,
brace yourself.
Oh, good, that's good. And hopefully you're getting some rest, brother.
Fighting for the cause.
Oh my God.
Yeah, okay. Twin said he's getting some rest. That's good. Yeah, Twin, they driving these semis crazy in the motherfucker up here, man. Hey, let me ask you a question, Twin. How do you feel about a set of triples, man? California banned
let me play this torturous. Oh my God, they mess up everything. Lord Jesus, they mess up everything. Oh, let me start it over again. I just have to do it.
Fighting for the climate.
Boy, you motherfuckers need some voice lessons. Boy, you all sound dull as fuck.
Oh God, why? Do you see what happens when we're not around? This is why nobody paying attention to y'all. Like, why would they?
Right.
Like you, somebody listening to that, like, oh my God. I mean, I can watch paint dries to be more interesting than that.
Right.
Like, my Lord. When black people sing, we got soul.
Prosperity. Thank you.
We got the soul. We got the juice when we sing. And we got the moral capital to back it up.
I don't know what the hell.
See, when y'all been doing these things to FBA for a very long time,
I much rather listen to grocery store music than that bullshit. Prosperity, good chatting with you.
Now you starting to experience it. Like I say, with Trump, they're going to go through it. These 4 years of Trump, they are going to go through it. And I'm telling you, by the end of 4 years, you're going to see them so disheveled and don't even know what to do. After these 4 years of Trump, we're gonna be fine.
And
We
prosperity,
were like,
let
man,
us
Trump
know
is
when it's a
awesome.
good time for
I'm
you
telling you,
to come on
Trump
there with us.
has been a blessing to the
well, it won't
world.
be too late for you.
And he ain't been in there not even a year yet.
She can come on tomorrow to Shabaka's Black Experience in hand.
I'm telling you, man,
Okay.
Trump has been a blessing.
That's the grand
Trump is
rising,
literally
right?
tearing down
I'm so fucked up
their
off these meds, man.
systems.
I don't even know what damn day of the
Trump
week
is rearranging everything, man. Oh boy, I just
Okay.
how you could be
Noted.
excited about what Trump is doing? You know why I can be
Tomorrow's
excited?
Fat Tuesday,
Because
Crockett.
when the system,
Or
the
today
status
is Fat
quo
Tuesday.
is in place, the status quo
Okay.
keeps me at the bottom as a FBA. It keeps us at the bottom
Chuck
and
Marginal.
everybody else at the top.
Yeah.
Why not would I not support Trump and him tearing everything down? Why not? Maybe it may work out better for us as FBAs in the end when he done.
Twin,
Good.
late 70s,
Like
early
he said,
80s.
we ain't got nothing to lose. Listen, when you're at the bottom, you have nothing to lose. All you can do is go up when you're at the bottom.
Let's hear that. Right?
Look how the Democrats treated us all these years. The Democrats made sure to keep us at the bottom. They give you symbolism like Jasmine Crockett. See, we got a black person as your representation. See, she's a sister girl, just like you guys like. And she makes sure to never prioritize FBAs. She's there to help them keep us at the bottom. That's what she's there for. Hakeem Jeffries, he's there to keep FBAs at the bottom.
Man, fuck Hakeem Jeffries. He's disgusting.
All those black politicians, they're there to keep us at the bottom. They're not there to advocate for us, to fight for reparations, to talk about an anti-black hate crime bill. They're not there to defend us. They're not there to say, hey, you know, if you don't do nothing for black people in this bill, none of us are voting. When have you ever heard the CBC say that? We're not voting in this bill at all until you put something in here for FBAs.
Never.
You never hear them say that. Never.
Man, that's why I quit voting, man. I voted for 40 goddamn years.
Because the CBC has been compromised.
Bullshit.
That's why. They're focused on Democrat than
Vote
black
for
people.
me, I'll set you free. Send me to Congress and I'll introduce
Makes
the
sense?
goddamn articles of impeachment.
You're right. We don't have nothing to lose. We have nothing to lose.
The first
and
count
everything
of
to
my
gain.
impeachment, if I
We at
was
the
in
bottom.
Congress, is
You can't get
how
no
the
lower
fuck
than
you gonna
the
have a
opposition.
33 count
So
convicted
all we can
felon
do is
be
go
the
nothing
goddamn
but up.
chief executive.
That's it. So let Trump do what he do. Oh, you saw the stock
Let Trump
market?
do the
Yeah,
motherfucker belongs
and?
in goddamn jail. He deserves to go
what about the
right
prices?
straight
At the
to
bottom.
As
As black people, we got to feed our families no matter what the price is.
Yeah,
but you know, we always figure it out.
Yeah.
We're not subjected to their economy or their stock market or anything. We do what we got to do. We always have. Trust me, if anybody gonna be all right in this economy, I don't care. Well, he may cause a recession.
I don't like him.
And we went through a recession with Bush too.
Stash with Trump, man.
And guess
you
what?
Know what I'm
FBAs
saying?
did just fine in a recession.
Take Hunter Biden's stash too.
Because when the economy is good, guess who's at the bottom? FBAs. When the economy is just roaring, we're at the bottom. Collectively.
We at the bottom when the economy is good. We at the bottom.
So let
when
him
the
shake it
economy
up. Let's
is
see what
no
happens.
Goddamn good. We got to do for ourselves. We could start our own goddamn businesses, particularly since
If
they
you
got
want to give
rid of that
$5,000, I'll take it.
We need.
If that happens, I'll gladly take it. Pretty sure a lot of you will take it. Because Jasmine Crockett said they're not in the business of giving money out. That's what she said. When people don't have a job, let me make sure I add that part. She said, y'all don't quote everything I said.
Upon billions
well, when people don't have a job, $5,000 do very good for them.
Name is.
Yeah.
Jasmine running around here like a sassy mammy. Oh yeah, I'm gonna say it. She's acting like a sassy mammy for the Democrats.
Yep.
Because she don't fight nothing for black people. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on the night on the stream. We greatly appreciate it. Make sure you click the like button. Make sure you click the subscribe button. Download the African Diaspora News Channel app.
Make sure y'all do the
Apple Store. Of course, we always say we like to get 10 people to sign up.
For the championsbrew.com. Click them buttons.
Yep, click them buttons.
Tired of you motherfuckers coming up on our goddamn platform pushing your shit and don't say a goddamn thing about it.
Shabaka, it's not them coming on our platform. It's me sharing their videos
and them promoting their stuff on their show. I'm just sharing their videos that they do because I'm signal boosting for the new Black media. That's all that is.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. All righty.
Trump is here to wreck the country
with the Antichrist Elon
under the direction of
Larry Fink. Oops. Now who the fuck is Larry Fink?
He's the billionaire. I think that's behind this shit.
That's bagging these motherfuckers, huh? Okay.
Yeah. Shout out to Uncle Phil. So thank you, Uncle Phil, for this update on the super mayor being voted out, Tiffany Henry of Dalton, Illinois, and Jasmine Crockett. And them folks.
I wish the fuck she would have came to Las Vegas and gave me some of that goddamn bribe money.
Right.
Shit. I'll take that crooked ass money, man, and we would have this motherfucker like CBS.
Yeah, that would be nice. My bad. All right, Shabaka. So what are your thoughts on it? Well, you already gave your
put it in a nutshell, brother Che. It's crazy. It's insanity. Motherfuckers is banging their head up against a goddamn wall, man, expecting a different fucking result. And how more goddamn insane can you be than that? You got this crooked motherfucker, 33-count convicted felon that deserves to go right straight to fucking jail.
Shout out to Phil
the reparations check.
Oh my God, crack that, y'all stupid. Phil's Taco Rama.
And tell you what, they give us the goddamn reparations check. Tell you what the fuck I do for Trump. Hey, Trump, if you're listening, okay, cut the goddamn check for the reparations, motherfucker. And I will get up here and I will support you on this platform with your crooked ass. You're a crook. I understand. You know what I'm saying? America was built on crookedness and antebellum. And insanity and brutalization.
Yeah, it sure was.
Hey.
All right, so moving along, we got Officer Eric Adams.
Officer Eric Adams. Eric Adams, you ain't got a chance in hell. You might as well go on and resign as the goddamn mayor. Don't even enter the election. Andrew Cuomo is gonna get it. Okay? How's he not gonna? Shabaka's turned up. He's ready to whoop out the landlord. Could you specify, sir?
He's saying Shabaka's turned up. He's ready to whoop the landlord. I think that's what he meant to say.
Oh, not at 65 years old with this bad back and shit. I'm fucked up.
You still got some fight left in you, Shabaka.
Yeah, if I can work this goddamn stick, I got to go get me some ironwood, man. You know what I'm saying? You know. Oh,
all right,
boy.
Professor Black Truth is going to give us an update on Officer Eric Adams. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun.
Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah.
So Officer Eric Adams attacked Negroes, and is Joy Taylor fired? Interesting.
Who the hell is Joy Taylor?
She was, I guess she was on TV.
If you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a share on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now, the Sunday address. Before we get to the subject of this Sunday evening address, I wanted to go ahead and say a few words about a woman named Joy. No, not Joy Reid. Joy Taylor, this other white media bootlick at another network. Now, has anyone seen Joy Taylor recently? No. She's supposed to be on Fox Sports 1, but you didn't see her all this week. She missed 4 straight days there hosting that show Speak. Now, I could care less about sports or gossip, but it is revealing that we got all of these Negroes who the white media is shoving out the airlock first chance they get. And as we all know, nothing happens in a vacuum under white supremacy, especially not with their media, which happens to be their primary government. Joy Taylor's absence, of course, was not to be missed. She's the only female on that panel. And, of course, there is a pending lawsuit against her. And that being the case, with MSNBC having unceremoniously fired Joy Reid this only a couple of months after having renewed her contract and purging most of their non-white staff, this has fueled speculation that Fox Sports has now decided to throw Joy Taylor out the door as well. None of Joy Taylor's co-hosts on that show are saying anything. Emmanuel Acho, who normally suffers from perpetual diarrhea of the mouth, he isn't saying anything either. Odd from him. And not even Joy Taylor herself has said anything about why she's not there, though she did take out some time on Saturday to post some photos of herself on Instagram with her back turned to the camera. I guess she wants to show her best assets. About the only thing missing from her insipid little like post were the words, "be outside." That's the only thing that she didn't put on there. But again, with all of this speculation about whether or not she's been fired or whether or not there's some sort of announcement of her termination that may be pending, her silence is deafening, as is that of her co-workers and colleagues, whether or not they're former. But I just find it very interesting that Emmanuel Acho, who normally can't keep his mouth shut, he's not saying anything now. And that's important because clowns like him will be the main ones basically saying that just because you work for one of Rupert Murdoch's propaganda mills, why? They don't have you shut up. They can go ahead and say what you want to speak. You're free to speak. They ain't speaking now, are they? Times like this, Joy Taylor could sure use some friends, but then again, these bootlegs, they all think that they're too cool for school. They all apparently attend the Stephen A. Smith School of Dealing with White Media, which is you just go ahead and bow and scrape and buck dance as much as you can. That's the problem. When you choose to play the white media's game, there's no place for friends. For these guys, the game is personal advantage. Emmanuel Acho should have been the first one to at least say something on Joy Taylor's behalf, don't you think? You would think that since you work with this woman for a few years, that there would be some sort of public expression of support, if nothing more than, oh, my sympathy to Joy Taylor at this difficult time. Yeah, except he don't want to talk about her at all, does he? He should have been, but he ain't saying nothing. He knows what his job is. To be the buck dancing faux hip athlete on the panel, but mostly what he does is to imitate foundational Black Americans, and he does it all with this awkward slap happy grin on his face, performing for mass. He knows what his job is, and now that the talentless excuse for a sex pot is looking like she's on her way out, Acho's no doubt wondering how long until he gets his walking papers. And while Acho is not being sued, his name was mentioned in the lawsuit, with the plaintiff alleging that he and Joy Taylor have been sleeping around as a way to further her career. The implication being that Taylor and Acho's careers are somehow linked. And regardless of whether these allegations are true or not, it is true that if the management at Fox Sports has gotten tired of looking at Acho, and who could blame them, then they might decide to make it a 2-for-1 sale and fire them both. If I were Acho, I'd be nervous. No matter how much you buck dance, bow, scrape, and shuffle your feet to massa, the story always ends the same way. But the whole thing is just so torrid and lurid and tawdry. It's all just so low rent. It's just typical of what you would expect from the white media. It's just a matter of if you work for one of these white media organizations, this is the kind of sewer that you could very well be stepping into. Yeah. And that's the problem. You don't have anybody stepping forward going, that kind of thing would never happen here. Instead, it's a matter of, well, you just don't talk about these things. This is the business. You can't expect for it to all be sunshine and rainbows. But the point is, it doesn't matter if you work for one of Rupert Murdoch's propaganda mills or if you work for the so-called leftist liberal cable news station. It's always the same treatment, the same lack of respect, the same disdain. And if you're Black, you can bet you're going to be the first one shown the door. Because it's no accident that they're naming Joy Taylor of all people. There's no real news to this. Okay, she hasn't been on the air in a few days. That is noteworthy. But beyond that, not much to say, especially because she posted some photographs on Saturday. So there's no need to put out an APB for her. She showed that she was in Miami or wherever. My question would be, what about Skip Bayless? Because he was the main person that the lawsuit's about. And he's the one that they've made the most allegations towards. They've made the harshest accusations towards him. And why is it that we're not hearing anything about the accusations against former Fox Sports one head Charlie Dixon? He was supposed to be the one running the whole organization. Instead, he's the one that we heard the least about. We know what the reason for that is because after the whole Me Too thing, when you had all of these white male media executives who are getting exposed, who are getting called out, that being the case, they decided right then and there, no, we're not going to let that happen again. We're not going to let anybody sit here and shame us or maneuver us into some sort of self-purging. From now on, if they mention us, we're just going to go ahead and memory hole it and bury it immediately and find ourselves some black person to make into the face of the scandal. And that's what's happened with Joy Taylor. Out of the 3 people named as primary defendants in the suit, Joy Taylor is the one with the least serious allegations against her. And yet, every time we look up, we see the white media going out of their way to make sure that they mention her first. I'm not giving sympathy to her.
Man,
when you dance with the devil, you can't be surprised when the devil doesn't change. Just keep in mind, for anyone here who might be aspiring to work in the white media, you better make sure you watch yourself, or better yet, watch them. If you decide to play their game, just keep in mind, no matter how clever you may think you are, these bootlicks are always telling themselves that they've somehow figured white supremacy out. They've figured out how to navigate their way around the system. And yet, in the end, they always wind up getting played.
Yeah.
And that brings us to the subject of this evening's address, Officer Eric Adams of the NYPD. His Honor, the boss, who also moonlights as the city's mayor, is facing an uphill battle. He's got a lot of folks against him, including the white media that you would have thought loved this man's stinking drawers.
When you go up to Los Angeles, you're very familiar with that song. Hell,
but the worm is turned. Apparently, they've gotten all the use they think they can get out of this bootleg. So it's time to go ahead and throw him down the toilet. And who are they going to replace him with? Somebody who, at least on paper, has a record far more odious than Officer Eric
for this motherfucker.
Andrew Cuomo of the Cuomo family dynasty has officially entered the mayor's race to replace Eric Adams, which surprises no one. The white media went overboard trying to manufacture an air of inevitability about his candidacy and an even greater air of inevitability about his chances of winning. He's basically been coronated in all but name, and that's deliberate. Obviously, the powers that be want Eric Adams out. He's expended his usefulness, and like all tools, when they're done with them, it's time to break him. Now, if all of this support, though, for Andrew Cuomo was genuine, then he would have already joined the race and wouldn't have taken this long to make up his mind. At last report, Andrew Cuomo and his friends have formed a super PAC to support him. I guess he still has plenty of campaign cash left over from his own time as governor, and his pals are putting together a PAC to raise at least $15 million for his race. This is New York we're talking about here, so the bankers and the denizens of the Upper West Side, for them, that's just walking around money. He's going to have a hell of a lot more than that in record time. But for those of you who are writing Officer Eric Adams' political epitaph, I would put a small asterisk besides that. Now, of course, I don't like Officer Eric Adams of the NYPD any more than you do. But we are talking political analyses here, and here's my 2 bits about it. There's been a lot of polls published by the white media that are all out to cement the idea in the public mind that nobody likes Eric Adams at all. He doesn't have a snowball's chance in hell. They want to make sure that every poll that you see shows him at least in 3rd place. Some of them show him farther behind than that. But one of the things that you want to keep in mind about a number of these polls that the white media likes to report on and repeat is that a lot of these polls are put out or commissioned by political organizations, by lobbying groups. They're not actually put out by professional polling organizations or universities or what have you. Individuals who in many cases have a vested interest in who wins these political races. And yet the white media will report on the polls that these as if somehow that gives them legitimacy. Just keep that in mind. It's totally understandable that Eric Adams would be unpopular, but Officer Eric Adams' true standing with the public may not be quite as bad as the white media is making it out to be. A lot of this stuff seems designed and tailor-made to drive up his negatives. And as I told you a week or so ago, the Republicans are getting on board to support Cuomo of all people. You would think that they would be saying, well, maybe we need a Republican. See, the failure of New York City proves why you need a Republican. Instead, they're going, no, we'll go ahead and put it with Andrew Cuomo. They're getting on board for him. And on top of that, they're also downplaying all of the Me Too stuff about him. Remember, the reason that Andrew Cuomo is not governor right now is because he got Me Too'd.
Yeah.
And that being the case, you think the Republicans would be the ones to bring that up, but they're not. Just like the so-called leftist white media, they're not bringing that up either. And this is exactly what I told you was going to happen. I told you that when it comes to Andrew Cuomo, they're so desirous to make sure that this guy has every advantage possible. They're just going to keep 6 and memory hole most of that stuff about Me Too. Sure, they'll bring it up once or twice to cover their own butts so that nobody can say they didn't bring it up at all. But for the most part, as far as they're concerned, they're downplaying that. And one of the things they're going to repeat is, well, people have really moved on from that. Even the Republicans are going to be taking that line. And if you doubt that, then just listen to the wrinkled racist raisin Shill O'Reilly.
Oh, my God.
Cuomo has a mandate.
Oh, man.
Rehabilitating his image.
Motherfucker, go take you some goddamn Geritol, man, and retire, you old bastard.
Right.
I've been listening to your bullshit for 20 goddamn years. Too fucking
but I don't
long,
think it's going to be a
man.
campaign issue.
You're
at
full
all.
of shit, Bill O'Reilly.
The
I
nursing
said it.
home COVID big. He's going to have to apologize for that. And signing the no bail stuff, ridiculous, absurd, and he's going to have to apologize for that.
So there you have it. Even some of the main right-wing professional pipe bomb throwers are saying, well, that whole Me Too thing, that was much ado about nothing. Does anyone really care about that? There are far greater things to dislike him for than that. Yeah. So far as they're concerned, we're not going to go ahead and tarnish this guy. Not to that extent. We'll go ahead and mention it just to cover ourselves, but we're not going in on him about that. That's how you know the fix is in. Now, again, for the slow folks and the people who just don't listen so well, this is not any sort of endorsement or any sort of sympathy for Officer Eric Adams of the NYPD. He's getting kicked around and he deserves it. This is the guy who came into office telling black people, what about black on black crime? Well, these days here, now he's worried about the white media on black crime. That's what he's concerned about. That is, whenever he's not complaining and talking about these Negroes here, these Negroes who are talking against me, they do not know what they do. He's actually comparing himself to Jesus Christ. This guy is coming apart at the seams. And while it is good that Officer Eric Adams of the NYPD is getting a kicking, the reality happens to be Andrew Cuomo is not looking to do anything for black people in New York City any more than he did for black people when he was governor of the state. Black media took that guy on directly in his home precisely because of the fact that he wasn't doing anything for black people. He was protecting the police, refusing to do anything about qualified immunity. That's the problem. Andrew Cuomo is showing everybody that he is just the same old slightly sanitized anti-black bigot that Kamala Harris is and all the rest of them. They'll sit there and pretend as if they got some sympathy for black people. But when you look at their actions, look at the political stances they take, look at who they make sure money gets put into the hands of, it's always going to be interests that are against black empowerment, that are against black safety, that are against black lives. So unfortunately for black New Yorkers, there's really nobody to vote for. There's nobody who's even remotely putting forward our interests. And that's the whole problem. It is not enough merely that Officer Eric Adams of the NYPD be sent packing. But there's got to be somebody put in the mayor's office who's actually going to represent our interests. Now, this kind of thing, this kind of political tectonic shift begins from the bottom up, like an earthquake. Earthquakes don't start from the sky down. They start from beneath your feet, deep beneath your feet, where nobody even notices it. But by the time an earthquake has reached full strength, it's strong enough to shake a city to the ground. This is the kind of power that black empowerment has to seek. This is the kind of power that we should seek because this is the kind of power that we require. The first step has been to disengage from a political process that wasn't offering us anything to begin with. But what needs to be said is that no matter who the world is sitting in these offices of power, if these were not individuals that we selected and we vetted, they would still be unacceptable. Sure, if somebody comes along and says the right things, even makes a move or two that we're in favor of, that's all well and good. But it's not enough to simply have somebody who comes along and basically will bend the knee. We need individuals who are dyed in the wool, rock-ribbed, steel-spined, black empowerment zealots. And you don't get that by choosing from the Democrat or the Republican Party's hand-picked slate of candidates and tools. You only get solid individuals like that because you got hardcore ideologues that you gave rise to. This is the inevitable path that black empowerment must take. The highest form of political influence is not when you're able to take your enemies and take some of these people who pretend to be your allies and bend them, if not break them to your will. That's not the highest form of political power. The highest form of political power is when you've made them irrelevant and you no longer have to bend them, break them, or even deal with them because you've put yourself in a position where you're the one who calls the shots. This is where we have to go with this. Now, it's taken a long while for us to get to this point. We still have many difficult years ahead of us, but we have to make sure that the goal is the right one. The Democrats and Republicans alike, once they see that black people are serious this time, expect for them to bring in a bunch of puppets and suckers who are going to be calling themselves talking a little bit, very little like us. Why, some of them might even bring up the word reparations, but as I told you a decade ago, these people were going to try to find a way to redefine reparations, to make it into something that has nothing to do with cash whatsoever, because they know where this is supposed to go. And this is one of white supremacy's favorite tactics. If they feel that they've lost the argument on its merits, that they've lost the arguments as far as the terms of the debate, then what they will try to do is to redefine those terms so that hopefully they can win it. But that only occurs if we allow it. We have to give maximum pushback across the board. Right. It's not easy. It's not going to be quick, but it is necessary. And as for Officer Eric Adams of the NYPD, I get more than a kick out of the fact that this guy is frustrated that what he thought was going to be his black support has evaporated on him. Yeah, those fools who might have been part of his Kiss Butt chorus a few years back, apparently some of those folks are MIA, or some of them have actually started speaking against him. Yeah, that's how it always works with these clowns. There's no honor among sleaze. Of course they were going to be turning on him. All of these guys are a bunch of self-interested bootlicks. They do nothing but dirtbag behavior. They spit in the black community's face. Of course they're going to be sitting there waiting to plunge the knife into one another's backs, because for the bootlicks, there aren't many seats that white supremacy has for them. So that being the case, of course they're going to want to throw him overboard and think that they can get his spot. It's the same thing that we see from the bootlicks in the white media. Every time a Joke Reed or a Roly-Poly Martin or a Don Lemonade gets shown the door, you can bet that there's a Simone Mammy Sanders or a Corinne Stank Pierre or some other fool who is desperately hoping that they will get that slot. Yeah. All of them thinking to themselves, just like Joy Taylor and others, just like Emmanuel Acho, all of them playing the exact same game, and all of them ending up the exact same way. Losers. And let that stand as a lesson to you. If you ever get to the point that you start being a little bit envious or covetous of what you think is the success, quote unquote, of these bootlicks, that at the very least, they've won some sort of butt-kissing lottery and that maybe you're tempted to play the game, you better not be. Because the only reason that white supremacy may seem to have a spot or two open for a new tool is because they just got through breaking the old one.
Yep. Exactly.
Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Ronald Waits, Kwanzaa JV, Ikegas Dorset, Snaps Bell, and Leonard Cottingham. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Right.
And Professor Black Truth, if you hear us,
right,
man, you know, please mention. Oh, yeah, the minister.
He's not going to mention us unless we donate to his Cash App or PayPal.
Yeah.
All right. What are your thoughts on what the professor just laid out about Officer Eric Adams? Dun, 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 dun.
Everything, yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Yep. Once again, the professor spoke undisputed truth, and to argue with undisputed truth, you'll be nothing more than a fucking idiot, and I'm not an idiot. So Officer Eric Adams, you know, with his old bobblehead, look like him and Al Sharpton are related in the level of ignorance and self-hatred. Let that motherfucker walk the concrete like the rest of them, man.
Yeah.
Let his ass walk the goddamn concrete. And general population, oh, well, we got to punk city him up. You know, he's a former that. Don't every motherfucker out there know that everybody's life is in danger when you're in jail?
Yep.
Everybody's life is in danger when you're in jail. Look at the brother that they killed in jail.
Yeah, Robert Brooks. Brooks Jones.
Yeah. And they beat that man to death. That's murder in the first degree, special circumstance they ass, and all them goddamn cops that did that to that man deserve to go right straight to the fucking hot seat. And that was definitely murder in the first degree, because after they hit him the first time, then they hit him the second and third time. That's intent.
Yep. All that was intent.
Yeah. So that's murder in the first. But then again, I do not know the judicial proceedings and procedures in the great state of New York. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully those sons of bitches are getting exactly what the fuck they deserve for murdering that man.
Alrighty.
That man had a family. That man had people that cared about him. You know what I mean? And of course our hearts go out to his family, just like our hearts go out to the remaining family of Sister Roberta Flack. Although she was 88, full life, she was laid to rest today. Her big hits compared to what that she did with Les McCann, and also to Let me see. The first time ever I saw your face in a movie, Play Misty for Me. And twin, if you want to get you a good laugh, man, go see that movie called Play Misty for Me, man. I ain't gonna tell you about it. And Jessica Walter deserved the Oscar for that part that she played in Play Misty for Me. I think she was nominated for it, but I don't think she picked it up. But she should have gotten it.
Yeah, she should have gotten it. Okay, Shabaka, I'm gonna move us to the next topic, and that is Malcolm X. Shout out to the X-Men.
All right. And this is gonna be my last episode or last segment, Brother Che, to save data for our upcoming other show.
Okay, Shabaka. All right,
because you know, man, it happened too many times where the damn data kill, man. You know what I mean?
Did you refill the card, or you still got to do that?
Okay, I got the card, but I haven't refilled it yet.
Okay.
And generally, they send me an alert to let me know when it's time to refill it, and I'll do it on that. Because see, what the no good punk ass motherfuckers that do. Let's say if I refilled it today, right? Oh, well, you forfeited, you know, the remaining balance you got on the previous card, and it starts like that. Man, they so full of shit. That's these offshore motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying?
All right, so Malcolm X is gonna give us an update on the uncomfortable truth about blacks in America.
Yes, sir. And this is him speaking at UC Berkeley, I believe.
Back in 1962.
Yes, sir.
There will come a time when black people wake up and become intellectually independent enough to think for themselves, as other humans are intellectually independent enough to think for themselves. Then the black man will think like a black man, and he will feel for other black people. And this new thinking and feeling will cause black people to stick together. And then at that point, you'll have a situation where when you attack one black man, you are attacking all black men. And this type of black thinking will cause all black people to stick together. And this type of thinking also will bring an end to the brutality inflicted upon black people by white people. And it is the only thing that will bring an end to it. No federal court, state court, or city court will bring an end to it. It's something that the black man has to bring an end to himself.
The quest for racial equality in America has always been characterized by bloodshed and structural injustice. From the transatlantic slave trade to the current day, African Americans have encountered numerous obstacles to full freedom and equality. What would happen if Black Americans united forces and demanded change on their terms? This is the central question of our debate today, as we delve into Malcolm X's compelling beliefs. Malcolm X encourages us to confront the ugly facts of racism in America and envision a better future in which Black Americans can think, feel, and act for themselves without fear of violence or retaliation. He argues that true liberation will only come when Black Americans can break free from the shackles of internalized oppression and forge their path, driven by their interests and aspirations. Malcolm X stated that Muslims who follow the Honorable Elijah Muhammad have never bombed churches or murdered children, and have not been guilty of initiating aggressive acts of violence. He said that the accusation of violence against Muslims stems from a guilt complex that exists in the minds of many white people, who are aware of the brutal treatment of Negroes by whites throughout history.
The charge of violence against us actually stems from the guilt complex that exists in the conscious and subconscious minds of most white people in this country. They know that they've been violent in their brutality against Negroes.
And here's a man
and
with
they
no
feel
formal
that
education
someday the
from a
Negroes are going to wake up
university who had
and
lectured
try
at
and
Yale,
do unto them as
UC
they
Berkeley,
have done unto
Harvard,
do unto the whites as the whites have done unto us. We aren't a violent group. We are taught by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad to obey the law, to respect everyone who respects us. We're taught to display courtesy, to be polite. But we're also taught that at any time, anyone in any way
Jay Miller's in the building. What's cracking, cuz?
inflicts or seeks to inflict
Hey, Jay
violence
Militant,
on
Black
us,
first
we are
salute.
within our
What's
religious
up there
rights
happening up there in the
to
Bay,
retaliate
man?
in self-defense to the maximum
He's in
degree
sack.
of our ability.
Oh,
We never
okay, yeah,
initiate
okay.
any violence
Yeah,
on
be
anyone.
sure to go tell
But if
Gavin
anyone
Newsom I
attacks us,
said
we
to
reserve
kiss
the
my
right to defend
ass.
ourselves. So to accuse us of being violent
Right
is
there
like
on the Capitol Mall.
accusing a man who is being lynched,
Put
who
a
is
great
being
big
hung on a
sign in
tree,
front of the state capitol. Shabaka
simply
Senghor
because he
says to Gavin
struggles
Newsom,
vigorously
kiss my
against his
ass.
lyncher. The victim is accused of violence, but the lyncher is never accused of violence.
That part.
And I only point this out because the various racist groups that are set up in this country by whites and who have actually practiced violence against blacks for 400 years are never associated or identified or made synonymous with the term violence. But whites speak of Muslims almost synonymously with violence. Whenever Muslims are mentioned by them, violence is brought up.
Yeah.
But it's not connected with any other group. This is a sort of a propaganda tactic, or what I would call psychological warfare, to in some way make the image of the Muslims in this country be a violent image rather than a religious image. You should be happy that Muslims who follow the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, number one, don't believe in any form of integration. And who and believe that every mention of the word integration by whites, whether it be from the mouth of Kennedy on down to the mouth of the lowest, raggediest white liberal in the street, who is beatnik-like involving himself in these integration efforts, if we believed in it, we would integrate and we would fight anybody who got in our way or made any effort whatsoever to stop us from integrating. If we really believed that the law of the land, the Supreme Court, and other so-called judicial bodies were for real, when they talked about integration, we would integrate. And knowing that the law was on our side, and any effort we made to demonstrate toward integration, why, we would know the law should be on our side. If it's the law, if it is the law of the land, then the demonstrators are within the law, and the discriminators are against the law. But to show you the
Militant, I saw him speak, man, when I was 2.
For integration, instead of arresting the discriminators, the law arrests the demonstrators. So this is a foolish move on the part of Negroes. And when you foolishly get yourself involved with an enemy, then whatever comes upon you, that's your business. As Muslims, we believe that separation is the best way and the only sensible way, not integration. And but on the other hand, when we see our people being brutalized by white bigots, white racists, we think that they are foolish to allow themselves to be beaten and brutalized and do nothing whatsoever to protect themselves. They are foolish.
Trouble, like John
they should
Lewis,
have the right
knock the fuck out.
to defend themselves against any attack made against them by anyone. If a dog is biting a black man, the black man should kill the dog. Whether the dog is a police dog, a hound dog, or any kind of dog. If a dog is sick on a black man, when that black man is doing nothing but trying to take advantage of what the government says is supposed to be his, then that black man should kill that dog or any two-legged dog who sicks the dog on it.
Should other black men help that particular person who was attacked?
I think you'll find, sir, that there will come a time when black people wake up and become intellectually independent enough to think for themselves, as other humans are intellectually independent enough to think for themselves. Then the black man will think like a black man, and he will feel for other black people. And this new thinking and feeling will cause black people to stick together. And then at that point, you'll have a situation where when you attack one black man, you are attacking all black men. And this type of black thinking will cause all black people to stick together. And this type of thinking also will bring an end to the brutality inflicted upon black people by white people. And it is the only thing that will bring an end to it. No federal court, state court, or city court will bring an end to it. It's something that the black man has to bring an end to himself.
Malcolm X emphasized that Muslims are taught to obey the law, respect everyone who respects them, and display courtesy and politeness. However, they also reserve the right to defend themselves to the maximum degree possible if anyone inflicts violence upon them. He noted that the image of Muslims is often tarnished by propaganda and psychological warfare, which aims to portray them as violent individuals. Malcolm X argued that this portrayal is inaccurate and misleading. Malcolm X expressed his belief that separation, rather than integration, is the best way forward for Negroes. He stated that Muslims do not believe in integration and will not fight for it, as they do not think it is a viable solution. He criticized Negroes who demonstrate integration, saying that they are foolish to allow themselves to be brutalized by white bigots without defending themselves. Malcolm X advocated for the right to self-defense, saying that Negroes should defend themselves against any attack. Malcolm X predicted that a time would come when black people would wake up and become intellectually independent, thinking for themselves and feeling for other black people. He said that this newfound thinking and feeling will cause black people to stick together and defend one another.
What is your opinion and attitude toward the civil rights movement in general, and particularly the Reverend Martin Luther King and his philosophy of nonviolent direct action?
If the white people really passed meaningful laws, it would not be necessary to pass any more laws. There are already enough laws on the law books to protect an American citizen. You only need additional laws when you're dealing with someone who's not regarded as an American citizen. But whites are so hypocritical. They don't want to admit that this black man is not a citizen. So they classify him as a second-class citizen to get around making him a real citizen. If he was a real citizen, you'd need no more laws. You'd need no civil rights legislation. Civil rights, when you have civil rights, you have citizenship. It's automatic. White people don't need laws to protect their citizenship because they're citizens. But they don't want to tell us we're not citizens. And at the same time, they don't want to pass laws that are meaningful enough to protect us as if we were citizens. And the Supreme Court desegregation decision is the best example I know. That's a law from the Supreme Court. Right 10 years have gone by. No desegregated schools. It hasn't been implemented beyond, I think, 9% in 10 years. So this just shows you the hypocrisy of the American white man. They talk out of both sides of their mouth. And for this reason, we who are Muslims, that is, who believe in the religion of Islam, who believe in God, we don't believe that black people will ever get any laws, get any problem with laws being passed or new persons being put in office, white liberals being put in office. There is nothing that the white man will ever do to bring about true, sincere citizenship or civil rights recognition for black people in this country. Nothing will they ever do. They will always talk it, but they won't practice it. And with the Supreme Court, if the NAACP can tell me that they want a desegregation decision for me 10 years ago, but yet the schools haven't been desegregated, as I say, this is a victory with no victory. It's a victory that you can talk about, but it's a victory you can't show me. So if you represent the NAACP and you are telling me about this great victory you won for me, when I look at you, I have to conclude that either you have been duped yourself or else you are trying to dupe me. And in most instances where the civil rights struggle is involved, there is no civil rights leader can point to me one concrete gain, practical gain that black people have made in the civil rights field in this country, not only during the past 10 years, but during the past 100 years.
Now, the other part was
well, you're damn right about that.
And the nonviolent direct action.
Well, I will let Jimmy Baldwin and John Killens and Lou Lomax, the writers, answer that. Speaking right after this church was bombed in Birmingham, Christian church was bombed in Birmingham by Christians too. mind you. And these 4 little girls were murdered. John Killens and James Baldwin and Lomax and the Negro writers and actors had a meeting at the town hall in New York. And Killen pointed out concerning these murders of these little girls, said the killings had raised doubts about the intelligence of the nonviolence in the civil rights struggle. He went on to declare that he could no longer be asked to love those who persecuted and killed Negroes. He also, and the writer, Mr. Handler, who's describing this, said it was not clear concerning
that was in Birmingham.
To his audience that he was breaking with it was clear rather to his audience that he was breaking with the doctrine of the Reverend Martin Luther King's philosophy that as Christians, Negroes should love their fellow man in a truly religious sense. Now, James Baldwin, speaking on that same platform, said, and I was present during this entire affair, asserted that the American people shared a collective guilt for the persecution of Negroes, much as Germans did because of their silence during the Nazi persecution. He denounced President Kennedy for what he termed Kennedy's lack of passion in the civil rights struggle. Mr. Baldwin said that there could no longer be a Republican Party for the Negro people as long as it listed a Barry Goldwater, nor a Democratic Party for the Negro people with a Senator Eastland on its roster. He asserted that the federal government acted swiftly and energetically, that unless the federal government acted swiftly and energetically, future slaughter would make Birmingham look like a dress rehearsal. And now, what do I think about King's attitude? King's right-hand man, Wyatt Walker, at King's convention, according to the New York Times on September the 26th, said, we have been duped, meaning these persons involved in the civil rights struggle, of which King is the symbolic leader. His right-hand man says, and I quote, we have been duped, or have duped ourselves, into believing that the chains have been broken, when in truth we have only been chained more securely. Half freedom has in many instances been worse than no freedom at all. Why? Don't ask me what I think about their struggle. I can tell you what they think about their struggle. And they are pointing out that it is becoming more difficult every day for the civil rights leaders to keep the masses of Black people nonviolent and long-suffering and patient and keep them from becoming disenchanted.
Malcolm X expressed his skepticism regarding the effectiveness of laws enacted to provide equal opportunities and rights for Negroes. He argued that if whites genuinely intended to pass meaningful laws, there would be no need for additional legislation, as existing laws would suffice to protect American citizens. However, Malcolm X contended that whites were hypocritical, refusing to acknowledge that Negroes were not treated as full citizens, instead classifying them as second-class citizens. Malcolm X emphasized that the Supreme Court's desegregation decision, despite being passed over 10 years ago, had not been implemented, with only a minimal percentage of schools being desegregated. This, he argued, demonstrated the hypocrisy of the American white man, who talked about equality but failed to take meaningful action. He believed that the civil rights movement, which relied on nonviolent direct action, was ineffective in achieving genuine change. Regarding Martin Luther King's philosophy of nonviolence, Malcolm X was critical, arguing that this approach was ineffective in the face of violent opposition. He believed that Negroes should instead focus on self-defense and empowerment.
Right.
Malcolm X pointed out that the civil rights movement had not achieved any significant gains, despite the passage of laws and the efforts of leaders like King.
And I think that
he
was
also
our boy
questioned
John
the sincerity
Lewis
of
right
white
there
liberals and the federal government in addressing the
head.
civil rights issue.
Hey,
He believed
Randolph,
that they were more
LBJ,
interested in
John F.
maintaining
Kennedy,
the status quo
Martin
than in
Luther
bringing
King,
about genuine change. Malcolm X
Lyndon
argued that the
Johnson.
federal government's failure to take decisive action
I
in
will not
response to
seek
the bombing of the
no
Christian
action,
church in Birmingham,
nomination
which
on my
resulted in
part
the murder of
for
4 little
President of
girls,
the United States.
demonstrated their
Addie
lack
Mae
of commitment
Collins,
to protecting the rights of Negroes. Malcolm X's
Liz
views were
McNeil,
shared by some other prominent
James
figures,
Baldwin,
including James Baldwin, who
to be
criticized
black in
King's
America is to
nonviolent
be in a
approach
constant state
and
of
argued
rage.
that Negroes should take a more militant stance in demanding their rights. Baldwin also emphasized the collective guilt of the American people for the persecution of Negroes, drawing parallels with the Nazi persecution of Jews in Germany. In addition, he pointed out that even some of King's closest associates, such as Wyatt Walker, were beginning to question the effectiveness of the civil rights movement. Walker stated that the movement had been duped into believing that progress had been made, when in reality, Negroes were still being denied their basic rights. Malcolm X argued that this growing disillusionment within the civil rights movement demonstrated the need for a new approach, one that emphasized self-defense and empowerment rather than non-violent direct action. As we wrap up, we invite you to reflect on this question.
Panthers.
What progress have we made in addressing systemic racism in America, and what work still needs to be done? Please drop your thoughts in the comments below, share this video, and hit your thumbs on the like button. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe. Over 3 decades have passed since South Africa dismantled its apartheid system of racial segregation between black and white citizens. Though apartheid was officially abolished in the 1990s, its lingering effects still resonate in certain areas. One such location is Orania, a small town in the Northern Cape Province, which has become notorious for its controversial policy of allowing only white people to live there.
Orania can't be a folk state. It is actually what I consider to be a micronation. It's just like a small, considered, it has certain independencies. They have their own currency.
It is, yeah. You know, when I picked up on that, I realized that there's a measure of sovereignty that is not complete.
Yes.
Founded in 1991, Orania was established as a haven for Afrikaners, a group of South Africans descended from Dutch, French, and German settlers who primarily speak Afrikaans. The town's creation was driven by a desire to preserve Afrikaner culture and language, which its founders were under threat in the new post-apartheid South Africa. In response to this perceived threat, the town's founders implemented policies that remain in place to this day.
Should I jump ahead? Okay, what are your thoughts, Sabaka, before you got kicked off of what Malcolm X said about blacks in America?
Well, the X-Man was right. He was talking about cohesiveness right there, okay? And that there was 1962 up there in Berkeley. And from what I understand, reading Dr. Newton's Revolutionary Suicide, him and Seal used to go up there and see Malcolm speak. And Dr. Newton had stated that he appreciates the thing of self-defense, the 10-point program that we went over. But Dr. Newton did not want to be, quote unquote, as he stated in his book, by the confines of a religion. So once again, to quote Bruce Lee, universal law and principle, take what is useful, leave what is useless. You see what I'm saying? So, I mean, it's all good, man, you know, and I honestly believe that when the X-Man went to Mecca, had he would have lived past 1965, I think he would have reversed himself like around about 1970, when the Black Panthers, they came to the forefront. You see what I mean? And particularly after the murder of little Bobby Hutton in Oakland. Also, too, particularly after what happened at the Democratic National Convention in 1968, and most definitely when Dr. King was assassinated. See, so it's kind of like hard to say, but there's a book called Martin, Malcolm, and America, written by James Cone, and he had stated that Dr. King had a kitchen experience. That Dr. King was in his kitchen and he was by himself after Coretta and the kids had went to bed, and he was just thinking about what was coming before him, and he was overwhelmed. I'm not going to say by fear, but Dr. King had realized that he was in it for the long haul, and he had came to this conclusion after JFK was assassinated.
Right.
And the X-Man who was assassinated before Dr. King And as we know, the Shabazz family is looking into it is because the alleged remaining assassins of Malcolm X have been released from jail. So we wish the Shabazz family the best, on getting to the bottom of who assassinated their father. And then too, to find out that the Shabazz family and the King family, they have been hooking up together about for the last 20 years, but they kept it out of the public light, off of material that I've reviewed in the last few years. See what I mean? And then keep in mind that Malcolm's grandson was murdered in Mexico. Yeah. They murdered Malcolm's grandson in Mexico. And then, of course, that he had started the fire in a house that led to the death of his grandmother, Mrs. Shabazz. And then, of course, Betty, who stayed out of the public light for about 2 years after her husband's death, had came to San Francisco, California to speak for Ramparts magazine, on which Eldridge Cleaver was the publisher of, because he was their Minister of Information. And then, of course, Brother Huey and the boys, they had did security for Mrs. Shabazz. And also, too, there was members of the US organization who did security for Mrs. Shabazz, too, but they didn't have no bullets in their weapons. So Dr. Newton had confronted Ron Karenga about that and told Ron Karenga that they either join up with the Black Panther Party and follow their doctrines, change their goddamn name, or get the fuck out of the Bay Area. And from what I understand, those are Dr. Newton's exact words. So we've come a long way, Black family, but we damn sure got a hell of a long way to go. And this is why the dump, as in human shit. Now, dump, I respect you. You're a 34 convicted felon, okay? You said you would cut the check for reparations for us. Hey, man, I'm all for it. I ain't mad at you because you a crook. At least you honest that you are a fucking crook and a convicted felon, 34 counts. So that goes to show that any motherfucker could be the president of the United States. Hey, man, so when you going to start your bid for president, Jesse?
2028. Nah, probably either 2028 or 2032. I'm still deciding on what I'm going to do, Shabaka. I think I'm going to run for House District 8 again in 2026 next year. Okay. I might run for mayor in 2027 of Denver.
Yeah, do it. Do it.
So I got 3 shots to win something.
Plus, you have something I no longer have.
And that's you. Yeah.
So, so if I'm blind, crippled, or crazy, and if able to, man, I'll vote for you.
Oh, thank you, Sabaki. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna move us to the next topic.
Yes, sir. And this is gonna be my last topic because I gotta try to hold on to this data because it already kicked me off once.
Oh, you're gonna love this topic, Shabaka. I've been saving this one just for you.
Okay, which topic is this one?
The Black Indians they don't want to show us.
Okay, well, on that, as I stated, when I crossed the Little Bighorn, they didn't say, hey, fellow Native American. They said to me, why did your people join a white man against my people?
And I would have said to them, and why did your people enslave my people? That's what I would have said.
Glad you brought that up. Now, that was the Cherokee for damn sure. Yeah. Yeah.
Cherokee, Muskogee Creek, and
down through Oklahoma.
Yeah.
And I think it's going as far east as Texas.
Far east.
I'm not Texas. I'm sorry. The other state that starts with the T, Tennessee.
Tennessee.
Yeah. Every time I cross that goddamn Mississippi River, man, I get the most eeriest feeling. Like the Devil's Punch Bowl.
Yeah.
And for our people out there, you know, hit us in the chat room. I mean, how could white America atone for their brutalization to us, number one, when we were brought here on slave ships, and to the Native Americans? That's great state Florida. The Seminoles. Well, Osceola told them white folks. Yep. Now, I don't know much about the Maroons, but I think Assata Shakur, I did a lecture on the Maroons because I don't know what that stuff means down there in Louisiana, Maroons, Quadroons, Octoroons, or any of that shit. I don't know what any of that means.
Those are mixtures. Those are mixtures. Those are fixed mulatto class.
Just okay, in other words, so this is the elements of the raping, slave trading pedophiles. Am I correct in that assumption?
Yeah, that's how they came about. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, so the Black Indians, America tried to hide from you. So they're gonna talk about.
Okay, who's the author of this material?
Of this material, this isn't a book.
Okay, who wrote the book?
This isn't from a book. This is from Black Stories Untold.
Okay, so that's the one of the YouTube channel.
Yeah.
All right, I'll check it out, and this is going to be my last topic to save this data.
And then in the description and the suggestion, Shabaki, we got Dr. Ivan Van Sertima.
Okay, I've heard of Dr. Ivan. Yeah, because there's another scholar that I know, man. I'm going to try to get him on as well, too, who has a bachelor degree off in it, and he did mention Ivan Van Sertima. Actually, he was on our second episode, and I got it saved to the terabyte.
Imagine what Malcolm was saying about Trump. Right.
Imagine what Malcolm would say about Trump. That shit would be funny as hell. I know the X-Men would go off on his ass, you know.
Right. All right, so I'm going to play this clip, Shabaka, before you go.
Were among the most valuable in North America. Their owners thought they were untouchable. They were wrong. In April of that same year, something unprecedented happened. 385 slaves would escape their chains and take up arms against their colonial oppressors. But these weren't just any rebellious slaves. They were joining forces with one of the most remarkable communities in American history. A group that had already been living free from the chains of white oppression in the Florida wilderness for decades. The Spanish called them Cimarron, the wild ones. History would know them as the Black Seminoles. What happened next was so extraordinary
in the swampland.
The U.S. general would write to the War Department. This, you may be assured, is a Negro, not an Indian war. This group was led by a man named John Horse, and they would accomplish something that had never been done before, forcing the United States government to negotiate with former slaves. This is the story about people who built their own free society right under the nose of the plantation system. A story about former slaves who became generals. A story so threatening to the power structure that it's been systematically left out of your history books. You probably know Florida as America's sunny vacation paradise, but in the 1700s, it wasn't even part of the United States. See, while Britain controlled what we now call the American colonies, places like Georgia and South Carolina, Florida belonged to Spain. And this created a situation that would change the lives of thousands of enslaved people. In the British colonies, particularly South Carolina and Georgia, slavery was the backbone of the economy. Vast rice plantations ran on the brutal labor of enslaved people, particularly the Gullah people, who had special knowledge of rice cultivation from their African heritage. But just across the border lay Spanish Florida. And here's where it gets interesting. The Spanish had a unique strategy with Florida. They claimed it, but they didn't want to settle it. Instead, they used it as a buffer zone between the British colonies and their own valuable settlements further south. Their plan was simple, but effective. Keep Florida a dangerous, wild frontier. Think about it. What better way to protect your settled territories than to have an untamed wilderness filled with people who have every reason to resist British expansion? And they came up with an ingenious plan to do it. The Spanish crown made an announcement that would send shockwaves through the British colonies. Any slave who managed to escape to Florida would be given their freedom. Not only that, they would be protected by Spanish law. Now, Florida wasn't exactly paradise. It was a harsh wilderness of dense jungles and malaria-infested swamps. I'm sure if you visited before, you know exactly what I mean. Most Europeans considered it completely uninhabitable. But for people living under the brutality of slavery, these dangers seemed like a small price to pay for freedom. And so they ran through swamps and wilderness, risking everything for a chance at freedom. The Gullah people, with their knowledge of rice cultivation and tropical agriculture, were particularly well suited to survive in this harsh environment. By the late 1700s, something remarkable was happening in the Florida wilderness. These escaped slaves weren't just surviving, they were thriving, building entire villages, communities with thatched roof houses surrounded by fields of corn and swamp rice. They were creating the first legally sanctioned free black towns in North America. But they weren't alone in this wilderness. Oh no, far from it. Various Native American groups, people who would later become known as the Seminoles, had also made Florida their home. Like the escaped slaves, they too were seeking freedom from colonial expansion. What happened next was unprecedented. These two communities, escaped slaves and Native Americans, formed an alliance that would reshape American history. The story of the Black Seminoles is one of strength, defiance, and a refusal to be broken. But too many people have never even heard of them. If you think more people need to know this untold history, make sure to like this video and drop a comment. What part of the Black Seminoles story shocked you the most? The Black Seminoles, as they came to be known, maintained their own villages while forming close ties with their Native American neighbors. The Americans called them Seminoles, a word that came from Cimarron in Spanish.
Run away.
It meant wild or untamed. It was an insult. But these people embraced their situation and their freedom. And what emerged in those swamps and forests was something entirely new. A society where former slaves and Native Americans coexisted and thrived, free from the influence of the white man. While they formed a close alliance with the Seminole Indians, they maintained their own separate villages and communities, their own distinct identity, their own way of life. The Seminoles practiced a unique religion, a powerful blend of African and Christian rituals with traditional Seminole dances woven in. They even developed their own language, an English Creole that carried echoes of their Gullah roots. Now, technically, the Black Seminoles were considered slaves to the Seminole Indians. But if you're thinking about the brutal chattel slavery of American plantations, think again. Their only obligation was a small percentage of their harvest, paid once a year. That's it. No overseers, no chains, no whips. They lived in their own villages, controlled their own lives, and kept their own wealth. But perhaps their most valuable role was as bridge builders. The Black Seminoles became crucial interpreters, not just of language, but of cultures. They helped the Seminoles understand both the language and the mindset of the European Americans. In a world of increasing conflict, this knowledge was power. And prosper they did. Through farming, hunting, and trade, they built significant wealth. These weren't hidden camps of fugitives. These were thriving communities of free people. But their very success made them a target. Picture yourself as a southern plantation owner in Georgia or South Carolina. Just across your border, there's a community of free, armed Black people. They're prosperous, they're organized, and worst of all, they're proving that your entire system of slavery is a lie. Every successful harvest, every newly built home, every armed Black Seminole standing proud and free was a direct challenge to the myth that Black people needed to be enslaved. And as more and more slaves escaped south to join these communities, the slave owners' fear turned to rage. They would soon learn that trying to destroy this free Black society would come at a terrible price, because the Black Seminoles hadn't just built a new society, they had built an army. The success of the Black Seminoles had created an impossible situation for the American slave system. Free Black communities, armed and prosperous, living just across the border, something had to give. As more and more runaway slaves and renegade Indians escaped south, the Seminole settlements in Spanish Florida grew larger. Conflict with the Americans became inevitable. The first clashes came in 1812 and 1816. And in 1817, America decided they had enough. In December of that same year, General Andrew Jackson was given command of U.S. forces in the area. By spring, he was leading an American army into Florida.
Goddamn slave trader himself.
To claim the territory for the United States. But that was just the official story. Jackson himself would later call this the Indian and Negro War. And that second part, Negro, that wasn't just an afterthought. These free Black communities weren't just a threat to the plantation system. They were living proof that everything the slave owners claimed about Black people was a lie. When Jackson's army came, the Black Seminoles and their native allies didn't run. They stood their ground, and they fought back. What followed was a series of brutal engagements. In November 1817, U.S. soldiers attacked the Seminole village of Foultown. The Seminoles retaliated, laying siege to a boat carrying reinforcements to Fort Scott. 43 men, women, and children lost their lives. When Jackson's forces swept through Florida in the spring of 1818, they left a path of destruction. Village after village was razed to the ground. But Jackson didn't stop there. He seized the Spanish military post at St. Mark's, then captured the Spanish-held town of Pensacola itself. Jackson's unauthorized military campaign had far-reaching consequences. Spain, realizing it couldn't defend its territory, agreed to negotiate. In 1819, they signed the Transcontinental Treaty, ceding Florida to the United States. But this wasn't the end of the Black Seminoles' fight for freedom. In fact, it was just the beginning. By 1835, tensions had reached a breaking point. The U.S. government was demanding that all Seminoles, both native and Black, be forcibly moved west of the Mississippi. But for the Black Seminoles, this wasn't just about leaving their homes. The government had a special plan for them. They would be returned to slavery. Their response? In April 1835, they launched what would become the largest slave revolt in U.S. history. 385 plantation slaves broke their chains and joined the Black Seminoles. Together, they laid waste to Florida's sugar plantations, some of the most valuable property in North America. Among their leaders was a warrior named Osceola. Under his command, the resistance would reach new heights of strategic brilliance.
Dude looks Euro
On December
to me.
28th, 1835, they demonstrated just how deadly they could
That's
be.
the one that told them damn Union soldiers, if you don't get the fuck up out of here, we're gonna throw you to the alligator.
Seminole warriors launched a devastating ambush. Only 3 soldiers survived what became known as the Dade Massacre. The U.S. military was stunned. General Jessup, the American commander, wrote back to Washington in frustration. This, you may be assured, is a Negro and not an Indian war. And what a war it was. The Black Seminoles turned Florida's harsh environment into their greatest weapon. They were masters of guerrilla warfare, more adept at fighting in the dense jungle than even their Native American allies. For 7 brutal years, they fought the might of the U.S. military to a standstill. The Battle of Lake Okeechobee in December 1837 saw them inflict heavy casualties, despite being vastly outnumbered.
All that is swampland.
At the Battle of the Loxahatchee River in January 1838, they forced an entire contingent of sailors and soldiers to retreat. But in October 1837, the tide began to turn. General Jessup, realizing he couldn't defeat them in open combat, resorted to treachery. He set up a false truce and captured Osceola along with dozens of his followers. Still, the resistance continued. For every American soldier who died in battle, 3 more succumbed to disease and the brutal Florida environment. The Black Seminoles knew this terrain. They had made it their home, and now they were using it to bleed the American army dry. By the time it was over, the Second Seminole War would claim the lives of over 1,500 American soldiers. $20 million. That's when the army finally warriors, the officers faced a dilemma. These were no mere runaway slaves, but battle-hardened veterans who had spent years fighting for their freedom. The officers knew that returning these warriors to southern plantations would be dangerous. These people had grown accustomed to freedom and had proven their willingness to fight. They feared these seasoned fighters would incite revolts across the South. In 1842, after 7 years of brutal warfare, the U.S. government forced the Black Seminoles, along with their native allies, to leave Florida. Their destination? Indian Territory, what we now call Oklahoma. This was the beginning of an exodus that would take these freedom fighters on a journey across the continent. In Oklahoma, they found themselves under the authority of the Creek Indians, slave owners, who tried to strip away the freedoms they had fought so hard to win.
Yeah, sister had told me that.
Deadlier threat. Slave traders who would creep into their settlements at night.
They tried to make slaves out of us too, the Cherokee did.
The Black Seminoles, Oklahoma wasn't going to be their promised land. They needed to move again. But this time, they had a leader who would become legendary. His name was John Horse. The Seminoles called him Suanafe Tustanuka. He had risen from slavery to become one of the most feared warriors of the Second Seminole War. Now, he was about to cement his place in history. Horse knew that true freedom wouldn't be found under American rule. Not in Florida, not in Oklahoma, not anywhere in the United States. He had a more radical vision. Mexico, a nation that had already abolished slavery, a place where his people could finally be truly free. But getting there meant crossing hundreds of miles of hostile territory, with Texas slave catchers and hostile tribes standing in their way. In 1850, Horse made his move. Gathering the bravest and most determined of his people, he prepared for what would become one of the most daring freedom rides in American history. They would risk everything on one more journey, this time to Mexico, where slavery was illegal. But even in Mexico, they couldn't escape American aggression. In 1855, a heavily armed band of Texas Rangers crossed the border, determined to destroy their settlement. Big mistake. The Black Seminoles, along with their native allies, didn't just defend their new home. They forced the Rangers to retreat back across the border. Finally, in Mexico, they found what they had been fighting for all along: true freedom, new lives, new homes, and new futures, all on that was legally their own. Their
what is this person's source of information on this?
After the had ended slavery in the United States, the U.S. cavalry came to them with an offer: return to Texas and join the army as scouts. Some accepted. They became known as the Seminole Negro Indian Scouts. They proved to be some of the finest soldiers the U.S. cavalry had ever seen. In 1875, 3 of these scouts did something extraordinary. They won the Congressional Medal of Honor in a single engagement, the highest military decoration in America, awarded to the descendants of runaway slaves. Today, the Black Seminole story lives on in communities scattered across North America. Each carries a piece of this remarkable history. On Andros Island in the Bahamas, you'll find the Black Indians, descendants of those who escaped Florida after the First Seminole War. They were the first to break away, choosing the British Caribbean over American control. In rural Seminole County, Oklahoma, the Seminole freedmen maintained the strongest connection to their past. They're still official members of the Seminole Indian Nation, preserving a unique identity forged in the Florida wilderness generations ago. In the dusty desert town of Nacimiento, Mexico, the Mascogos continue to live on the very land their ancestors defended against the Texas Rangers. Their presence there is a testament to John Horse's daring vision of freedom beyond America's borders. And in Brackettville, Texas, the Scouts live just outside the walls of the old fort where their grandfathers served in the U.S. Cavalry, a reminder of how their people eventually turned from fighting the U.S. military to serving within its ranks. In 1978, something remarkable was discovered. Dr. Ian Hancock found that elders among the Texas Scouts still spoke a dialect of Gullah, the same language their ancestors had brought from the rice plantations of South Carolina and Georgia nearly 140 years earlier. 2 years later, researchers made another stunning discovery. The Oklahoma Seminole freedmen also preserved this linguistic connection to their past, with elderly members speaking Gullah and younger generations remembering phrases from their grandparents. But language isn't the only thing they've preserved. In Oklahoma, Black Seminole communities maintain a rich cultural heritage that bridges their African and Native American roots. Even their cuisine tells this story. They still eat rice as a staple, often served with okra or spinach leaf sauce, just like their Gullah ancestors did, and just like their distant relatives in West Africa still do today. What's most remarkable is that many of these communities had lost contact with each other over the generations. Some didn't even know about their connection to the Gullah people of South Carolina and Georgia, yet they all held on to the memory of their ancestors' extraordinary fight for freedom in the Florida wilderness. The story of the Black Seminole is more than just a story about escape from slavery. It's about people who dared to build their own free society when everyone said it was impossible. People who fought against overwhelming odds to defend that freedom. People who never stopped believing in their right to live as free human beings. It's a lesson in what's possible when people refuse to accept the limitations others place on them. And that same spirit of resistance didn't die with the Black Seminoles. Decades later, another young leader rose up with that same fearless determination to fight for his people's freedom, Fred Hampton. His vision for Black liberation was so powerful that the U.S. government saw him as a threat. If you want to know how they tried to silence him and why his legacy still inspires revolution today, click here to watch. This was Black Stories Untold.
No, I ain't got to click there to watch it. Shit,
watching.
I could take you to the place where they killed him. And I think I saw Fred Hampton speak when I was a child in Chicago. Brother Che, that was in the summer of 1969. And I remember it was hot, humid, and muggy as hell. Give me the goddamn give me the goddamn desert. Shit. Fuck the goddamn South. I hate humidity and I hate cold.
Complaining that it was putting pressure on your ears. Is that what was bothering you?
I mean, it was crazy. But
I just have to do more research on that. Like I said, I would like to get in touch with our girl down there in Florida. You know, she's heavy, so I probably will communicate. Oh, shit. Okay, I'll probably communicate with her because I do know I was in Florida in the winter months, Brother Che, and the temperature did get up there, man, to about 70 degrees, and I felt the a little bit of the humidity. Now, this is in the winter months, okay? And I just said, and this is in the winter months, I says, I ain't going to be in this motherfucker here in the summer. No, give me the goddamn desert. You know?
Yeah. So the next
and then
Amos.
Go ahead. Is who?
Dr. Amos Wilson.
Oh, yeah, Dr. Amos is heavy. Yeah, I'm very familiar with him. Agenda for Black Power.
Yeah, well,
The blueprint. The blueprint for
Yeah,
Black
the
Power.
blueprint for the Black Power. There it is, Dr. Amos right there. Okay, Jay Militant says, send their ass packing goodbye. Okay, could you specify, Jay Militant?
God damn it. Come on, I'm gonna do it.
Okay, because Jay Militant says, send their ass packing goodbye. I'm asking him to be more specific. Oh, talking about the illegals.
All right. We don't realize it because we don't think in terms of nation. You see, we saw if we said our children, how different our education would be if we sent our children to school to create jobs for themselves.
All right. I've been saying that for the last 25 goddamn years.
To create their own economic and political systems,
40 years ago.
To see themselves as the major sources of their employment.
Yeah, because he wrote
as I remarked earlier today while we were in the radio station, I heard something about some people out here
when they sent the Rangers
protesting for jobs.
Oh, okay.
And pushing these other people for jobs. And I asked the question, do we know how many jobs we really create for other people?
All right.
We are a job creating people.
All right.
We don't realize it because we don't think in terms of nation. You see, we saw ourselves as a nation, we could see that we create jobs like any other nation.
All right.
I mentioned that today. How many jobs are created by Black music?
All right.
Yeah. Look at the whole structure of the music industry. From promoters to manufacturers of the records and the tapes and what have you.
But music is not a demand industry, doctor.
To the sellers of music in the stores, you know what we say, the Tower Records and the other great sellers of records and music and so forth.
Sunset.
Advertising that uses our music and all these things. How many thousands of jobs are we creating as people? We're creating them, but they have them.
All right.
You see? We sing the music, they sell it. We sing the music, they market it. We sing the music, they promote it. You see? We sing the music, CBS Music, create all a lot of people. How many jobs buying from Koreans? Buying from other ethnic groups out here? How many people are we creating employment for in terms of our spending habits as a people and our consumption habits? How many jobs are we creating going to jail? We're creating all kinds of jobs and wealth. And we must understand this. We are creating these jobs, and yet we are begging for jobs. This means that in somewhere our consciousness has been impaired.
All right.
We're begging for what we are making already. We cannot use our own creation as a source of our own wealth. I told you today.
It's designed that way, Doc.
That the Creator could not have intended for us as African people to be a poor people if the Creator implanted in our soils all the wealth that was planted there.
All right.
We talk about the minerals and the oil and the gold and the this and that. So it seems as if the Creator blessed us from the very beginning with wealth and possibility. Therefore, for us to be going hungry for wealth and to be starving in the midst of it, and to be perceived as a dependent, indebted people, while our wealth is being shipped out to other people. We're actually selling a lot of it for pennies and nickels and dimes and less. Means that there is something wrong with our consciousness. Because ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, we've said what? That the wealth of a people is ultimately not in their land. No man is in his mind, in his consciousness. You got to look at it. And we mentioned the example of Japan. No mineral wealth to speak of whatsoever. Nothing at all. A nation, by the way, which is totally dependent. Of course, we get things backwards, don't we? We see ourselves as depending on Europeans when the reality is the other way around. When they depend on us and our soils and our people, we have to be backwards in order for the situation to be the way it is. Our reality has to be turned backwards, and we have to live in an almost permanent state of deception in order to be used the way we are used. The Japanese must depend on us for their vital resources, their oil, their timber, all of these things that they use to create their technology and so forth is taken from the soils of other people and then sold back to them. And yet they are seen as rich and powerful. And the peoples whose wealth they take or buy are seen as poor and poverty-stricken. Ultimately, then, you cannot rob or take from wealth from a what? Poor people. All right. You cannot get wealth from a poverty-stricken people who have nothing you can get nothing from. So if you're getting all your diamonds and your gold and your magnesium and all this other stuff, then from African people, then African people must be what? Wealthy and rich. And therefore, if African people are poverty-stricken with this material wealth, then it must be because our consciousness as a people is impoverished. And we are suffering then an impoverishment of our mentality. As we said before, if you have a good mind, you can con another joker out of his land. Right. You can con him out of his diamond and his gold. Right. And this is what the other people have done. They have used their mind and their cleverness and taken from us what they did not have originally. All right. And therefore, consciousness is not an abstract concept. It is not a theoretical concept. It is a concept that is directly related to the reality one lives in and to the reality that one experiences. It is directly related to the type of life that one will live and does live. So I'm going to look at this for a minute. Particularly the consciousness of Africans in America. I'm often somewhat amused and taken aback by the number of people in this society who claim that slavery occurred somewhere back there. And you got some so-called Black conservatives who claim that slavery no longer influences the nature of African people. I wonder what those people have to conserve in the first place. Are they conserving power? They're conserving wealth? What does a Black conservative conserve? You know, you have to conserve something. And since they have very little, if anything, they must only be conserving the system that has created their poverty to begin with. And you see them ultimately justifying the poverty of African people and justifying the political and social and economic subordination of African people in the name of some kind of higher principles.
Right.
So slavery is not supposed, the experience of slavery is not supposed to be operating in the mentality of Black folk. You hear a lot of our youngsters will say that as well. How do you talk about slavery? That was back there. Or you know, whites talk about it. Well, you know, that was back there. We don't have anything to do with that anymore. You see. And it's an amazing situation because you have to remind them that you're still living off the interest of the wealth that your forefathers earned from slavery.
Exactly.
You're still enjoying the accumulated wealth that began with the enslavement of our people. And if you're going to enjoy
Brother Che, the power of the parlay,
the wealth that was generated by evil, then you must take the curse that comes along with it.
Absolutely damn right. Because you motherfuckers are still
and therefore, even though you personally had nothing to do with it, but because you have received stolen goods, you must pay the price as well.
Right. Couldn't have said it better myself.
And because you fight and struggle to protect those stolen goods, and you defend them, and you organize your society and your relationship to white people to maintain them and to continue to enhance them, then you must pay the price.
All right. All right.
That's why you live in terror.
All right.
That's why you're stabbed in these streets. That's why you're going to suffer, no matter how good you are, no matter how liberal you are. Ladies and gentlemen, when we behave as adults, we must recognize that our behavior will be visited upon our children, and that our children pay for our misbehavior. As we say, an act does not end at the point of its occurrence. It continues to reverberate into the future and down across the generations. And that's why when you behave in a particular way, you have to think in terms of 7 generations from your behavior as to how what you're going to do is going to affect those generations later on. And even though those children may appear to be so-called innocent, they will still pay the price of your own misbehavior. This country whose parents and whose adults have misspent its treasure. And while they have enjoyed that treasure, ultimately their children will have to pay taxes or will have to pay the price. So we have a bunch of people out here who think they can rape and rob the world and think that they could have enslaved the world and think then that they are going to sleep well at night. It doesn't work that way.
That's right, Dr. Amos.
So we have some of our people here who think then that slavery was back then and had nothing to do, and had nothing to do with them. Ladies and gentlemen, we've never escaped slavery. We still share the slave consciousness of our great-great-grandparents. We are of the same mind to a great extent that they were. We have not advanced beyond these.
Thank you, Dr. Amos, our famous Black psychologist. Kicked in the dough for Black psychology right along with Dr. Frances Cress Wilson. Lady K says hi. She's in the background. She says hi. Hey. Sabotaged. Hi, everybody in the chat.
How's she feeling?
All right. Right now, she's pretty irritated.
Okay, she's probably in pain from the procedures.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So like I said, Dr. Amos Wilson just supported my premise right there that I've said all along. as that we have said all along as a collective when we spoke with these Joe Gibson, Sarges, and all that old shit.
Yeah.
Is that these motherfuckers, man, are living off the interest that we had generated from them because, see, they kept parlaying the money up. They kept bossing it up.
Yep.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And if it was not for the slave labor, you see what I'm saying? They would have not had the initial investments to make, just like all the goddamn patents that they stole from us, all the goddamn inventions that they stole from us. You know what I'm saying? Because didn't we do a show one time on Black inventors a few years back, if I recall, Brother Che? Yeah, you see?
Yeah.
And then to sit up here with all these motherfuckers' brutalization of not only fucking over an African peoples and the indigenous people of America, but look what they did to the whole goddamn world. You see? And we supposed to sit there zippity dee da, zippity day. I got plenty of nothing plenty for me. Bullshit. Say.
Yep. All right, so
you know, so yeah.
Finish your thought.
Okay, and then so the more reason, as what the man just said right there, we got to become self-sufficient. And now that the dump, as in human shit, and I want to make that perfectly clear, by the way, who got rid of DEI, that there's the white that's the open opportunity for us to capitalize big time. Because black businesses will not have to hire these other group of motherfuckers. You see what I'm saying? Brother Che? Okay, Brother Che.
It's just a lot of background noise. So I went on mute so I wouldn't have to hear all this beeping and clicking and all that. Because I'm still in the house.
Okay. So what do you feel about what I just said, Jay Militant? Hit us in the chat, you know what I'm saying, in regard to Dr. Amos. You see? And then another industry we should be controlling is, like we said, Brother Jay, pro sports. The NFL, the NBA, and the Major League Baseball. What that white bastard says, well, if you goddamn niggas don't like the way we're doing things here in the NFL, form your own fucking leagues. The motherfucker has a point. Just like the Contra Costa County Sheriff told Bobby Seale and Huey Newton, if you got a problem with the laws in the state of California, take it up with the goddamn legislature. You saw what happened there May 2nd, 1967 in Sacramento. See? And this is why we created the hashtag of resurrection of the mental dead, just like what Professor, the professor talks about.
Yeah, Professor Black Truth.
Yeah, you see?
He said they destroy everything that is natural for the money.
Exactly. And a classic case of that, Jay Militant, is look at the gold country of California. I'm sure you've been up there in the gold country, Jay Militant, one time or another, and you see how they fucked over that land off of Highway 49. Just stripped it, you know? You saw what the hell they did to William Leitersdorf. And also, too, Jay Militant, where is that street called Leitersdorf at, man, down there in San Francisco, man? Is that near Market Street by any chance, or is it near the Embarcadero?
Leitersdorf is near Embarcadero, if I'm not mistaken, Shabaka.
Okay, near the Embarcadero. Okay, that there would be the harbor. That there would be the San Francisco harbor.
Yeah.
That they built up. You know, all that shit they built up through with that goddamn Silicon Valley money. Mm-hmm. These cocksuckers is talking about that they don't know no goddamn reparations after we built the goddamn Southern Pacific Railroad. You know what I'm saying? From Atlanta, Georgia to Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm.
But that was so long ago. Mm-hmm. And you motherfuckers been parlaying your stinking asses off. And then you get these goddamn yassa bosses like Steve Harvey. Man, I don't give a damn about slavery. Man, that nigga sickening. He's disgusting.
I agree, Sabaki.
And then like Sister Monique, when Monique went to him to ask for help. Oh, I can't help you, Monique. I don't want to fall down. Sister coming out there asking for help.
They really said R.I.P. to
the rapper and his daughter who was killed yesterday in Texas at a car wash.
Who got killed?
Now, who was this, Jay Militant?
Who got killed? The hell?
Now, who was that there, Jay Militant? And like,
what up,
sir?
Hill up, sis. Did you hear me? Jay Millie said, what up, cuz? Hill up, sis. Okay. And he said that's correct. What you're saying, Shabaka.
Yeah, hey, and keep in mind, Jay Militant, we might steal your Warriors, man, and bring them to Las Vegas.
Oh my God.
Warriors, come
Warriors
out to
ain't going nowhere.
play. I forgot his name.
Las
His
Vegas
daughter was only 5.
I forgot his name, and his daughter was only 5.
But the daughter was only 5. Oh, man. Oh, man. Damn. And they bounced the wrecking ball, man, off the Hacienda Hotel, man. So they laying the groundwork here to bring in the Las Vegas A's from Panther Town.
I'm moving.
And then what's the record on them Denver Buckets, man?
We're in second place, man. The Nuggets. Ain't no damn buckets. We Nuggets. We shoot buckets.
And where's the Warriors at?
I think the Warriors is like at 10 or 9 or something.
Oh, man. Where the Lakers at?
Behind us.
Oh, okay. So then, wait a minute. Hold on, man. But shit, man, we only got 2 more months, man, before the playoffs start. Okay. Okay, so Buckets lose. Lakers and Warriors win. Hey, Jay Militant, how you feel about the Denver Buckets, man? Think the Warriors could bump them out?
So she just got her. Oh, okay. Okay. So I just gave it to you like 5 minutes ago. It hasn't kicked in yet, and your office is not detailed for work. So just give it a little bit of time to kick in, okay?
I'm sorry, Shabaka. I'm trying to
What?
attend the lady chair real quick.
All right. Okay.
You really said it's all over the internet.
You're getting your oxygen. You're at 98%, okay?
Okay, it's all over the internet.
About
the fight. Yeah.
The rapper.
I feel like it's going.
The rapper that got killed with his daughter.
Okay, the Warriors aren't moving. They ain't leaving the bank.
That's what I see. They ain't going nowhere.
Hey, Jay Militant, but we're gonna have the Lakers took over second place. Lakers.
Oh hell no!
Oh hell yes!
Hell to the
Oh
no.
hell yes! All right, Lakers in second place. So where are the Nuggets at, Jay Militant?
We got to be tied with y'all or something. There's no way. Y'all were like 4 behind us.
Yeah, no, yes way.
I don't believe it. I'm about to look it up.
All right.
Yes,
Okay.
babe.
Yeah, wait a minute. 2 more months. Wait a minute. Yeah, the playoffs start at the end of next month, right, Brother Che?
Yeah, they're coming up.
Yeah. Okay. right, the Lake Show. The Lake Show. And then LeBron needs to go on and retire if he goes on and get another ring. That man been in the league 21 years. He's like a damn Wilt Chamberlain kind of motherfucker. Yeah, the LA Curves. Yeah, Jay Militant. I remember back in the days of Wilt Chamberlain, Magic Johnson, Abdul Jabbar. Yeah, I always tell the Outlaws out of Milwaukee, man, we thank them, man, for Abdul Jabbar coming to the Lakers in 75. Yeah.
I got to run the damn show. God damn.
Okay, Angie
All
Stone,
right.
son.
I got to move to the next topic. Angie Stone.
Son revealed her 24 hours. Okay, Jay Militant, y'all are in the 6th seed. Okay. So where's the buckets at, man?
God damn it, the Nuggets, Shabaka. We're in 3rd, he's saying.
Okay, so then you all will be playing the Warriors. If the playoffs started tomorrow.
I don't know how y'all
1-8, 2-7.
We're literally one game ahead of you.
4-5.
I don't know how y'all in 2nd place and we one game ahead of you. That don't make no sense to me. We won 39 games and y'all won 38 games.
Okay, hold on, man. Okay, hold on. Let me see here. Hold on. NBA standings 2025. Okay. NBA standings 24-25 season. NBA, ESPN, no ESPN. We ain't promoting your motherfucking asses. You motherfuckers got too much goddamn money. Now, here's some sad news. Here's some sad news. Guess who got the number 1 seed in the East? Cleveland.
Oh,
no,
the
Cleveland.
Cavaliers. Wow,
Yeah. Them goddamn Celtics, who I despise with a passion, them motherfuckers is in number 2. All right, so in the West, okay, you got the Oklahoma Thunder, number 1, the LA Lakers, number 2. The Buckets is in the 3rd.
The Nuggets. The Nuggets and the Buckets. Nuggets. Remember, we had Gold Rush too. The Nuggets.
All right. And then number 8 is the Sacramento Kings. Want to see them motherfuckers lose. Fuck Kevin Johnson.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, fuck Kevin Johnson. He the goddamn mayor of Sacramento, and he gonna sit up there and say, everybody turn in their guns for $50 in food stamps. Nigga, fuck you.
Yeah.
And the slippers are in number 7.
Don't open that damn restaurant in here either out here.
Yeah, well, I'm not a fan of Kevin Johnson's, man.
I'm not either.
Okay, y'all in the 6th seed, Jay Militant. Yeah, I just pulled it up. So y'all playing number 3. That is if the playoffs started tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, it's still enough time, man. All that there could change, you know. So hopefully the Buckets will go down the drain.
The Nuggets.
Man, y'all ain't got no gold in Colorado, man.
Yes, we do. We got gold at the state capitol. We had gold in them hills. You think y'all the only ones that had gold? Come on, Shabaka, stop it. we had gold in the
reason why everybody
too.
was bum rushing California for gold, man, was to get out that
a whole
damn
town called
cold ass
Golden.
weather you got.
So do y'all up in Tahoe and all that cold ass weather there too.
Yeah, that's the Sierra Nevadas. Yes, sir. You are correct. That there, and keep in mind up there by that part of Nevada up by Carson City, believe it or not, you really do got a place called the Ponderosa.
Yeah. All right. So Angie Stone's son reveals the last 24 hours his mom was alive, exposing the truth.
Okay, and this is going to be my last segment. Okay, let's see what's happening with Sister Angie Stone, because I do know she did do a video of how she was getting cheated out of her royalties.
Yeah, I think this is that video, Shabaki.
Okay.
I wish I didn't miss you anymore. You make it do what you got.
Columbia-born singer, songwriter, actor, and record producer Angie Stone died in a car crash early this morning.
It has been one heck of a ride. This last month, the enemy was trying to take me out. They've taken pretty much everything. They've stolen all the monies that were due to me. They have basically absorbed in that company.
Picture this, a powerhouse soul singer who just weeks ago exposed a scandal that could shake the very foundations of the music industry, suddenly meets a mysterious fate. Angie Stone, a beloved icon of R&B, had recently gone public with accusations that her own music company was robbing her of rightful royalty payments.
People that were working on my behalf never even registered the songs. All the songs that I've done, I'm only coming to find out they were not properly registered by the companies that I signed over to.
Rumors were swirling that she was on the brink of launching a lawsuit that would expose years of industry exploitation. And then, on March 1st, the unthinkable happened, a fatal vehicular crash in which she was the only casualty among 9 occupants. What could be more suspicious than that? Angie Stone's story has it all. Fame, fortune, love, betrayal, and a shocking final twist. On March 1st, 2025, the 63-year-old R&B legend was pioneering soul diva who gave us decades of hits end up in such heartbreaking headlines. Grab your tea, because we're about to spill the untold saga of Angie Stone, a journey from gospel beginnings to a mysterious end that has everyone talking. Trust me, you'll want to hear this. Angie Stone, born Angela Brown, grew up in Columbia, South Carolina, with music in her veins. As a young girl, she belted gospel songs in church and honed her powerful voice under her father's guidance in a local gospel quartet. But little Angie had been on the pews. In her teens, she burst onto the scene as Angie B in the first all-female hip-hop trio, The Sequence. In 1979, they dropped the funky rap single, Funk You Up, making history and proving ladies could rock the mic. That was just the beginning. Our girl Angie started. By the early 90s, Angie's musical evolution was in full swing. She traded rap for silky R&B, joining the group Vertical Hold and scoring a New Jack Swing hit with Seems You're Much Too Busy. But Angie's true destiny was to shine solo. In 1999, she released her debut album, Black Diamond, which went gold and gave us the soulful gem, No More Rain in This Cloud. Then came 2001's Mahogany Soul, delivering the iconic breakup anthem, Wish I Didn't Miss You. I can't sleep anymore. A song that still cuts deep to this day. Angie's rich voice and honest lyrics struck a chord, catapulting her into the forefront of the neo-soul movement. She wasn't just singing R&B. She was redefining it. Her powerful voice and presence made her an R&B icon,
but
earning
she's on
multiple
borrowed
Grammy
feet.
nominations and a
So she was only
reputation
getting
as a
10%.
neo-soul pioneer. As the 2000s rolled in,
Background and
Angie racked up
backstabbers.
achievements like they were hit records. She nabbed 3 Grammy nominations and took home a pair of Soul Train Lady of Soul awards, solidifying her status as R&B royalty. Critics hailed her as one of the architects of neo-soul, right alongside Erykah Badu and Jill Scott. She even branched into acting, popping up in films like The Hot Chick, Before the Full Moon End, Fighting Temptations with the iconic Cuba Gooding Jr., and reality shows like R&B Divas.
We all know clearly we can make it on a solo tip by ourselves.
By 2021, the industry was bowing to her legacy, honoring Angie with a Soul Music Icon Award for her 40-plus years of contribution. There was no doubt this soulful songstress had become a living legend. But behind the success and smiles, Angie's personal life was a roller coaster ride worthy of its own song. Let's talk love lives and heartbreak, because Angie's romantic history was just as soulful as her music. In the mid-90s, Angie fell into a passionate romance with R&B crooner D'Angelo.
And as a matter of fact, a bunch of them itching for you prescribed.
And the duo quickly became a neo-soul power couple. They collaborated musically. You can thank Angie for helping shape D'Angelo's early sound. And even had a son together, Michael D'Angelo Archer II. For a while, it seemed like a match made in musical heaven. Queen of neo-soul and the brown sugar prince. But as D'Angelo's star exploded, cracks formed in their fairy tale. The two eventually parted ways, leaving Angie with a beautiful son and a bittersweet chapter to look back
Hollywood.
In a very high-profile relationship with D'Angelo. Shortly after the breakup between us, everything kind of slowed down in my world in terms of tour dates, work. Reception was the worst, of course.
She later mused that when they met, D'Angelo was just a shy 19-year-old kid, and that she was the only one who saw the superstar he'd become. Talk about having an eye for talent. Now brace yourself for this one. Hollywood heartthrob Idris Elba. Yes, Mr. Stringer Bell himself.
This motherfucker bugged out one time. What, he gonna bug out again when he find out you're the cop?
Once had the biggest did, and she spilled the tea in a 2015 tell-all interview. Back in the early 2000s, Idris was an up-and-coming actor cast in Angie's music video, and he apparently fell head over heels for our soulful diva. Angie revealed that Idris was actually crushing on me during the shoot, making it no secret to all their friends that he was in love with Angie Stone. Her reaction? She put the gorgeous Brit in the friend zone.
Idris and I were
Hollywood and
like,
this
we both
bullshit.
same man. And, you know, the little crushing here and there.
She saw him as more of a brother figure and was still entangled with D'Angelo then. But years later, after Idris became, well, Idris Elba, Angie didn't mince words about second thoughts. Do I regret it? Absolutely, she admitted with a laugh in a recent interview on Vlad TV. Imagine turning down Idris Elba and then watching him become a Hollywood sex symbol. That's a plot twist even Angie couldn't write. It's the kind of juicy Hollywood meets R&B story that kept Angie's name swirling in gossip circles, proving her life off stage was as intriguing as any song lyric. But with the highs come the lows. Angie wasn't afraid to face the ugly side of the music industry. Late last year, in December 2024, Angie made waves by calling out Universal Music Group, UMG, her former record label, in a very public way.
After 40-something years in the business, I'm like, where are my royalties going? Because I'm not getting this. Come to find out, Universal Music has been receiving all my royalties.
Angie discovered that the royalty checks she was owed were essentially non-existent. We begin to research my royalties, only to find out that they have all pretty much been stolen, she revealed, dropping a bombshell on UMG.
A lot of my publishing, a lot of my royalties, my mechanicals, they have all pretty much been stolen. They've taken pretty much everything. They have taken all the monies that were due to me. They have basically absorbed it in their company.
Industry was shook. Here was a veteran artist bravely saying what so many whisper, that she'd been cheated out of her earnings by a giant label. Fans rallied behind her, praising Angie for fighting for her rights and shedding light on the rampant royalty scandals in music. After all, Angie had written and sung her heart out for decades, classics that made labels millions.
I wish I didn't miss you anymore.
So the idea that she hadn't seen her fair share was infuriating. This confrontation put Angie at odds with powerful forces in music, but she was determined to get what she deserved. Little did anyone know, this battle would soon take a chilling turn. February 2025 saw Angie still basking in a creative renaissance. Fresh off releasing a 2023 album and planning new projects, she seemed unstoppable. But on the night of February 29th, after performing to an adoring crowd in Alabama, fate was about to deal a cruel hand. In the early hours of March 1st, 2025, Angie was en route from Mobile, Alabama to Atlanta in a Mercedes van with her band and crew. They were likely
Okay, we
4 a.m., their van flipped over on Interstate 65, and before they could react, an 18-wheeler truck slammed into them. The impact was devastating. Amid the chaos and twisted metal, Angie Stone was gravely injured. By the time the dust settled, Angie was the only person who hadn't made it out alive. Yes, the only one. In an instant, the world lost a musical icon, and a routine road trip turned into international news. The aftermath was pure heartbreak. When news broke that Angie Stone had died in that horrific crash, fans around the globe were in shock. Social media exploded with an outpouring of grief and disbelief. "Not Angie, this can't be real," echoed across timelines. Fellow musicians, from old school legends to the new generation she inspired, paid tribute to the soulful voice that had touched millions. Her family was crushed. Angie's daughter, Diamond, and son, Michael, released a tearful statement that never in a million years did we ever expect to get this horrible news. Our mom is and will always be our everything. Her longtime publicist summed it up beautifully, saying Angie's voice and spirit will live on forever in the hearts of those she touched. And she touched so many through songs that got us through heartbreaks and celebrations. Warmth that radiated whenever she performed. The world had lost a queen of soul, and the void she left was immeasurable. But even as loved ones mourned, whispers began to spread about the eerie timing of this tragedy. It didn't escape folks that Angie's death came right after her very public fight with a major record label. In barbershops, forums, and comment sections, people started asking, was this really just a freak accident? One social media user voiced what many were thinking. "I hate to be a conspiracy theorist, but right after a recent video of Angie Stone accusing UMG of not paying her properly, she has a fatal car crash." The insinuation was chilling. Had Angie's outspokenness ruffled the wrong feathers? Could there be more to the story of that accident? It's the kind of speculation that usually lives in late-night Twitter threads and whispered conversations. The notion that the industry might silence those who speak out. Suddenly, Angie's tragic end was fueling a firestorm of conspiracy theories. Is it just a cruel coincidence, or as some believe, the music industry curse striking again? Crazy as it sounds, this pattern of tragedy isn't new to music insiders. In fact, Angie's death has people recalling other stars who met untimely ends after battling the powers that be. Exposure magazine even noted how the shocking deaths of icons like Michael Jackson, Prince, Tupac Shakur, and Aaliyah all raise troubling questions about the price of speaking out against an industry that thrives on control and profit. One thing's for sure, Angie Stone's legacy isn't going anywhere. Her music still pours out of radios and playlists. Her influence runs deep through today's R&B queens, and her story, full of love, music, and mystery, will continue to captivate and caution us all. Rest in power, Angie. Your voice lives on.
Well, start the avalanche of lawsuits. It's going to take
What is up? What is up? You.
All right. Okay, I'm out.
Okay.
All right. So hopefully
you said start the lawsuit.
Huh?
You said start the lawsuit.
Yeah, start the goddamn lawsuits is because they're gonna last every bit of 3, 4, 5 years, and I hope a family sues the fuck out them motherfuckers. Hey, Los Angeles will love you to death. People think I'm bullshitting. Look at Bill Cosby's son. Look at Angie Stone. Look what they did to Bill Cosby. Look what happened to Michael Jackson. Look what happened to Whitney Houston. Yeah. Los Angeles, the city of angels. And you got more goddamn devils there than a little bit. That is the city of lost angels. So come on, earthquake. You already burned the motherfucker down, sink it in the goddamn ocean. I would love to see the Pacific Ocean here be off the coast of Nevada. I really would. All right, so with that, I'm out. Thanks for having me. And follow Shabaka's Black Experience and ads here on in conjunction with Frontline Black News. Okay, we're trying to monetize, so we need some people to start hitting us some bread, and we'll be more than happy to advertise whatever product you got for a price, of course. You know what I'm saying? And whatnot. Friends is friends, but business is business. We got to eat too. I want to be just like them when I grow up. And I'm old and the motherfucker. All right. So I'm going to bid everybody a good night from Sin City. Okay, Brother Cherry, I'll speak to you in a few hours, man, when the sun comes up there. And I hope them buckets lose.
No nuggets. I hope them fakers lose.
Man. And then how much time we got to go to football season? Well, we got 6 more months for football season.
And you shipwrecked Pirates ain't going nowhere.
Man, well, we rebuilding the team. We trying to raise that raggedy motherfucker off the floor, the sea floor. Got rid of the goddamn coach. We fired all the goddamn coaching staff out here. You know, fuck that raggedy ass coach we had. You know what I'm saying?
Been rebuilding for 40 years.
Sir. And when we come back, man, you got football and you got Raider ball. After all, we're Pirates. We just laying
Gator ball. After all, y'all ain't going nowhere. And y'all been rebuilding for 40 years.
Sir, we're not those kind of guys, man. We out here in Sin City, man. Everybody's here. Everybody's here.
What the Pirates out to? Where the Pirates get the booty, right?
What?
The Pirates, they get the booty, the treasure, right? The treasure.
So we're not them kind of guys, man. You know what I'm saying? Not them kind of guys. You know what I'm saying? We Pirates, man. You got football and you got Raider ball. They fired the coaching staff, which was the damn right thing to do. They should have been on fire that motherfucker last year. You see what I'm saying? But we got to rebuild, and we look forward to sending them ponies back in the barn to eat them GMO oats.
Keeping you shipwrecked pirates in the bottom of the hull of the ship, and y'all ain't selling nothing, not even on dry land.
Sir. We still got 6 months before the regular season. A lot of time to rebuild.
Y'all ain't gonna do nothing again. Y'all gonna be at the bottom of the division once again.
Well, we're trying to see what coach we're gonna get, because I think they was talking about hiring that dude that got fired from Philadelphia. You know what I'm saying? Damn, Eagles winning.
Y'all need all the. Y'all need. Y'all wish y'all could get Prime. Y'all wish y'all could get Coach. I said y'all wish y'all could get Dion, but that's not happening.
Yeah, it would be nice to have Dion out here. Yeah, Colorado State. Oh, hell yeah. You know what I'm saying? But who knows, man? Sin City, you know everybody's here. All the good fellas, Frankie Cabones, Tommy 2 Times. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's here, you know.
Crockett is shouting you out. He said Shabaka the Don.
The Don. Well, we're trying to make him an offer he can't refuse. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Okay,
we're
good night.
We're trying to make him an offer he can't refuse, you know. But everybody's out here. You know what I'm saying? All the good fellas. Yeah. You know what I mean? All right, folks. So thank you for tuning in tonight.
There was one more thing I wanted to play. It's real short, Shabaka, before you go.
What's
what
that?
I said I seen council earlier.
Okay.
The revolutionary agenda. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhancing Personal representative for Black Star Action Movement for Self-Defense, Positive Action Commitment for Social Change, as well as the Unity Party of Colorado, the East Denver Residents Council. Thank you for the proclamation that you included us in on last week. And
we got a proclamation.
Represent for Revolutionary Agenda.
Well, one of my organizations got a
Enhancing. I
proclamation.
reside at the CCH-owned Fusion Studios in Chantel Lewis's district of District 8. I wanted to give you an update on what's happening here at Fusion Studios. As y'all know, y'all allocated $1 million to the internet. It's still jacked up over here. Still very spotty. They told us that there was no guarantee that we're supposed to have internet, even though y'all allocated $1 million specifically to CCH Fusion Studios for the internet, and they're not utilizing that for that purpose. So I would like to have an audit on that.
Absolutely.
Also, the elevators are still down. One of them is working. The other one is still down. Been down for over a month. Still don't have a food pantry here. We haven't had a food pantry here in almost 9 months. I provide food here every Sunday via Occupy Denver. We deliver food to this building like we've been delivering to the seniors of Dahlia Square for the past 8-9 years. What else is going on? I'm in the process of moving up out of here. I won't be here too much longer. I'm going to be in perfect 10 with Hines here shortly.
I tell you,
I would like to see
that.
You're
gonna love this, Cracknell. You need to call the dump on that. That's right up his alley.
Fusion Studios actually gets
implemented. They spent all the money on
conditions
weed
here
and
get
wine.
better. We have all kinds of broken windows out over here. It's become
Now,
a
did
mental
they
asylum.
get some decent wine from
I
the
would like to
Napa
shout out
Valley, or
that
did they
spoke
get
before
that
me.
Boone's Farm right
Shout out
good
to
shit?
Sun Valley community. I have done work with them in the past, so it's good to see all their lovely faces and hear their wonderful speeches. As far as reparations, we need reparations, foundational Black Americans, descendants of American child slavery freedmen, the people that built this country, the people that all these other groups use for our numerical value and then abandon us in our time of need, and have paved the way for all of these people that are complaining about human rights violations to even have the opportunity to complain about such. We have a debt that is owed that has not been paid, and it needs to be paid immediately. So you can start by taking Initiative Denver, by starting a reparations commission or a panel like they're doing at the state level and like they're trying to do at the federal level. Thank you for allowing me to speak. We don't need a repeat of what happened in California last year.
I know that's right, man. You told them right.
Thank you, Nixon.
Yes, sir.
Shit. Yeah,
all right,
you told them
man.
right.
On that note, we're going to bid you a farewell because I got to send the Lady Che in. I have a few more topics I want to get to. I know you got to lay it down.
Yeah, because I got to conserve this data, man, because I'm getting close to the end, but I got the card to re-up on it. You know what I'm saying? Which is about a 2-hour process because they have to redo the phone and redo the damn hotspot for the internet. Boy, I can't wait to move about this raggedy motherfucker where I'm at, man. God damn. All right, so appreciate everybody. You know, once again, ladies and gentlemen, you know, we go off the hook right here. You know what I'm saying? You know, because you got all these crooked ass motherfuckers out here and we calling them what they are. You know what I'm saying? You know, after all, out here in Las Vegas, we're pirates. All right, I'm out. And later for them GMO
and later
ponies.
for them gators and
man,
later for those fakers.
GMO ponies, man. Keep them in a barn, man. You know what I'm saying?
We're gonna get them power. We're gonna eat them oats and it's gonna give us horsepower to run all over these
GMO. Well, make sure the oats got seeds in them, man. GMO oats, man. You know what I'm saying, man. You know, and later for the Philadelphia Eagles too. You know what I'm saying?
Shout out to the Eagles. Go Eagle, go. Fly, Eagle, fly. Keep on flying.
Well, they only won 2 Super Bowls in their whole years of existence, man. So on the average, man, they'll be back in about another 30 years, you know? Yeah. All right. I'm out. Okay. Right. Everybody have a nice night. No, you too. Okay. Get better, Lady J. Okay.
Okay. All right, y'all. So down to the last topics of the night. And those are Denver Mayor Johnston has to testify in a House committee hearing on Wednesday, along with the mayors of New York City, Boston, Chicago, and NYC, in our Unhoused Neighbor News and our Illegal Migrant News. This is having a hard time breathing. From the mask. Oh, News Nation, here we go. Hold on, I'm gonna share my screen.
Mayors of 4 sanctuary cities are set to testify before the House Oversight Committee on Wednesday. Denver Mayor Mike Johnston, New York City Mayor Eric Adams, Chicago's Mayor Brandon Johnson, and Boston Mayor Michelle Wu. Now, this comes as the battle between local and federal officials heats up over President Trump's mass deportation of criminal, violent, illegal immigrants is continuing to take place, with sanctuary cities and states and their policies now even more in the spotlight. News Nation correspondent Mills Hayes is joining us right now. Mills, what do we know about this meeting this week?
Hey, Adrian. Well, we expect the 4 Democratic mayors at this hearing to be grilled, particularly by Republicans on the House Oversight and Government Reform Committee, which is conducting that hearing. We know that the 4 mayors of cities with migrant sanctuary policies, Denver, Boston, New York, and here in Chicago, and they are about to be front and center of a national political fight, not just for their sanctuary city policies, but potentially for their political careers. All 4 cities have struggled to shelter and support the influx of migrants from the southern border and have spent billions of dollars in total between them trying to house undocumented migrants. And with the recent exception of New York City, these cities have not welcomed the Trump administration's aggressive and hardline stance on undocumented or illegal migrants. Republicans will certainly have some harsh words for these mayors on that, likely referencing crimes committed by migrants in these cities and claiming that these mayors are not protecting their own citizens. And because of recent developments, it is very likely that Mayor Adams will avoid some of the scolding. In the past few weeks, he has met with border czar Tom Homan and has made plans to help the administration round up undocumented migrants in New York, particularly criminals. Of course, that new effort to help the administration comes after Trump's DOJ filed to have Adams' corruption and bribery charges dropped. It's possible that 4 Adams Democrats will be the ones who do the scolding. Some in the mayor's party may use this hearing as a chance to take on his perceived quid pro quo. He maintains that the holding Trump administration doing.
Yeah, well, he also speaks to the fact that he is a former cop and that he is against criminals being able to just run free on the streets like so many Americans believe. But he has some competition. Former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo is campaigning, announcing his bid for New York City mayor. Do we know about his rally that happened today?
Former Governor Cuomo is capitalizing on Mayor Adams' vulnerability right now. Between the upcoming hearing and the alleged quid pro quo with the White House, it has only been 24 hours since his announcement, but he's already held a rally today in Lower Manhattan, introduced by 3 of his daughters. The former governor also received his first major endorsement with the New York City Carpenter Union, posting to X and saying that we need Andrew Cuomo as our next mayor. Just one of the indicators how favored he is in this race already. A recent poll by our New York affiliate station Pix 11, along with Emerson College and The Hill, shows that the former governor is the favorite in the Democratic primary for mayor. But make no mistake, Cuomo's candidacy is not going to come without reliving some of the controversy and scandal that forced the three-term governor of New York to resign, most notably the accusations of sexual harassment lodged against him in 2021 by nearly a dozen women. In fact, a counter rally also happened this afternoon, held by women against Cuomo, who say that they want to remind New Yorkers of his history of sexual harassment and abuses of power. Cuomo's bid for the mayoral race also getting a lot of attention for what it might mean for President Trump's relationship with New York City. At the beginning of the pandemic, remember, Cuomo worked with the Trump administration, and when he didn't agree with its handling of things, he was not afraid to stand up to the president either. Adrian?
All right, Mills Hayes, thank you very much. Border Czar Tom Homan speaking about the Trump administration's focus on sanctuary cities. Let's listen.
Sanctuary cities are sanctuary for criminals. I'm glad we got Pam Bondi running the DOJ now. Sanctuary cities are sanctuary for criminals, make that clear. Sanctuary officials say, well, we want victims and witnesses of immigration crime to be free to come to the police and without fear of us working with ICE. That is such crap.
Julie Manchester, national politics reporter with the Com, speaking about whether or not we'll be seeing more of straight talk on Wednesday.
Republicans on the Oversight Committee released a video touting the hearing and, threatening to cut federal funding to Boston over its status as being a sanctuary city. So clearly, Republicans, Trump allies, looking to make this really in many ways and get these sanctuary cities mayors on the record and essentially look to, potentially score some political points. Now, Republicans would obviously say that this is a major issue. Immigration is a top issue of the Trump administration. It was a top issue of the Trump campaign, but no question, Republicans looking to target a number of these Democratic mayors.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you specifically about Chicago, because there's been a particular spotlight on that city. Month, the DOJ filed a lawsuit against Chicago and Illinois for immigration. So what are we expecting will happen with this main focus for the committee?
Well, we do know that in general, Chicago for Republicans has always been a focal point whether it comes to issues like immigration or crime. And we know that those two issues are linked in many ways. Republicans arguing that, less, more undocumented immigrants could lead to the risk of higher crime in a number of a number of examples probably touted through these committees, during this committee, these mayors, asked to respond to that, talk about, their own city's efforts, talk about, what could be done in terms of the federal government getting involved. So expect for a lot of these mayors to certainly be in the spotlight.
Thanks so much for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's driven, unbiased.
was 2 minutes late. They wouldn't let me in.
For the past few years, Christopher Hayworth, who has cerebral palsy, has gone through spells living on the streets and rarely found help at shelters.
So I ended up sleeping outside in the alley behind the shelter itself in the snow and waking up, covered in snow. Because I didn't want to sleep on the ground because somebody'd steal my chair. I know they would.
He says he was denied admission to shelters that contract with the city. He also claims he was turned away from a shelter because they did not have accessible beds reserved for wheelchair users.
The staff just didn't care. They didn't know.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Different people's abilities, disabilities, whatever. They just assumed everybody was on something.
He and 5 other plaintiffs sued the city, saying the shelters aren't accessible for people with disabilities. Anna Miller says her brother, who was disabled, had to sleep outside in the cold, claiming the shelter wasn't fit for people who use a wheelchair up until recently.
That was the Denver Rescue Mission, Lawrence Street downtown. They have installed an elevator, but it was not even a year ago. They didn't even have a handicap ramp for wheelchairs and walker users to get into the area for the Lawrence Street shelter until the same time. You had to crawl upstairs to get into the area that they would usually keep for disabled people.
In a statement to CBS Colorado, a spokesperson for the Denver Department of Housing Stability said, quote, "The city and county of Denver is always working to improve the shelter system and meet the needs of our unhoused neighbors."
When these shelters don't have enough accessible beds available for the amount of people who have disabilities within Denver, we have stories of that throughout our lawsuit.
In Denver, Jasmine Amos covering Colorado First.
And Jasmine wants to hear from you about stories impacting Denver neighborhoods. You can always contact her through our website, cbscolorado.com.
They said they were unhoused, but they're still part of the community.
New legal troubles for the city and county of Denver. Thank you for joining us for Denver 7 News at 5 this Wednesday. I'm Jessica Porter.
And I'm Micah Smith. A lawsuit filed Tuesday is alleging that shelters across Denver discriminated against those with disabilities, in some cases allegedly even denying them pain management and medication.
Denver 7's Veronica Coast spoke with several of the plaintiffs about what they went through and is breaking down the lawsuit tonight.
There are 6 people, as well as a nonprofit organization, that are suing the city and county of Denver over what they call a violation of disability law.
This is very personal.
For decades, Mindy Polson's nights have looked different. Some have been spent in city shelters, others on city streets.
I got 20 years out, more than 20 years on the street out here.
5 years ago, nights got even tougher for her.
I have a colostomy bag. They took my colon out.
To care for her colostomy bag, Polson says she needs medical scissors, which she alleges shelters in Denver didn't allow her to have.
I started using their scissors because they wouldn't let me have mine, and it started injuring me. It was slicing and cutting up my colon, and it started swelling and becoming very painful.
The reason we're filing this lawsuit is
It's why she's one of 6 plaintiffs suing the city and county of Denver. The 7-page lawsuit says Denver, quote, failed to ensure that individual plaintiffs and other disabled individuals are able to access life-saving shelter. It outlines Polson's experience at the 48th Street Women's Shelter while speaking to the struggles of others, too.
We have another plaintiff who used insulin and was forced to store his insulin not in a refrigerated place. That clearly defeats the efficacy of the insulin and causes him serious injury. These are just a few of the accommodations that the shelters are not providing.
Denver's Department of Housing Stability, which helps run shelter sites in the city, sent a statement saying, in part, it's, quote, always working to improve the shelter system and meet the needs of our unhoused neighbors. The city attorney's office simply saying, quote, as this matter is currently in litigation, we're unable to comment. As for those suing, they're making their voices heard.
The goal is to make sure that every single person in the city of Denver who wants to access shelter can, whether they're disabled or not.
In Denver, Veronica Acosta, Denver 7.
Attorneys told us the lawsuit is based on the Americans with Disabilities Act, the Rehab Act, and the Colorado Anti-Discrimination Act.
Last month, House Keys Action Network Denver released a scorecard for Mayor Johnston on how they think he's handling homelessness. So we did that scorecard specifically at the shelter section. and gave Mayor Johnston an overall D+ grade for his handling of shelters. His highest grade was C-, both for House 1000 initiative pertaining to visible encampments and for reporting on shelter exits, demographics, and rule changes. Hand's lowest grade for Johnston was an F for lack of increased non-police safety teams. Hand's scorecard also said the mayor failed to set up a shelter evaluation system through a non-biased entity.
A lawsuit filed today against the city and county of Denver, claiming that people are being denied access to homeless shelters because of their disabilities.
Yeah, Kim Posey joining us from the city and county building tonight with more from both sides. Kim?
Yeah, this lawsuit was filed on behalf of House Keys Action Network Denver and a number of people with disabilities who say they were denied equal access to Denver shelters. And they shared their stories right here a few hours ago. Christopher Hayworth says he was rejected from a shelter when his wheelchair couldn't get through the path to the assigned bed.
I was turned away because I couldn't get to the bed itself because of the, the pathway.
Tonight, break.
Okay, so that's that. Now, what's happening with the illegals here in Denver? Oh yeah, they've been having those damn protests.
Beneath the dome of Colorado's Capitol building, immigration advocates protest a bill being debated in the state legislature. The so-called Show Me Your Papers bill would allow law enforcement officers to report arrests of individuals believed to be in the country illegally to federal authorities, a form of collaboration that opponents claim is against the law.
Essentially what it's doing is reversing a lot of immigration protections that Colorado has, fought for throughout the years, and rolling them back.
The legislation echoes policies being put forward by the second Trump administration nationwide.
Largely what we're seeing right now is a lot of fear tactics, right? He implemented, I think, over 200 executive orders. They came much more prepared than they did last time.
Late January, 49 people were arrested during an immigration enforcement operation at a nightclub outside of Denver. Then on February 5th, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents went door to door at apartment complexes in Denver and nearby Aurora.
I got a knock on my own door with 6 heavily armed officers demanding an ID.
The officers were looking for members of a Venezuelan gang.
We're very scared. We're heartbroken. It's a very sad thing to see.
It's part of a long-planned Get Tough strategy by the Trump administration, which announced this week it would make undocumented immigrants age 14 or older register with the government or face criminal prosecution.
The law applies to everybody. It applies to American citizens. It applies to people who come into this country illegally. You will be held accountable for breaking our laws.
Kaylee, who did not want her last name used, says her family is feeling intimidated these days, even though they live here legally.
My kids are not white, and I've had them be told at school by other kids to go back to where you came from. And they're from here. We've had a lot of issues throughout the years, but since Trump's been in office, yes, it's gotten way worse every year. I've seen it, and we're scared.
In Denver, mass deportations, much rumored, have yet to come to pass. Immigration activists are busy conducting Know Your Rights training.
A lot of times, people know that, they have rights to call their lawyer, to not even answer.
Oh, yeah, they ain't got no goddamn rights.
If they don't have a warrant by a judge, You can just tell them.
The Show Me Your Papers bill was defeated in committee. The immigration debate is only heating up, both nationally and locally.
I think we're going to be able to fight back. Like, we have to.
Henrik Sabrandi, CGTN, Denver.
And people smoking all kinds of base rocks. Yeah, I think we'll end it there. We'll bounce this down. Some good stuff. Ooh, this is interesting. Let's see what the jump is up to.
Good morning, I'm Craig Grelly. It's Wednesday, February 26th, 2025, and these are your latest updates. A new rule for undocumented immigrants in the United States. Who will be required to register and the consequences for failing to do so. And near miss. Why a Southwest flight was forced to suddenly climb back to 3,000 feet while landing at Chicago's Midway Airport. That had the pilot radioing to air traffic control. How'd that happen?
From the Straight Arrow News Studio, bringing the stories that matter to you from across the United States and around the world, these are today's unbiased updates.
New this morning, the Trump administration has created a registry for undocumented immigrants. It will require those 14 years and older to submit their personal information or face fines, even prison time. In a statement, the Department of Homeland Security said all undocumented immigrants 14 and older must submit their fingerprints and home address for the registry. Those who qualify but don't register reportedly could be fined up to $5,000 or be sentenced up to 6 months in prison. The administration says the registry will be available online, though the webpage has not been launched. In a statement, a DHS spokesperson said President Donald Trump and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, quote, have a clear message for those in our country illegally. Leave now. She added, if you leave now, you may have the opportunity to return and enjoy our freedom and live the American dream. The move to criminalize being in the United States illegally marks a major policy change under the Trump administration. Until now, being in the country illegally was only considered a civil offense, with the consequences of getting detained and deported if caught and processed. According to a post on X, Homeland Security says America's borders are now closed to lawbreakers and that this past weekend, crossings along the southern border were at their lowest in 15 years. In a big win for Speaker Mike Johnston, House Republicans Tuesday night passed a multi-trillion-dollar plan to address defense, energy, immigration, and tax policy, with only 2 votes to spare. Straight Arrow News political correspondent Ray Bogan breaks down what's in the blueprint and what Republican holdouts said about the resolution.
House Republicans narrowly passed a budget resolution being on par line with the defendant. Congressman Thomas Massey voted no. Funding for the rest of fiscal year 2025 sets budgetary levels for fiscal years 2026 through 2034 and lifts the debt ceiling by $4 trillion. The bill also provides instructions for committees to look for $1.5 trillion in budget cuts to fund President Trump's border security, energy, and tax policies. Getting this approved required some serious arm twisting. Some Republicans were still a no on their way in the door, and President Trump called them personally. In the end, they could not change Massey's mind.
We're going to add $328 billion to the deficit this year. We're going to add $295 billion to the deficit the year after that, and $242 billion to the deficit after that, under the rosiest assumptions. Why would I vote for that?
As Republicans preach fiscal responsibility, how does a bill that adds that much money to the deficit this year align with that value?
Well, first of all, when you are trying to unwind 30 plus years of bad fiscal practice, you're not going to do it all at one time. I mean, that's just a reality, unless you make draconian cuts, right? And so I think part of this is working to bend the curve, stop the outrageous growth in spending that we saw under the Biden Biden administration, $7 trillion in budget, $36 trillion in debt.
Republicans passed the resolution by themselves and left Democrats out of the process entirely. Earlier in the day, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries said Democrats...
Oh, shit. God damn it. Sorry, y'all. This whole damn thing just crashed on me.
We're going to add $295 billion to the deficit the year after.
Years of bad fiscal practice, you're not going to do it all at one time. I mean, that's just a reality, unless you make draconian cuts, right? And so I think part of this is working to bend the curve, stop the outrageous growth in spending that we saw under the Biden administration, $7 trillion in budget, $36 trillion in debt.
Republicans passed the resolution by themselves and left Democrats out of the process entirely. Earlier in the day, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries said Democrats would not provide a single vote to help Republicans get the bill over the finish line. They kept their word.
Donald Trump, the administration, and House Republicans are hurting the American people. It's unacceptable, unconscionable, un-American, and we are not going to stand for it 1 minute.
Democrats opposed the bill because of its possible cuts to Medicaid. Even some Republicans said that they had to be convinced.
I still have my reservations. Still concerned that it's not fiscally responsible enough, but I think it's the best thing. If we don't pass it, the Democrats get their way. And that's never let good be the enemy of great.
In many ways, this resolution is just the beginning. Congress still needs to fully fund the government before March 14th to avoid a shutdown, and the committees are just beginning the process of looking for cuts. I'm Ray Bogan for Straight Arrow News. For more reporting, download the SAN app.
Yesterday's vote was a critical step toward unlocking the complicated legislative tool known as reconciliation. It's a process that will allow Republicans to avoid filibuster from Democrats in the Senate. The Senate has already passed its own budget reconciliation plan. Now the two chambers need to pass the same bill in order to move ahead. Now to the efforts to end the war between Russia and Ukraine. It appears there is a deal between the United States and Ukraine that would give the United States access to Ukraine's rare minerals. President Trump has insisted that Ukraine pay back the billions of dollars in economic aid and military equipment that the U.S. has given to Ukraine for its war against Russia over the past 3 years. One of those demands includes the U.S. getting access to the earth minerals. Ukrainian senior officials have confirmed to news outlets an agreement has been reached on the framework of an economic deal. At the White House on Tuesday, President Trump said that Ukrainian President Zelensky is likely coming to Washington later this week to finalize it.
I hear that he's coming on Friday. Certainly it's okay with me if he'd like to, and he would like to sign it together with me, and I understand that's a big deal, very big deal. And I think the American people, even if you look at polling, they're very happy because, Biden was throwing money around like it's cotton candy. And it's a very big deal. It could be $1 trillion deal. It could be whatever, but it's rare earths and other things.
Reports say the United States and Ukraine would have joint ownership over a fund, and Ukraine would contribute 50% of state-owned resources, including minerals, oil, and gas. We now know who is technically in charge of the Department of Government Efficiency. The Trump administration revealed yesterday Amy Gleason is the acting administrator of DOGE. The announcement comes after weeks of questions about billionaire Elon Musk's role and authority over DOGE as its chair. Gleason previously worked for the U.S. Digital Service, which the Trump administration turned into the Department of Government Efficiency. Meantime, more than 20 civil service employees resigned from DOGE yesterday, saying they refused to use their technical expertise to dismantle critical public services. The mass resignation includes engineers, data scientists, designers, and product managers. The White House was dismissive of the move. In a statement, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said, quote, Anyone who thinks protests, lawsuits, and lawfare will deter President Trump must have been sleeping under a rock for the past several years, end quote. Musk posted on his social media platform X that the story was fake news and said staffers who resigned were, quote, Dem political holdovers who would have been fired anyway. A close call caught on camera as a Southwest Airlines passenger jet had to abort its landing at the last second to avoid hitting a smaller plane at Chicago's Midway International Airport on Tuesday. The Southwest flight then landed safely at the airport after the flight crew performed what is known as a go-around to avoid the private business jet. The FAA private jet went onto the runway after its pilot misunderstood the instructions from traffic control to hold short of the runway, forcing the Southwest plane to climb back to 3,000 feet, with the pilot asking the tower how that happened. Passengers who were on the flight from Omaha to Chicago told news outlets they did not have anything wrong later. According to the FAA, the runway this is the lowest aircraft incidents in 2025, including at least 5 deadly crashes over the past few weeks. Finally, this morning, you might be nearing your last chance to snag your morning favorite or midday pick-me-up at Starbucks. The company says it's getting rid of some of its less popular items starting this Monday. Among the 13 items getting pulled starting March 4th are several Frappuccino beverages, the Royal English Breakfast Latte, and the White Hot Chocolate. The menu cuts were announced along with plans to lay off more than 1,000 corporate employees. Starbucks says the menu changes will reduce wait times and make way for innovation. And this is just the beginning. Starbucks says it will take more drink and food choices off the menu in the coming months in an effort to downsize the menu by 30%.
All right, y'all. Well, that's all I have for y'all today. Appreciate y'all staying up late with us, with me and Sabaka and Lady Shay. So we will see y'all tomorrow or later on today for Sabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. So this is going to conclude season 4, episode 49, part 3 of the Frontline Black News. Make sure you guys join us tomorrow for a brand new episode of Sabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, season 10, episode 9. So we'll see y'all then. In the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms. Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. And Sabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter. That'd be nice if you drop the prices 30%. So yeah, we'll see y'all then. Peace, love, light, reparations, separations, and Black empowerment. Shout out to Crockett for tapping in. Jay Melly, thank you for tapping in. Make sure y'all subscribe up to What's Cracking TV with Jay Melton. Shout out to Twin, our hype man. Shout out to Matt 285, our other hype man. And anybody else that was tuning in, Sister Prosperity, shout out to her. Out to Shy. We got Russian Boss Revenge, shout out to you. And any Crew Reality, shout out to you, bro. B1 salute. 25, the Jab Jamboree, shout out to you. Anybody else speaking and not speaking? Love, light, reparations, separations, and Chain Crewman signing out, and Lady Chase signing out from the UC Health Auschwitz Inpatient Pavilion here in Aurora, Colorado. Keep Lady Chase in y'all thoughts and prayers. She has another surgery scheduled, so please continue to keep her in your thoughts and prayers. All right, y'all. We'll see y'all later on for Sabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Peace.